At first, the stat records were a mess. Back then, Chen Hui relied on memory alone. Later, he accepted a harsh truth and started writing things down properly. Then came the nightmare. Is this boss's skill range just for decoration? As his vision faded to gray, Chen Hui's mind completely collapsed. He was one of the top 10 assassins on the entire Eternal server, known as Shadow Blade. Yet he hadn't even scratched the god-level boss, the world-destroying demon dragon. The dragon sneezed. Just a casual shockwave from that sneeze wiped him out instantly from 3 kilometers away. His HP bar vanished in a blink. That paper-thin sense of helplessness was every squishy player's worst fear. In my next life, I'll never play a fragile class again, he swore bitterly. Anyone who plays an assassin is a coward. Huh. Chen Hui jolted upright, gasping for air. His cheap security uniform was drenched in cold sweat. There was no respawn screen. Instead, he found himself inside a cramped, foul-smelling security booth. An electronic clock on the wall read, June 15, 2036. 7:30 a.m. He froze, then pinched his thigh hard. Pain. I'm back. Not dead. Not deleted. He had returned to the first half hour after Eternal's launch. Before he could process it, the glass window rattled violently. Chen Hui, are you dead in there? If not, get your ass out here. A greasy face was pressed against the glass. The money-obsessed supervisor. The door slammed open. So, what if you worked the night shift? Carrying a few crates of water is a favor. Kids these days can't handle anything. You're fit to be a guard forever. Chen Hui rubbed his ringing ears and looked at the bald man who had tormented him in his past life. A sly smile appeared. Supervisor, he said calmly, don't you turn on the lights during night patrols? What? The man snapped. Chen Hui pointed at the man's shiny head, clicking his tongue. With your forehead standing right at the door, it looks like we installed a human floodlight. High wattage too. You could use it as a mirror. Silence. The supervisor's face went from red to purple. You? Mocking me? Fine. Forget your salary this month. I'll deduct all of it. Deduct wages? Chen Hui walked to the corner, lifted the red fire extinguisher, and weighed it in his hand. Thud. It hit the table heavily. The supervisor stumbled back. Hitting people is illegal. Relax. Just checking equipment. Chen Hui tapped the extinguisher casually. Expired 3 years ago. Where did the maintenance money go? If the fire department or property management heard about this. The supervisor turned pale. Exposure meant losing his job. Maybe prison. Haha. Xiao Chen, you're joking, he said, forcing a smile. Of course your salary won't be touched. I resign, Chen Hui said. Oh, that's great news, the supervisor sighed in relief. Transfer my salary now. Sure, right away. Triple. Are you insane? Chen Hui leaned closer and raised his voice. And the property manager's wife. The supervisor slapped a hand over his mouth instantly. Let's talk calmly. Moments later. Yen 9,000 received via Alipay. Chen Hui glanced at his phone, whistled, and tossed his security cap onto the desk. Thanks, you walking light bulb. He left without looking back. Back in his 10-square-meter rental room, Chen Hui moved fast. Chocolate, energy drinks, compressed biscuits. Enough for 3 days indoors. At the stairs, he ran into his beautiful landlady, dressed in a silk nightgown, taking out trash. She glanced at the junk food coldly. You're back. Chen Hui transferred the rent without a word. It's paid, sis. She checked her phone and nodded. Play fewer games, she said. Don't die suddenly. Haunted rooms don't rent well. Harsh words, but he knew she wasn't cruel. In his past life, she never kicked him out even when he was broke. Relax, he grinned. Even the king of hell gets tired of my talking. He locked the door. 10 minutes until Eternal launched. He put on the cheapest gaming helmet and took a deep breath. In his previous life, Eternal had suffered a 2-minute network fluctuation bug at launch. By repeatedly disconnecting at the talent awakening screen, players could force infinite resets. Almost everyone missed it. This time, he wouldn't. 8 a.m. Connection successful. Entering eternity. Please select your initial talent. A massive roulette wheel appeared. Chen Hui narrowed his eyes and yanked the network cable. Unplug. Plug in. System alerts rang nonstop. B talent acquired. Fire affinity, reset. A talent acquired. Powerful strike, reset. S talent acquired. Shadow step reset. His heart jumped. An assassin's divine skill. Then he clenched his teeth. No. I swore. He reset again. Seconds ticked away. 10 seconds left. Dark purple lightning split the roulette in half. The screen went black. Then glowing violet text appeared. Congratulations. You have obtained SSS rank talent, unique Lord of Thorns. Chen Hui's pupils shrink. Lord of Thorns, unique/evolvable. Effect, when attacked, deal true damage equal to 10% of current max HP. Ignores defense, shields, and evasion. Holy hell. True damage. Based on health. These aren't thorns, he laughed wildly. They're living hedgehogs. As long as his HP was high, anyone who hit him would die. Please select your class. He ignored mages, assassins, and archers. Shield warrior. Allocate 5 attribute points. Strength? Useless. Agility? Run from what? Intelligence? He was a tank. All points went into constitution. HP, 200. His past assassin self had started with 50 HP. That version was dead. This time, he would be despair itself. Enter character name. He remembered the humiliation, the bald supervisor, the sneezing dragon. If the world's unreasonable, he muttered, then so am I. He typed. Rebellious. A burst of white light exploded before his eyes. The noise nearly shattered Chen Hui's eardrums. Beginner village number 12138. Before he even opened his eyes fully, a familiar stench rushed into his nose. The unmistakable smell of early-stage players packed together like canned meat. When his vision cleared, all he could see were legs. Endless legs moving back and forth like a chaotic fashion show runway. The bargain bin helmet he bought online clearly couldn't keep up. Every passing player left behind pixelated after images. Stop pushing. Push again and I'll disconnect. Anyone want to team up to kill rabbits? Need a healer. No cross-dressers. Prefer someone with a distinctive voice. Buying copper coins at high prices. May scammers lose their entire family. Chen Hui slung the beginner wooden shield behind his back and scanned his surroundings with open disdain. At the village entrance, the grass was practically invisible beneath the sea of heads. 5 or 6 burly players were surrounding a miserable level 1 red-eyed rabbit, beating it like it owed them money. Wooden sticks smashed against metal armor, producing a sound like amateur blacksmithing. The rabbit didn't even have time to get angry before it was reduced to a pile of blood and fur. So this is the efficiency? Chen Hui snorted. If I relied on killing rabbits to earn enough for a new helmet, I'd have to wait until the national football team wins the World Cup. He casually swiped away the beginner quest flashing on the side of his vision. Kill 10 red-eyed rabbits. Nope. Pure waste of time. With the muscle memory of a former top-tier assassin, Chen Hui weaved through the crowd with smooth, serpentine movements. Step left. Flash right. In a few breaths, he broke through the human wall and headed straight north, toward the wilderness. Target confirmed. Flower Slope. Level 3 to 5 restricted zone. The moment he left the crowd behind, the world fell eerily quiet. As he neared the slope, screams carried faintly through the wind. A 4-man team was retreating in panic. Their equipment looked luxurious for the stage, clearly funded by real money. The frontline warrior raised his iron sword. Pfft. A black shadow streaked past. The stinger pierced straight through the sword and embedded itself between the warrior's eyebrows. Instant kill. The body collapsed, leaving a gaping hole in his forehead. The remaining mage, priest, and archer froze in terror. Before they could take 2 steps, green poison effects flashed wildly. Their HP bars drained like faucets turned fully open. During newbie protection, death didn't send them back to town. For translucent souls floated above the corpses, cursing non-stop. What kind of insane stats are these? A level 3 monster takes half your HP per hit and poisons you. Is the designer brain dead? Chen Hui stopped and summoned the data panel. Poisonous V. Level 3. HP 80. Traits: high attack speed, stacking poison. For low HP classes barely scraping past 100 HP, this thing was a walking death sentence. But in Chen Hui's eyes, these weren't monsters. They were flying experience packs. He adjusted his flimsy beginner robe and strolled forward openly. The floating souls stared in disbelief. What's wrong with him? Is he suicidal? No weapon, no armor, newbie? Chen Hui stopped beside a giant wildflower. A poisonous bee hovered nearby, happily collecting nectar. He didn't raise his shield. He slapped its furry backside. Smack. Clean. Crisp. The bee froze. Then it slowly turned around, compound eyes locking onto Chen Hui as its wings vibrated violently. Chen Hui didn't retreat. He lifted a finger, pointed at its head, and crooked it provocatively. All you do is eat, he said calmly. Ever paid rent? Property fees? I suspect illegal construction. The bee screeched. The flower bed erupted. More than 20 poisonous bees burst out, forming a dense black cloud that pressed down on him. Is he insane? That's not how you lure mobs. Chen Hui opened his arms calmly. Like welcoming rain. Come on, he laughed. Recharge, Daddy. The swarm engulfed him instantly. Needles struck like a storm. Damage numbers popped up. -5. -5. -5. Poisoned. -1, -1, -1. His HP dipped steadily. Then, a blood-red digital storm exploded above the swarm. -20. True damage. -20. True damage. -20. True damage. Chen Hui had 200 HP. 10% reflection meant 20 true damage per hit. Ignore defense. Ignore evasion. Each bee only had 80 HP. With their insane attack speed, 2 stings were enough to kill themselves. The result? The swarm fell from the sky like dumplings. Bodies hit the ground nonstop. Less than 3 seconds. Over 20 poisonous bees annihilated. Chen Hui stood in the center, having lost less than 50 HP. Golden light erupted repeatedly. Level up. Level up. The resurrected 4-man team stared in silence. The monk's jaw hung open. The priest dropped his staff. This is cheating, right? They're dying just by attacking him? Chen Hui calmly collected the drops. Copper coins x12. Honey x3. He allocated all 10 new stat points into Constitution without hesitation. Shield warriors gained massive HP scaling. His health doubled instantly. HP 400/400. At level 3, his HP rivaled level 10 squishy classes. Boss, the monk stammered. What skill was that? Chen Hui smiled brightly. Oh, nothing special, he said. I get acupuncture regularly. Then he walked deeper into the flowers without looking back. Behind him, the souls trembled. Did we record that? Post it on the forum. Now. Chen Hui ignored the noise. What was coming next would be far more terrifying. The purple talent icon suddenly flashed. Ding. Lord of Thorns advancement quest triggered. Objective, reflect 50,000 total damage. Reward, reflection rate increased to 30%, adds grievous wound, unlocks new trait. Chen Hui stopped. For anyone else, this quest would be despair. For him? Perfect. He lifted his gaze toward the massive beehive ahead. In my past life, he muttered, I must have been insane to play an assassin. He cracked his knuckles. Time to farm properly.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The flower bed, the sweet fragrance was so intense it was almost overwhelming. Accompanying this was the chilling sound of flapping wings. Chen Hui raised his eyelids. A dozen huge black shadows were hovering overhead. Level 5 elite poison bee. It was a size larger than a regular worker bee, and its stinger was not black, but had a sinister blue glow. They don't collect nectar. Instead, they hover in the air like patrol planes, their compound eyes fixed on the uninvited guests who have intruded into their territory. In my previous life, this place was a mass grave for melee classes. It flies high, has a fast attack speed, is highly poisonous, and can also slow down enemies and kite them. Countless proud and arrogant warriors have been toyed with and killed here, without even touching a single hair on the monster. But in my eyes now. Chen Hui smirked, his expression revealing a hint of malice. You're just a bunch of experience capsules flying in the sky. He didn't rush to engage the monster. He slowly pulled a jar of inferior honey that had just exploded from his backpack. Unscrew the cap. He stretched out his finger and dipped it in a large glob of the golden, viscous liquid. Right under the noses of that swarm of elite poisonous bees, it was put into their mouths. Smack, smack. Chen Hui smacked his lips exaggeratedly, the sound particularly jarring in the quiet flower bed. He shook his head, extended his honey-smeared fingers, and gave the middle finger to the sky. Is this the honey you made? It's so cloying, is it watered down? They dare to sell counterfeit and substandard products. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The compound eyes of more than a dozen elite venomous bees seemed to flash red light simultaneously. Although I can't understand human speech. But the look of disdain and contempt on this two-legged creature's face was simply out of this world. This insult deserves death. Buzz dash. The sound of flapping wings instantly rose 8 octaves. The abdomens of more than a dozen elite venomous bees contracted violently, and deep purple venom condensed at the tips of their dark blue stingers. The next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The venom shot out like an arrow, accompanied by a foul stench, sealing off all of Chen Hui's escape routes. If it were the shadow blade from the previous life, it would have already turned into a blur and flashed 10 meters away. But Chen Hui remained completely still. He couldn't even be bothered to lift the tattered wooden shield. He crossed his arms, like a leader inspecting work, letting the deadly venom rain down on him. Snap, snap, snap. The venom exploded on his beginner's cloth armor, splattering a foul-smelling liquid all over his face. Chen Hui wiped his face and licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. It's a bit salty. Poisoned. Loses 2 health points per second for 180 seconds. This rate of health deduction is nothing more than a tickle to Chen Hui, who has 400 health points. The health bar only twitched slightly. There was no noticeable decrease. But for the attackers, this is the end of the world. The moment the venom touched Chen Hui's skin, it was as if a string of invisible bombs had been detonated in the air. -40, true damage. -40, true damage. -40, true damage. Bright red numbers exploded above the bee swarm like fireworks. Ignore defense. Ignoring distance. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'm willing to take your life. The elite poisonous bee has a total of only 120 health points. Just one volley, 3 shots of venom. Before they could even see how the two-legged creature died, their own health points were instantly reduced to 0. Crackling. The once invincible aerial overlords are now falling one after another like kites with broken strings. The corpse crashed onto the grass, scattering a pile of glittering copper coins. Chen Hui didn't even need to lift a finger. The battle is over. That's it. Chen Hui kicked a dead poisonous bee at his feet, looking like he hadn't had enough. I haven't even used my strength yet, and you've already collapsed. Golden light rose from his body. The experience bar shot up like a rocket. The thrill of leveling up while lying down made every pore on Chen Hui's body feel relaxed and refreshed. The next 20 minutes. An extremely bizarre scene unfolded on Flower Slope. A man radiating green light, poisoning effect, strolled leisurely among the monsters. He didn't attack, he just wandered around there. Occasionally, he would stop to grab a snack and swear at the poisonous bees in the sky. Enraged by the insults, the poisonous bees launched a series of suicidal attacks. Then they all died suddenly. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have reached level 4. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have reached level 5. As the last elite poisonous bee turned into white light, Chen Hui's body once again emitted an upgraded golden light. Level 5. The server had only been open for 1 hour. He has already reached the pinnacle of all player levels. Chen Hui skillfully channeled all 10 points of his free attribute into Constitution. Maximum health, 600. This health bar is even thicker than that of elite monsters of the same level. Just as I was about to turn and leave, I caught a glimpse of something unusual in the grass out of the corner of my eye. It was an old book that had been buried under the corpse of a poisonous bee. It gleamed with a faint bronze glow. Chen Hui suddenly stopped in his tracks. Even a reborn person couldn't help but pause for half a second at this moment. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed the book in one go. The fingertips turned slightly white from the force applied. Random General Skill Book. Note: this skill grants a random, universal skill for your class upon use. It really is it. In my previous life, I was also in this position and also part of this elite group of poisonous bees. He was a fragile assassin at the time, and it took him a full half-hour to kite and kill those monsters, during which he drank all his potions. He was overjoyed when the book was revealed. But he was too poor at that time. The mother lies in the ICU, waiting for money to save her life. He could only watch helplessly as this priceless skill book was bought by a wealthy warrior in the trading house. Later, that warrior, thanks to the amazing skills unlocked by this book, rose to become one of the top 10 tanks in the entire server, enjoying immense glory. That was a lingering regret in Chen Hui's previous life. Money? I have plenty of ways to earn it in this lifetime. A wild glint flashed in Chen Hui's eyes as his fingers caressed the rough spine of the book. But no one is going to take this from me. Without any hesitation, he slammed his hands together. The skill book crumbled in his palm, turning into countless golden runes that frantically drilled into his brow. Randomly selecting skills. The roulette wheel spun rapidly in my mind. Chen Hui stared intently at the interface. It has to be that one. It has to be that one. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the universal skill, Shield Slam. The moment Chen Hui saw those 4 words, his tense shoulders instantly relaxed. Then he burst into wild laughter. Laughter echoed across the open, flower-covered slope, startling several birds flying in the distance. Ha ha, heaven hasn't forsaken me. It really is Shield Bearer. He clicked on the skill details with trembling hands. Shield Slam, LV.When. Effect, grants a shield equal to 25% of maximum health upon activation. When attacking while holding the shield is consumed, dealing physical damage equal to the shield's value to the target. Cooldown, 8 seconds. A seemingly ordinary description. In the hands of an ordinary soldier, this is just a basic skill for both survival and damage output. But in Chen Hui's hands? This is a nuclear weapon. His talent is damage reflection, but his weakness is a lack of proactive burst damage. The damage of Shield Slam is directly linked to the target's health. He currently has 600 HP. 25% is 150 points of shield. This shield strike deals 150 base damage. Even a berserker with all points allocated to strength can only take away about 20 points of health with a single strike at this stage. His strike was equivalent to someone else slashing him 7 or 8 times. Not to mention that as his level increases, his health will grow exponentially with all points allocated to endurance. When that time comes, this shield will fall. Reflect damage is passive, Shield Slam is active. Chen Hui waved his arm in the air, as if he had already grasped the giant shield that could shatter everything. Now I am truly a master of both offense and defense. Anyone who messes with me, I'll kill them. I just don't like whoever. Chen Hui grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I'll just smash him to death with my shield. Another elite poisonous bee exploded into fireworks in midair. Chen Hui didn't even bother to glance at the battle notifications. His eyes were fixed on the counter in the system's backend that only he could see. Thorn Master Advancement Progress, 9600/50,000. 400 more reps to go. Chen Hui rubbed his slightly sore neck. It seemed the gaming pod needed to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. 80 elite poisonous bees sacrificed their lives to contribute to the evolution of his talent. This spirit of selfless dedication is truly moving. It is recommended that they be awarded the top 10 insects that moved eternity medal. Bite. A crisp sound effect as it falls. Chen Hui looked down and saw a dagger with a dull gray luster lying quietly in the grass at his feet. Beasting Dagger, Artisan Grade/Gray. Attack Power, 15. Special Effect, 5% chance to poison the target upon attack. Required Level, 5, Assassin only. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow, a nostalgic smile appearing on his face. In his previous life, this broken dagger was his first love. Back then, he was dirt poor. For this poison dagger, he fought tooth and nail with others for monsters, and he used it until level 10 without ever replacing it. Things have really changed. Chen Hui sighed and bent down, his fingers just touching the cold hilt of the knife. Sudden. A chill ran straight to the top of my head. As one of the top 10 assassins in the entire server in his previous life, that keen sense of killing intent was ingrained in his bones. Without any conscious thought, the body acts faster than the brain. Chen Hui used his waist to exert force, and his whole body leaned backward in an extremely awkward way, like a roly-poly toy. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed past the tip of his nose, catching a few broken strands of hair. Immediately afterwards, a petite figure lost her balance completely as the attack missed its target. Due to inertia, the figure crashed straight into Chen Hui's arms. A soft, sweet gasp escaped her lips. It feels warm, fragrant, and soft against my skin, with a bouncy, supple texture. If this were a romance anime, it would definitely be a famous pink scene, with cherry blossom petals floating in the background. But this is eternity. Chen Hui looked down and met a pair of panicked, large eyes. She is a petite assassin, only about 1.5 meters tall, with a black veil covering her face and a bright red ID on her head, .When. Before the ambiguous atmosphere could even develop for even 0.1 seconds. The system's cold, impersonal notification sound exploded in Chen Hui's mind. Warning. You have been maliciously attacked by player .When. Self-defense mode activated. A mocking number floated above Chen Hui's head. -1. The next second, the little girl, who had been nestled in his arms, suddenly stiffened. A terrifying, blood-red number, like the scythe of death, exploded above her head. -60. True damage. At this stage, a fully agile assassin will have a maximum of 50 HP. There wasn't even time to let out a scream. The warm body in his arms instantly turned into a cold corpse, slumping limply to the ground. Clatter. 2 copper coins burst from the corpse and rolled to Chen Hui's feet. What was just a sweet romance anime has instantly turned into a horror thriller. Chen Hui looked at the pair of unseeing eyes on the ground, shrugged helplessly, and said in a tone full of disappointment. That's it? Why are young people these days so pessimistic? He poked at the 2 copper coins with his toe, marveling at them. So this is what an assassin is like? As fragile as a potato chip. Clearly a full agility build, a total trash with only 50 HP. I didn't even have a chance to attack, and you were already crushed. The corpse hasn't disappeared yet, looks like it died resentfully and is running back to curse. Chen Hui shook his head and ignored the potato chips on the ground. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the seemingly peaceful flower beds around him. The wind blows the grass low, and the flower branches tremble wildly. But in Chen Hui's cunning eyes, those unnatural swaying movements were like the words "someone's here" written all over his forehead. All right, stop hiding. Chen Hui shouted into the air, his tone lazy. You're a *** already showing, and you expect me to treat you to a late-night snack? Silence reigned all around. Only the wind howled, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. You're not coming out, huh? Fine. Chen Hui sneered and pulled out a jar of inferior honey that he hadn't finished eating from his backpack. Aim. Throw. The jar of honey traced a graceful parabola through the air before landing precisely in the densest cluster of flowers on the left. Holy crap. Who the hell threw shit? A scream rang out. Immediately afterwards, a soldier with a head of unconventional blonde hair stood up awkwardly, the broken jar on his head, and sticky honey dripping down his cheeks, smearing his face. Splash dash. As the blonde-haired man was exposed, more than a dozen people gradually stood up from the surrounding flower bushes. All of them were level 2 or 3 players. Apart from that blonde warrior whose health barely exceeded 100, the rest were all fragile and would break at the slightest touch. The blonde-haired man ripped the jar off his head, smeared honey on his face, pointed his long sword at Chen Hui, and laughed arrogantly and greasily. Ha ha, no wonder you're a master who dares to solo high-level monster areas. Your alertness is quite good. Chen Hui glanced around at the rabble. Just then, he keenly noticed that the respawn rate of the elite poisonous bees around him had slowed down. It could even be said that things have stagnated. The air was heavy. Chen Hui's eyes darted around, and an extremely wicked idea instantly popped into his mind. He then pulled out a jar of honey, tossing it in his hand as he casually asked, "What do you guys mean by this? Are you robbing me or assaulting me? I may be handsome, but I only sell my art, not my body." The blonde-haired man was interrupted, and the momentum he had just built up almost dissipated. He puffed out his chest, struck what he thought was a very cool pose, and roared with righteous indignation. Bullshit. Don't let such vulgar things like money taint my soul. What we want is fame. Fame, don't you understand? Killing a master like you will make Wolf Tail Studio famous overnight. Chen Hui chuckled. What happens after you become famous? The blonde-haired man said matter-of-factly, of course, it's about taking orders and making money. Idiot. Chen Hui looked at this idiot with his peculiar way of thinking, and his lips curled up into a wide smile. Good, that's ambitious. Since you want to be famous, I'll give you a chance. The blonde-haired man was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, thinking Chen Hui was scared. He roared to the sky, good. You know what's good for you. You're a real man. With that, he waved his hand, about to order his underlings to gang up on him. Wait. Chen Hui suddenly raised his hand and made a pause gesture. Have you started streaming? The blonde-haired man froze, looking bewildered. Huh? No? Why would you turn that on? It wastes data. Chen Hui sighed in exasperation, pointing at the blonde-haired boy and cursing. Are you a pig? If you hadn't streamed it live, how would anyone know it was you, Wolf Tail Studio, who killed me? When the time comes, I'll just lie on the ground and claim you're a master. Who'll believe me? No proof, understand? The blonde-haired man was stunned. His brain raced for 2 seconds, then he slapped his thigh and looked at Chen Hui with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Holy crap. Master, I've got it. You're right. Without a video recording, who's going to know I'm awesome? Bro, that's serious. If this blows you out, I'll burn double the paper money for you from now on. After saying that, Huang Mao hurriedly opened the system interface and activated the server-wide live stream function. The title was even more outrageous: Wolf Tail Studios debut, annihilating the server's top player. Alright, the live stream is on. Bro, you're a decent guy, but for my future, I have no choice but to ask you to die. The blonde-haired man grinned maliciously, brandishing his longsword. Brothers charge. Blow him up. A dozen or so men were yelling and ready to charge. Chen Hui, remained standing still. He looked up at the sky, then at the honey still smeared on the blonde man's face, and the smile on his lips gradually turned sinister. That's about enough. Just as Huang Mao rushed to within 5 meters of Chen Hui. Boom! A thunderclap from nowhere. A terrifying, foul wind descended from the sky, instantly uprooting the surrounding flower bushes. A huge shadow fell over the earth. The blonde-haired man and his gang were blown about by the strong wind, and before they could even regain their footing, a deafening roar rang in their ears. Who is it? How dare you steal my tribute? Everyone looked up in horror. In midair, a giant queen bee, the size of a small car, was flapping its translucent wings, its compound eyes gleaming with a ferocious crimson light, staring intently down below. The venomous queen bee, boss. Level 7. Health points, 6,000/6,000. Attack power, 100. The terrifying health bar and overwhelming pressure made everyone present's legs tremble. Bee, boss. The blonde-haired man was so frightened that he dropped his sword, his voice trembling. This. How can there be such a huge boss in the newbie village? Just then, Chen Hui suddenly moved. He took an exaggerated step back, his hands trembling as he pointed at the still-dazed blonde-haired man, his voice shrill, his acting instantly explosive. The queen bee. It's him. It's this blonde guy. He not only stole your honey, but he also smeared the rest on his face. Look. His face is still sticky. It's like they're rubbing your dignity into the ground. The entire hall fell silent. The queen bee's gaze instantly locked onto the blonde-haired man. Indeed, golden honey with a sweet, cloying aroma lingered on that greasy face. He was even holding the empty can in his hand. There are witnesses and physical evidence to prove it. Roar dash. The queen bee flew into a rage, and the stinger on her abdomen glowed with a despairing purple light. Huang Mao glanced at the empty can in his hand, then at Chen Hui, who had a righteous look on his face, and finally at the boss in the sky who was about to launch an attack. My whole body cracked open. His lips trembled as he uttered a question from the depths of his soul. No. Brother, are you trying to trick me into thinking I'm Japanese? Were no miracles. A level 7 boss's enraged attack is simply beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. A dark blue needle pierced his chest. Before the blonde-haired man could even see the trajectory of the attack, his vision went gray. Huge damage numbers floated up, his last word stuck in his throat. His body turned into white light, leaving only an unrefreshed corpse, still with that dazed expression of "Who am I? Where am I?" Inside the live stream, hundreds of viewers instantly erupted in excitement. That's it? Where did the streamer go? Oh, he turned into a box. I don't understand this boss's damage. One-hit kill? Is this game even playable? That's all for now. Goodbye, streamer. I'll take care of your wife. However, the queen bee's wrath was clearly not something that could be quelled by the death of a single blonde-haired bee. Its enormous compound eyes flashed red light, and its wings vibrated at a high frequency. A deep purple poisonous mist suddenly exploded outwards from its center. Skill: Poison Storm. Cough, cough, cough. The group of Wolf Tail Studio members who had originally planned to watch the show were instantly engulfed by the purple mist. These squishy characters, only level 2 or 3, have health bars that look like they're bungee jumping. -15. -15. -15. Less than 5 seconds. The flower-covered slope became quiet. More than a dozen corpses lay scattered about, and the ground was covered with red and blue potions and copper coins. Chen Hui stood at the edge of the poisonous fog. He didn't even move. The poison, which was enough to instantly kill a squishy character, seemed somewhat laughable in the face of his 600 health points. The few points of health he loses per second are not even as fast as his health regeneration rate when he's out of combat. At this moment, because of the massacre, the popularity of the live stream from the perspective of the yellow-haired man's corpse actually increased, with the number of viewers instantly soaring to over 100,000. The system automatically captured trending topics, and the title was changed to Lone Wolf Player vs Hidden Boss. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? The live chat was filled with comments, all expressing pessimism. That commoner is doomed. Without weapons, how are we supposed to fight? Are we supposed to risk our lives? Is this person scared out of their wits? Why isn't they running away? Run? Chen Hui curled the corners of his lips into a smile. He cracked his knuckles as he moved them. Then, facing the camera from the perspective of the blonde-haired corpse, he flashed an extremely arrogant V sign. Why are you running? This is a free gift of experience points delivered right to your doorstep. Before he could finish speaking, the queen bee seemed to sense the contempt of this two-legged creature. The hissing sound pierced the eardrums. Its massive body stirred up a foul stench, like a runaway heavy tank, as it dove and bombarded Chen Hui. It's over. It's going to turn into mincemeat, someone exclaimed in the live stream. Just as that enormous mouthpart was about to touch Chen Hui's nose, Chen Hui made a move. He didn't raise his shield to take the hit. Although the body of the All-California type is bulky, under the mind control of a top assassin, it exhibits an extremely eerie sense of incongruity. With a slight twist of his toes, he crushed the soil and shifted his body half a step to the left. A divine skill from a past life, Ghost Step. Even without the agility bonus, he managed to perform this evasive maneuver, defying the laws of physics, thanks to his extreme control over his muscles. Brush. A foul wind swept across my face. Chen Hui slid his hand along the queen bee's hairy abdomen. A huge miss sign floated up above his head. There was a momentary silence in the live stream chat. Immediately afterwards, the screen was filled with question marks. Is this a meat shield? This is more like an assassin wearing plate armor. Luck. It's definitely luck. He must have slipped. However, the next second, the audience's complaints started again. Although Chen Hui avoided the physical impact, he accidentally stepped into a pit of venom left by the queen bee. Sizzle. Smoke was rising from the cloth shoes. Poisoned. -5 per second. TCH, it really was just luck. I still stepped on a landmine, waiting for the streamer to be poisoned to death. Chen Hui looked at the insignificant number floating above his head and his face broke into a wide smile. Ouch, that hurts. It hurts so much, Daddy. Despite complaining of pain, its body remained motionless in the venom. At the very moment of poisoning, the queen bee, who had just completed her dive and was preparing to turn around, suddenly froze. -60, true damage. -60, true damage. -60, true damage. A series of blood-red numbers exploded wildly above the queen bee's head. The live stream went silent instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene. The man, dressed only in novice clothing, strolled leisurely through the poisonous fog, even occasionally rubbing himself against areas with the densest venom, as if he were taking a sauna. A single-digit number indicating his health loss was floating above his head. Meanwhile, the once invincible level 7 boss's health bar seemed to have been unleashed, with dozens of points of true damage gushing out. This is a cheat code, isn't it? Why does the boss lose health when the boss attacks him? Does that make sense? Report. Absolutely report this. A cheat that grants invincibility and reflects damage. Chen Hui simply ignored the comments. He's having a blast right now. Come on. Push harder. Haven't you eaten? While using his skillful movement to dodge every physical attack from the Queen Bee, Chen Hui also precisely caught every drop of splashed venom, passing through a sea of flowers, only to be stained with poison. The Queen Bee has gone completely mad. It had never seen such a despicable human in its entire life. You can't hit them with a blow, and you can't kill them with poison. Instead, you end up in excruciating pain all over your body. The boss's health rapidly dropped below 1%, and it entered a berserk state. The compound eyes glowed bright red, and the attack speed surged, clearly indicating an attempt to force a blood exchange. Getting anxious? A glint flashed in Chen Hui's eyes, and his playful smile vanished. You've had your fun. Time to send you on your way. He abruptly stopped, no longer dodging, but instead facing the Queen Bee's charge, raising his tattered wooden shield. Skill activated. Shield slam. Buzz. A thick golden shield instantly enveloped his entire body. 150 shield points. The next second, Chen Hui exerted force from his waist, causing his spine to tremble and the power to flow through his arms. The wooden shield, accompanied by a whistling sound, slammed heavily into the Queen Bee's vulnerable compound eyes. Get out of here, you idiot. Bang. A muffled thud shook the heavens. Minus 150, skill damage. Minus 60, damage reflection. The burst of damage instantly wiped out the Queen Bee's last sliver of health. The level 7 boss let out a mournful cry of resentment, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, shaking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Splashing sound. Huge explosion. Copper coins and materials were scattered all over the ground, dazzling in the sunlight. At the very top of that pile of spoils lay 2 pieces of equipment emitting a ghostly glow and a skill book. The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap. Dead? Really dead? That damage killed the boss with a single shield slam? Is this some kind of shield warrior? Master, I'm begging you to carry me. I have a cute lowly voice. Where's the guy who said the streamer died and his sister-in-law was supporting him? Come out and show your face. Chen Hui ignored the frantic barrage of comments. He walked forward slowly and collected the copper coins and equipment from the ground, one by one, into his backpack. Her movements were graceful, as if she were picking vegetables in her own backyard. Finally, he picked up the staff that gleamed with a grayish sheen. He walked to the side of the blonde-haired man's body. At this moment, Huang Mao had not yet released his soul and was still broadcasting from a first-person perspective, which allowed him to see Chen Hui's magnified face. Chen Hui squatted down. He reached out and thoughtfully wiped the lens around the blonde guy's eyes with his sleeve. Then, he flashed his signature, harmless smile. Wolf Tail Studio, right? He waved the staff in front of the camera. Thanks for the boss, bro. This rocket attack was pretty big. I'm very satisfied. The first craftsman-grade staff in the entire server, with decent stats, including an increase to intelligence. Chen Hui paused, his eyes sincere. Although you lost your life, you gained traffic. This is a good deal. Oh, by the way, if your studio wants to buy it back, remember to add me as a friend. I'll give you a 2% discount. The blonde-haired man, on his way to his corpse, saw that smug smile on the live stream screen and felt a tightness in his chest. I almost spat blood onto the screen of the virtual reality headset. Am I pretty? To kill someone, you also have to destroy their spirit. Congratulations to player Rebellious Bones for reaching level 6. Ding. Congratulations to player Fangu for achieving the first boss kill in the entire server. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 1 silver coin. The golden light faded. Chen Hui stood amidst the mess and opened the attribute panel. Without any hesitation, his fingers flew across the virtual screen, the movements almost invisible. 5 points for leveling up, 5 points for first kill. All 10 points of free attribute were put into the Constitution column. The number in the health bar jumped slightly, then froze at a breathtakingly low value. Health points, 800/800. 800 HP. Chen Hui whistled, his eyes filled with amusement. At this stage, a berserker with half strength points will only have a little over 200 HP at most. This health bar is thicker than a mini-boss in a wild map. Clean up the loot. First, there were the handguards that gleamed with a faint, cold light. Queen's Grip, Gray/Master Grade. Location, hand. Constitution +10. Special effect, when health drops below 50%, automatically generate a shield equal to 10% of maximum health. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Requirement level, 7. Chen Hui's eyebrows twitched violently. The equipment's attributes are practically tailor-made for him. Increase Constitution, provide a shield when low on health. Combined with his Shield Slam and the talent Reflect Damage, how can this be considered gauntlets? However, I still need to level up to level 7, no rush. Next was the staff. The staff shimmered with a pale golden light, and at its tip was an unpolished Queen Bee crystal core. Buzzing Staff, Master Grade/Gray. Intelligence +15. Special effect, there is a 15% chance to deal double damage when using skills. The best weapon for a mage before level 10. Chen Hui toyed with the staff. It was very light, but very heavy. In the current gaming environment, this is equivalent to a nuclear weapon. In the lower right corner of my retina, the private message icon is flashing a red alert. The 999 plus message notifications are enough to trigger trypophobia in anyone. Upon opening it, I found a chaotic mess of demons. You cheater! Dare to reveal your coordinates? Wolftail Studio is issuing a server-wide warrant for your arrest. Brother, can you help me level up? I can use video chat. Brother, I cordially invite you to join the Dynasty Guild. Monthly salary of 3,000, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Chen Hui turned on the filtering function with a blank expression. Keywords, highest bid. The world became instantly quiet. The list was cleared, leaving only a single ID at the top. 0. Only a brief line, yet it exudes an air of arrogant arrogance that refuses to waste words. The staff, fixed price, 500,000 renminbi. Chen Hui's pupils contracted slightly. It wasn't because of the money, but because of the name. 0. In his previous life, he was a mysterious and unpredictable god of magic, a monster who consistently ranked among the top 3 in the server's power rankings. No one knows whether he is male or female, nor does anyone know his real-life identity. All I know is that even the leaders of those top guilds have to treat this ID with utmost respect. It turns out that this staff had fallen into his hands in his previous life. Chen Hui tapped his fingers lightly on the virtual keyboard and replied with 2 words. Not for sale. The other party clearly hadn't expected to be rejected and replied quickly, offering a simple and direct price increase. Too little? 800,000. Is this the unpretentious nature of a super-rich person? Chen Hui stared at the number, his eyes unusually clear. 800,000. For him now, it's a huge sum of money, enough to solve many of his immediate problems. But he didn't move. Because some things money can't buy. For example, time. For example, privileges. Money? I have plenty of ways to make it. A wolf-like sharpness flashed in Chen Hui's eyes. But I want to exchange the staff for a spot in the Jinghai Central Hospital's Black Gold VIP ward. The message has been sent. There was a silence on the other end that lasted for half a minute. Clearly, even someone as seasoned as Zero was stumped by this bizarre request. Selling the number 1 legendary item in the entire server within the game. No house, no car, no cash. Just 1 hospital bed? Half a minute later, the message 0 popped up again, still as concise as ever. 10 minutes. Chen Hui's tense shoulders relaxed. It's done. Thanks. Without any hesitation, he logged off immediately. After removing his gaming helmet, Chen Hui returned to his cramped rented room. The air was filled with the mixed smells of cheap instant noodles and old mold, while outside the window, the bustling city was noisy and chaotic. He stared intently at the phone with its shattered screen on the table. The second hand ticked away, 1 mark at a time. Each tick felt like a blow to his heart. Ring, ring, ring. The shrill ringing of the bell rang out in the quiet room. Chen Hui grabbed the phone, his knuckles turning white from the force. Hello. Is this Mr. Chen Hui? The voice on the other end of the phone was very familiar to Chen Hui. Dr. Li was my mother's attending physician. But this voice no longer carried the impatience and condescension of the past when demanding payment of medical bills. Instead, there was an almost fearful reverence, even tinged with a slight tremor. Mr. Chen, the hospital director just called to inquire. We have already transferred your mother to the top floor VIP ward. Furthermore, the hospital director instructed that all subsequent treatment costs will be waived, and a top-tier team of specialists will conduct consultations. Don't worry, Andy's condition is very stable now, and we've arranged 3 caregivers to work in shifts around the clock. In the background of the phone call, the faint hum of high-end medical equipment could be heard, along with the nurse's soft-spoken inquiries. That was an environment my mother could never have dreamed of in her previous life. In his previous life, his mother spent years shaving off white paint and inhaling dust in order to support his schooling. 3 years later, when he was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer, he had no money and could only stay on an extra bed in the corridor. That night, the mother was in so much pain that she was covered in cold sweat, but she bit the corner of the blanket tightly and refused to make a sound, afraid of waking him who was sleeping by the bedside. That was a thorn in Chen Hui's heart that he could never remove. Even though he later became one of the top 10 assassins in the entire server and earned countless amounts of money, he could never make up for the regret of that night. Chen Hui looked up at the mottled water stains on the ceiling. My eyes feel hot. Dr. Li, thank you for your help. Please take good care of my mother. I'll be there later. Hang up the phone. The huge weight that had been hanging over my heart finally lifted. 500,000? 800,000? That's money to buy your life. If we take the money and then try to get an appointment through connections, my mother's illness simply cannot wait. Only a big shot at the 0 level can get the dean to personally intervene with a single phone call and go directly through the green channel. This deal was a huge profit. Chen Hui put his helmet back on and reconnected his nerves. A flash of white light, and we returned to the flower-covered slope. In the private message section, Zero's profile picture is still lit up. Without saying a word, Chen Hui immediately initiated a transaction request. Place the buzzing staff in the trade window. Confirm. There was no hesitation or ambiguity, and no worry about the other party changing their mind. Ding. Transaction complete. Zero seemed surprised that this seemingly sleazy guy would be so decisive in doing business. After all, this is currently the #1 artifact in the entire server. Even if the other party suddenly raises the price to hundreds of thousands, for the sake of face, I'll give them 0. A few seconds later, 0 unusually sent a message unrelated to the transaction. I never expected someone as carefree as you to have such a filial side. Happy transaction. If you have any good products in the future, please contact me first. Chen Hui looked at the message, grinned, and resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. Fingers flew as they typed. Sure. As long as the money's right, the boss will crush you. After all, I'm the toughest man in the entire server now. Close the chat window. Chen Hui glanced at his attribute panel, then turned his gaze to the beginner village. My worries have been resolved. He twisted his neck, and his bones cracked like popping beans. Next, it's time to head to the starting village and get the hidden quest. Village number 12138 is bustling with activity. Chen Hui's image had just appeared at the village entrance. The once bustling market fell silent for a split second. Immediately afterwards, a sound wave exploded like a tsunami. He's alive. The rebellious god is alive. Brother, look at me. I'm your #1 backup option. Master, are you selling that stuff? Name your price. Offline bank transfer is fine too. Countless flashes bombarded Chen Hui. Several players with big guild prefixes on their names, like sharks smelling blood, desperately pushed and shoved their way in. Brother, I'm the vice president of Dynasty Hegemony. Come join us, and your starting salary is $1 million a year. Get out of my way. You traitorous tyrant, come to Misty Rain Pavilion. The guild leader said that if you come, the vice guild leader position is yours. A hand was about to shove into Chen Hui's nostril. Chen Hui pushed it aside expressionlessly. His eyes were cold. It's like watching a bunch of low-level goblins who can only babble. Excuse me. Don't get in my way of making money. He ignored everyone's attempts to win him over. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He walked straight through the crowd and headed to the farthest corner of the village. That place is a garbage dump that even stray dogs avoid. An old beggar was lying there slumped over. It reeked of a nauseating, sour stench. A leg was broken, the wound was festering, and several green-bottle flies were dancing around the rotting flesh. To the average player, this is just a worthless background scene. There isn't even an interaction button. But in Chen Hui's eyes, this was hardly a beggar. This is clearly a breathing goldmine. The job change mentor for the hidden job from a previous life, Fudo. Chen Hui did not pause at all. He pulled a jar of Daughter's Red wine that he had prepared beforehand directly from his backpack. He just casually stole it from the village chief's backyard. This also earned him the village chief's cold dislike. But that's not important. The important thing is that this old guy is a typical, die-hard tsundere. You can't trigger the mission unless you do something outrageous. Chen Hui squatted down. He effortlessly popped the cork off the bottle. The strong aroma of alcohol instantly masked the surrounding stench. Splash! Without the slightest hesitation, the entire jar of strong liquor was poured over the old beggar's festering, broken leg. Whoa! The old beggar, who had been lying like a dead pig, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. I almost launched myself off the spot. Old man, bear with it. Chen Hui wore a devilish smile. His hands, however, were extremely rough. He pulled out a rough piece of linen he had just bought from the grocery store and tightened it around his wound. The wine is good, but the legs are rotten. If you don't want to have your leg amputated and become like Li Taiguai, a character from Journey to the West known for his iron crutches, you'll have to endure this. The old beggar's face contorted in pain. Those cloudy eyes suddenly opened. Two beams of piercing light suddenly burst forth from his previously lifeless eyes. Boom! A blast of air rolled in. The players watching felt as if they had been hit in the chest with a sledgehammer and involuntarily took 2 steps back. System notification. The mysterious old beggar's favorability towards you has been increased. Current status. Enraged with a hint of satisfaction. Chen Hui chuckled. They weren't afraid of the old man's murderous gaze at all. Instead, he reached out and rubbed his fingers together in an extremely irritating way. Stop glaring at me. 50 years of Daughter's Red wine, plus my unique bandaging technique. Chen Hui, how about giving me some family heirloom to settle the debt? The old beggar was stunned. I've lived to be this old. I've seen those who uphold justice and those who kick someone when they're down. I've never seen such a shameless scoundrel who does a good deed and then tries to extort money from me. You little brat. Have you no shame? The old beggar was so angry that his beard trembled. A face? Can you swipe a card on that? Chen Hui spoke with righteous indignation. A player watching nearby seemed to have realized something. I get it. This is the trigger mechanism. We need to torture him. This guy is quick-witted and sharp-eyed. He pulled a bottle of cheap liquor from his backpack and, imitating Chen Hui, was about to pour it on the old beggar. Old man. I'll disinfect you too. Roll. The old beggar let out a loud shout. He casually swung the tattered cane in his hand. Snap. It's like swatting a mosquito. The player didn't even have time to scream before his head was smashed into his chest. A flash of white light. He went straight back to town to respawn. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared in horror at the old beggar who had been half dead just moments before. Instant kill. How could there be such a monster NPC in the beginner village? The old beggar put away his cane. He didn't even glance at that unfortunate fellow. She just stared intently at Chen Hui, her voice hoarse. Kid, aren't you afraid of me? Chen Hui shrugged. He leaned close to the old beggar's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. The renowned first shield guard of the empire. Evasion, the immovable king, who once single-handedly defended the main city. When did we stoop so low as to get angry with a bunch of greenhorns? The old beggar's pupils contracted sharply. That terrifying aura vanished instantly. Instead, there was the shock of having one's underwear exposed. Who are you? How do you know? Who I am is not important. Chen Hui smiled slyly. It looks just like a big bad wolf luring a little rabbit. The important thing is, I know you want revenge. Evasion remained silent for a long time. At last, he gave Chen Hui a deep look. He pulled a worn-out wooden plaque from his pocket and threw it into Chen Hui's arms. Get out of the village. That's my old training stance. No fighting back, no dodging, withstand 1,000 attacks. If you miss one, I'll break your legs. Ding. Hidden unique trial quest triggered. The true meaning of absolute defense. Mission objective: withstand 1,000 attacks from the madman's wooden stake. Task reward unknown. Chen Hui caught the wooden sign. She smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. All right, you can rest now. 1,000 beatings? It's torture for others. For him, who possessed the Lord of Thorns, this was like a windfall. Chen Hui turned around with a smug look on his face. Get ready to enjoy this feast of being beaten. However, they had only taken a few steps when their path was blocked. So you're rebellious, huh? Pretty arrogant, huh? A sinister voice rang out. The crowd was separated. More than 30 players formed a large group and blocked the only passage at the village entrance. The one in charge was none other than Lone Wolf, the boss of Wolf Tail Studio. Behind him, the blonde-haired man who had been tricked to death by Chen Hui earlier looked on with resentment and malice. His finger trembled as he pointed at Chen Hui. Boss, it's this B******************. Not only did they steal the boss, they also humiliated me. The lone wolf was toying with a gray, craftsman-grade longsword in his hand. The way they looked at Chen Hui was as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over that staff. Kneel down and kowtow 3 more times to my brother, and maybe I'll let you stay in the newbie village. The lone wolf sneered. The 30-odd henchmen behind him simultaneously brandished their weapons. A cold light gleamed. Otherwise, if you dare to step out of the safe zone even once today, we'll kill you until you quit the game. The surrounding casual players were so frightened that they all retreated. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. It's over, the entire Wolf Tail Studio team has been mobilized. Though this rebellious spirit is formidable, even a hero can't withstand a large number of people. What a pity, I just got the hidden quest, and now I'm being sent back to level 0. Chen Hui stopped in his tracks. He looked at the group of murderous players in front of him. I glanced at the system back-end again. The progress bar for Thorn Master Advancement Progress 24500/50,000 is currently stuck halfway down, neither advancing nor retreating. His expression was initially one of impatience. Gradually, she became kind. That was the look in the old farmer's eyes as he looked at his bountiful leek harvest. That's the feeling of a hungry wolf watching a flock of fat sheep come to its door. Excuse me. Chen Hui scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. His face broke into his signature, harmless smile. How many times did you say you wanted to kill me? The lone wolf was taken aback. Thinking he was scared, they became even more arrogant. I'll kill you until you quit the game. What? Scared? No, don't misunderstand. Chen Hui waved his hand. The excitement in his eyes was almost overflowing. He thoughtfully took a step forward. He stepped out of the safe zone. Chen Hui opened his arms. It's like embracing the whole world. Beat me hard, don't hold back. Exactly 20,000 points of damage needed. Could you all, perhaps work overtime? Comments. Previous the village entrance was hot and dry. The lone wolf stood at the edge of the safe zone, his level 3 craftsman-grade longsword pointing diagonally at the ground. Behind him, 2 rows of ranged classes stood in a line, the elemental glow at the tips of their staffs and the taut sound of bowstrings intertwining to form a net ready to be unleashed. Rebellious. The lone wolf's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an air of confidence that he was in control of the situation. You are indeed tough, but can those 2 legs outrun my mage squad? As long as I stay away from you, you're just a moving target. Kite tactics. This is an axiom in the world of online games for dealing with short-legged tanks. The casual players watching the scene retreated, their eyes filled with regret. Even the hardest iron plate can't withstand the long-range polishing of dozens of people, let alone a level 6 novice with no movement skills. Chen Hui laughed. He didn't even glance at Lone Wolf, turning instead to walk towards the musty-smelling madman's stake in the corner. Those were quest items left behind by the old beggar. Hey, it's time to get moving. Chen Hui patted the rough bark of the wooden stake and directly selected Start Trial. Buzz. The wooden stake shuddered, instantly activating the previously dormant mechanism. Two ironclad wooden arms swung in a wide arc, whistling through the air, and crashed down upon the stake. Bang! 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 Its attack speed is extremely fast, 5 times per second. A series of dense numbers instantly floated above Chen Hui's head. -1. -1. -1. After doing all this, Chen Hui turned around, leaned against the wooden stake that was firing wildly, and spread his hands towards the lone wolf. His posture was just like an old man sunbathing in his own backyard. Come. Chen Hui pointed to his chest. Stop talking the talk, hit them here. The lone wolf's eye twitched. Would rather be beaten with wooden stakes than run away? What kind of thought process is that? Playing tricks. The lone wolf brandished his long sword, his face grim. Since you want to die quickly, fine. Focus fire and kill him instantly. Boom. A dozen fireballs and ice spikes roared out, accompanied by the sharp whistling of arrows piercing the air, instantly engulfing the figure standing under the wooden stake. A dazzling skill effect exploded, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. I won. Yellow Hair excitedly clenched his fist. That burst of damage is enough to kill him twice over. However, the expected white light did not appear. On the contrary, a series of dull thuds of people falling to the ground suddenly came from within the Wolf Tail Studios camp. Thump. Thump. The fire mage on the far left, before even putting down his staff, fell straight backward, his eyes vacant. Next came 2 archers, who clutched their chests and collapsed to their knees, their health bars instantly emptied, their screams caught in their throats. Weird. Extremely bizarre. As the smoke cleared, Chen Hui was still standing there. The pitiful -5 and -8 numbers floated above his head. This is the effect of allocating points to Constitution. Not only is the maximum health high, but magic and physical resistance are also quite high. These level 2 and 3 mages are lucky if they can even break through the defenses. Above the heads of the players attacking him, shocking, blood-red numbers exploded. -80, true damage. -80, true damage. -80, true damage. The priest couldn't even keep up with healing. Anyone who has attacked Chen Hui, they're definitely going to die. At this stage, a mage has at most 90 health points. Touching Chen Hui will cost you 80 health points. In addition, both fireballs and ice spikes deal continuous damage. It directly reflected several times, causing damage. He died on the spot. What kind of damage is this? The lone wolf stared at his brothers lying on the ground, a chill running down his spine. He didn't move, so he's still alive. But he witnessed something even more horrifying. The crazed wooden stake behind Chen Hui was still unleashing its furious attacks. Each time the wooden stake is struck, a check will be triggered. The task progress bar in the lower right corner of Chen Hui's retina was displaying data at an alarming rate. 27,000/50,000. 32,000/50,000. 45,000/50,000. Chen Hui stretched comfortably, letting the wooden stake pound his back as if it were not an attack, but a moderately strong Thai massage. He looked at the lone wolf across from him, who had a blank expression, his brows furrowed slightly, seemingly quite displeased. It stopped. Chen Hui took a step forward, his tone sincere. Don't stop. That fireball was quite warm, want 2 more. Hey marksman, what's with your shaking hand? Aim right, shoot for the eyes, that's where the critical hit rate is highest. The entire hall fell silent. Only the monotonous thump-thump of the wooden stakes echoed. This is hardly a duel. This is clearly a one-sided attempt to extort money. Anyone who hits him dies. So many people have died, and this guy isn't even a red-named player. Monster, monster. The remaining few surviving mages were trembling so badly they almost dropped their staffs. This war is unwinnable. Hitting him is tantamount to suicide, not hitting him. Looking at that smug expression made me want to die even more. Get out. All of you get out. Lone Wolf made a quick decision, his face turning deathly pale. If the fight continues, the main force of the Wolf Tail Studio will be wiped out here. If all the red name equipment dropped on that ground is lost, the studio's profits for this week will be completely wiped out. He gave the man standing under the wooden stake, enjoying himself, a deep look that was no longer one of disdain, but of deep apprehension. Traitorous. Wolf Tail will remember this debt. There were no harsh words, no shouting. Lone Wolf, with his remaining few defeated soldiers, turned and fled, not even having time to collect the corpses on the ground. That figure, so frantic, looked like a dog that had lost its home. Chen Hui watched their departing figures and sighed with some regret. Young people these days have absolutely no perseverance. Negative review. Just then, a crisp, pleasant notification sound exploded in his mind like heavenly music. Bite. Congratulations, player. The talent Lord of Thorns has completed the advanced trial. Current level, level 2. Effect 1. Damage reflection increased to 30%. True damage. Effect 2. New unlocked pain conversion. 10% of reflected damage will be converted into your own health. Chen Hui looked at the newly appeared entries on the panel and couldn't help but laugh. 30% damage reflection. He currently has 800 HP, while over there it's a full 240 points serious injury. Alternatively, once you reach level 7 and equip the gauntlets, your damage can exceed 300. No class at level 7 could probably reach a terrifying 300 damage, not even an assassin with all points allocated to strength. It even has a built-in blood-sucking ability. This not only saves you from needing red potions, but also eliminates the hassle of finding a priest to team up with. This is no longer a meat shield. This is clearly a tireless grinder of flesh and blood, a perpetual motion machine. Chen Hui turned off the control panel, glanced back at the madman's wooden stake that had been destroyed and was emitting black smoke, and then looked in the direction where the lone wolf had disappeared. He gently patted the dust off his clothes, his eyes clear and bright. Lone wolf brother, you're a good man. Next time we meet, I'll definitely give you a banner praising your selflessness. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Hui swaggered off to find the beggar to complete his quest. Click. The mad wooden stake, which had withstood countless heavy blows, finally met its end in its final recoil. 2 pieces of broken wood lay slumped on the ground, smoldering smoke rising from the cuts, as if they had just endured a brutal lightning strike. Chen Hui pulled his backpack and twisted his waist with lingering enjoyment. Is this broken? He kicked the sawdust on the ground with his toe in disgust, then turned to look at the old beggar who looked as if he had seen a ghost. Old man, you didn't buy this wooden stake on Pinduoduo for 9.9 yuan with free shipping, did you? It fell down before I even applied any force. Chen Hui walked up to Lei Jin, his right palm facing up, his slender fingers moving with remarkable dexterity. This is considered a work-related injury resulting in prop damage, so it's not my fault, right? What about the reward? Hurry up, I'm busy. Lei Jin stared intently at the energetic young man in front of him. Don't mention a broken leg. This thing didn't even break a scratch. In fact, because of the high-frequency massage just now, its complexion was rosy, as if it had just eaten a super nourishing soup. Is this even human? This is practically an ancient ferocious beast in human skin. You. Lei Jin's knuckles were white as he gripped the cane, and the cane itself seemed to groan mournfully. He originally intended to use this bizarre mission to dampen the kid's arrogance and teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that this kid would treat punishment as a pleasure? Would you even like to do it again? What do you mean you? Chen Hui frowned, his tone becoming somewhat impatient, much like a landlord pressing for debts. The mighty Akala, you wouldn't be trying to renege on your promise, would you? So many eyes are watching. If word gets out, your reputation will be ruined. Shut up. My word is my bond. Lei Jin was so angry that his chest heaved violently. If blood pressure had a reading, it would probably be off the charts by now. He angrily reached into his pocket and rummaged around for a long time. Finally, with a pained expression, he pulled out an old book with a dark gold sheen and slammed it into Chen Hui's hand. Take it. Get out of here. Don't hang around in front of me. It hurts my eyes. Chen Hui caught the skill book. The moment my fingertips touched the cover, a heavy, substantial feeling traveled up my arm. Skill book. Holy taunt. Unique/cannot be upgraded. Class restriction. Shield Guardian. Effect. Unleashes a provocative roar, forcibly attracting all hostile targets within a 50-meter radius to attack. Duration. 10 seconds. Special attribute. During the skill's duration, gain 50% full damage reduction. Cooldown. 30 seconds. Note. The moment you raise your middle finger, you are the center of the world. Chen Hui weighed the book in his hand and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Amazing skill. Absolutely divine skill. For a counter-damage build, the worst thing isn't that the monsters are too strong, but that the monsters don't attack you. Previously, dealing with the lone wolf gang required relying on acting skills and verbal sparring to provoke hatred, which was inefficient and prone to encountering opponents of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle level. But with this skill, that's forced buying and selling. Whether you want to hit me or not, the system is forcing you to. Nice one. Without saying a word, Chen Hui clicked to learn. A middle finger-shaped icon has been added to the skill bar. Simple, direct, and perfectly suited to his personality. I gave you a chance, but you didn't do it, old man. Chen Hui waved the empty book cover in his hand. Remember to contact me again if there's anything good like this next time. I don't have many other good qualities, but I'm very resilient. Leijin rolled his eyes, forcibly suppressing the urge to smash the kid's skull with his cane. He snorted coldly. Don't be too happy yet. If you want to inherit my mantle, being able to take a beating isn't enough. It also needs to be able to resist poison. Leijin raised his withered finger and pointed to the west of the village. The place is shrouded in a ghastly green mist year-round, from which occasionally a chilling roar can be heard. Go to the poisonous mist swamp and bring me 100 highly toxic cysts. They're the main ingredient for the antidote. Whether my leg heals depends on you. Ding. Hidden quest updated. The trial of deadly poison. ***. Mission objective: collect 100 venomous cysts. Mission location: Poison Mist Swamp, LV7-10 high-risk area. Chen Hui glanced at the task panel. Poisonous Fog Swamp. This is currently an absolute no-go zone for players. The environment there contains corrosive toxins, which forcibly deduct 5 health points per second and cannot be removed by ordinary antidotes. Even a fully equipped elite squad would be easy prey if they went in. The cost of potions alone could bankrupt a guild. But Chen Hui's gaze turned somewhat strange as he looked at the lush green swamp. 5 HP loss per second? It's a nightmare for ordinary people. But for him, who possesses the Lord of Thorns. Thorn Lord effect, when attacked, reflects damage equal to 30% of maximum health. Pain conversion. 10% of reflected damage is converted into the user's own health. Chen Hui quickly did some mental calculations. Damage caused by the toxic fog will be classified as an environmental attack by the system. Once an attack is detected, a counterattack will be triggered. Although the poison mist has no physical form and the reflected damage cannot be deflected into the air, the lifesteal effect of pain conversion is calculated based on the theoretical reflected damage value. With his current strength of 800 health points, as soon as the toxic fog gets hot, reflect damage triggered. Lifesteal trigger. This isn't just losing health, it's a mobile fountain that automatically regenerates health every second. Alright, I'll go get your medicine right away. Chen Hui agreed very readily, even somewhat impatiently. Just then, a golden, server-wide announcement exploded in the ears of all players like a thunderclap. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Madman for reaching level 7. Currently ranked first on the level leaderboard. The previously noisy starting village was instantly plunged into a vacuum for a second. Then a gasp erupted. Holy crap! Level 7 already? That's way too fast. Madman? Isn't he the leveling maniac from the Tomb of the Gods game? He's playing Eternal now. The rebellious god was just arguing with the NPC, and now someone's overtaken him. Chen Hui squinted at the large golden characters in the sky. Madman. In his past life, he was a hardcore gamer who could stay online for 3 days and 3 nights straight to level up. This guy is a real ruthless person, ruthless not only to himself, but even more ruthless to monsters. That's interesting. Chen Hui licked his slightly dry lips. Level 10. That was the first turning point in the beginner's period. The first player on the entire server to reach level 10 will receive a unique special reward, 10 free attribute points and a random, unique accessory. That ornament, in his previous life, created an invincible magic god. Now that he has come into this world, then it must be his. Trying to steal my first kill? Chen Hui sneered, turned around and walked towards the village entrance, his pace quickening. That depends on your fate, whether you can get as hard as me. He ignored the players behind him who wanted to team up, and like a lone wolf that had locked onto its prey, he plunged into the vast night. Objective: Poison Mist Swamp. Since someone wants to race, Then let me show you what a cheater's leveling speed looks like. He night was as dark as ink, and the wilderness path outside the beginner village appeared exceptionally desolate. Chen Hui walked very slowly. Each step clattered crisply on the withered branches and fallen leaves. He didn't turn around, but the smug smile on his lips was harder to control than an Akaji rifle. Someone is following us. And he's a master. Ever since he left the safe zone, that faint aura had been clinging to his back. The guys at Wolf Tail Studio, you've really put your heart into this. Chen Hui was so moved he wanted to cry. What kind of spirit is this? This is a spirit of internationalism that is utterly selfless and dedicated to serving others. Knowing they'd accepted the insane mission of withstanding 1 million attacks, they couldn't wait to deliver themselves to the enemy's doorstep. I was just worrying about where to find the astronomical number of beatings I'd been subjected to, and here comes Lei Feng. Chen Hui stopped in his tracks. The place is 500 meters from the village entrance. It's dark and windy, just like that infamous day of murder and arson. He slowly turned around, opened his arms, and wore a kind, fatherly smile on his face. Come out, lone wolf brother. Don't hide it anymore. I know you're all missing me so much you can't sleep. Come on, face me head on. Don't be shy about treating me like a delicate flower. However, the anticipated scene of dozens of burly men jumping out shouting and fighting did not occur. The grass rustled. A petite, dark figure darted out like a startled rabbit. It wasn't a sneak attack. There was no dagger. The dark figure glided along the ground at an astonishing speed and then, snap. He clung tightly to Chen Hui's leg. Chen Hui was stunned. I looked down. It's someone I know. It was that level 3 lowly assassin who tried to ambush him but was instead killed by the counterattack, giving him 2 copper coins in the process. Duo Yen. Now, where is even a trace of the aloofness of an assassin now? She clung to Chen Hui's lap like a koala, her large, watery eyes filled with clear-eyed stupidity. Oh, Okami. Chen Hui shook his leg in disgust. It didn't shake off. This girl has some real strength. What do you mean? Chen Hui raised an eyebrow and scanned his surroundings warily. Where's your leader, Lone Wolf? Where's Yellow Hair? Where are all those adorable experience-boosting babies? Why did you, a harmless mascot, get sent here? Duo Yen sniffed, her voice trembling with tears. It's gone. What's gone? It's all gone. Wolf Tail Studio has disbanded. Chen Hui's smile froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. They've disbanded? Duo Yen nodded, looking aggrieved. You really screwed over the lone wolf leader in the live stream just now. Not only did you steal the leader's position, but you also wiped them out twice. The investor watched the stream, felt that Wolf Tail was too disgraced, and immediately withdrew his investment and ran away. The lone wolf leader has lost his temper. He just cursed in the guild chat, you traitor, I'll F***ku, you immortal, and then left the group and logged off. When everyone realized there was no money to distribute, they scattered like monkeys fleeing a collapsing tree. Boom! Chen Hui felt as if the sky had fallen. He looked up at the dark night sky, and a single crocodile tear actually squeezed from the corner of his eye. Ouch! It hurts so much. Brother Lone Wolf. Chen Hui pounded his chest and stamped his feet, letting out a mournful wail like the cry of a cuckoo. Why did you just leave like that? If you leave, who will fight me? Who will help me rack up that 1,000,000 damage hits? How come young people these days have such poor mental fortitude? Giving up after such a small setback? Do you think you deserve all the sarcastic remarks I prepared for you? Duo Yen stared blankly at the man in front of her, who was wailing and lamenting. Although I couldn't understand what he was saying. But he seems really sad. It turns out that even a master like him is a sentimental person. Even if they are enemies, as long as they appreciate each other, they will grieve for the other's departure. A warm feeling inexplicably welled up in Dian's heart. Great God. She spoke cautiously. Now that everyone's gone, I have nowhere to go. Could you take me with you? Take you with me? Chen Hui's wailing stopped abruptly. His ability to change his expression so quickly is comparable to that of a Sichuan opera master. He lowered his head, his eyes as cold as if he were looking at thin air. I'm very busy too. Goodbye. After saying that, without any mercy, Chen Hui raised his leg and stepped on Duo Yan's face, trying to shake off the pendant hanging on his leg. He turned and left. The movements were fluid and graceful, without the slightest hesitation. Woman? It will only slow down my sword-drawing speed. No. Duo Yen panicked and dragged Chen Hui along the ground, clinging tightly to his trouser leg. You're going to the poison mist swamp, right? I have the poison resistance talent. I'm not afraid of poison. I can help you lure the monsters. I can even shout 666 for you. Chen Hui kept walking. I have hands and feet. Do I need you to shout 666? Goodbye. I'm light and agile, easy to push over. I have no interest in airports. Goodbye. It looked like this heartless man was about to drag her 2 miles away. Duo Yen gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and shouted. I'll pay for it. Squeak. It sounded like the sound of screeching brakes. Chen Hui froze in place. The world fell silent. The wind stopped, the trees stopped swaying, and even the chirping of insects in the distance sounded pleasant and melodious. Chen Hui slowly turned around. His face, which had been as cold as an iceberg, was now warm and smiling, a smile that could melt the ice of winter. He gently bent down. He gently helped Duo Yen up from the ground. She even thoughtfully reached out and patted the shoe print on Dian's face. Look what they did to our princess. Who did that? How come their legs are so fast? Chen Hui's tone was reproachful, yet it conveyed a warm and caring concern. The ground is so cold. Girls should know how to take care of themselves. What did you just say? Pay up. Duo Yen hadn't yet recovered from this huge contrast and nodded blankly. 200,000. I think we can explore the details of the collaboration further. Chen Hui extended a team invitation with a smile. I am a very principled person. But when it comes to fate, principles can be compromised to some extent. After all, I see you have extraordinary talent. You're a martial arts prodigy. Not helping you level up would be a loss to the gaming world. Duo Yen looked at the man in front of her who was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Her eyes were slightly red. Thank you, expert. Even though you're despicable, have a sharp tongue, and are a dog. But you're a good person. Chen Hui's smile twitched slightly. The preceding adjectives are unnecessary. Transfer the money first. Oh. A crisp system notification sounded. I'll pay balance received, 200,000 renminbi. Chen Hui felt as if every pore on his body had opened up. Is this the taste of money? It smells so good. He glanced at the little sugar daddy beside him and waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. Even if this poisonous fog swamp is the king of Hell's palace, I'll still make you walk sideways. The two of them, one after the other, stepped into the terrifying green miasma. Just entered the map. Chen Hui skillfully opened the team panel. In the Experience Distribution Mode section, the fingers moved rapidly. Team leader, 90%. Team members, 10%. After doing all this, Chen Hui nodded in satisfaction. This isn't called black. This is called contributing technology as equity. After all, aside from him, who else on the entire server would dare to run around naked in a level 7 high-risk map with a burden in tow? Keep up close. Chen Hui stared at the billowing poisonous fog ahead, his eyes gleaming with greed. If you fall behind, you'll have to pay extra. The air in the poisonous fog swamp smelled like rotten eggs that had been fermenting for 3 years. The pale green mist seemed alive, clinging viscously to the skin and emitting a sickening, corrosive sizzling sound. The mud beneath their feet was like boiling porridge, with bubbles the size of a wash basin rising up every now and then, bursting open and splashing out foul-smelling poison. Master, are you all right? Duo Yen pinched her nose, looking at Chen Hui walking ahead, her big eyes filled with terror. In her eyes, Chen Hui was like a walking biological weapon test subject. The poisonous mist relentlessly seeped into his pores, and a damage assessment would pop up every second. -5, environmental damage. -5, environmental damage. However, something strange happened. The red damage numbers had barely risen and hadn't even landed when they were covered by a series of even more conspicuous and denser green numbers. +24. +24. +24. Chen Hui took a deep breath of the sulfurous fumes, looking completely intoxicated, as if he were in a top-tier spa in Bali. Awesome. Chen Hui squinted his eyes contentedly. This is the true value of Lord of Thorns. The poison mist causes damage, which is considered an attack, The attack triggers a damage reflection, and the damage reflection triggers life steal. This smooth combo not only didn't cause me to lose health, but actually gave me a net gain of 19 health points per second. This isn't a forbidden zone where you lose health every second. It's clearly a mobile fountain of health that automatically regenerates every second. Stay close, don't fall behind. Chen Hui glanced back at the unharmed Duo Yan. This is the true value of financial power. This girl was dressed in top-tier poison-resistant gear, and with her innate poison resistance talent, she was like a child in this poisonous pool, barely losing a drop of health. The two, one in front and one behind, ventured 100 meters into the swamp. Buzz. Suddenly, a chilling flapping sound came from ahead. The sound was so dense it sounded like 1,000 drones hovering at low altitude. The already dim view suddenly went black as a large, dark cloud swept rapidly across the water. By the faint glow of phosphorescence, the true form of the dark cloud could be vaguely discerned. Those were over 50 fist-sized, bloodthirsty venomous mosquitoes. Their compound eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light, and their mouth parts, like steel needles, shimmered with a bluish-green venomous light as they stared intently at the two fresh, fleshy creatures that had intruded into their territory. Duo Yan screamed in fright. She was 3 meters behind Chen Hui, but in the next second she teleported directly behind him, clutching his clothes tightly and burying her head like an ostrich. Mosquitoes. So many mosquitoes. I have trypophobia, you idiot. Stay calm. As Chen Hui watched the experience packs flying everywhere, the smile on his lips gradually turned sinister. You can't find this kind of good thing normally. He stepped forward and stood at the very front of the line. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of mosquitoes, Chen Hui neither drew his sword nor raised his shield. He simply and slowly, gracefully, raised his right hand. Then, facing the sky, he raised a long, slender middle finger. Skill activation, holy taunt. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Chen Hui's fingertips. To Duo Yan's astonishment, the golden light rapidly condensed in midair, transforming into a semi-transparent, giant golden middle finger phantom the size of a truck cab. The fingerprints were clear, with distinct knuckles, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability, yet also an extremely irritating one. At the same time, zzz. A sharp noise, like a fingernail scraping against a blackboard or foam rubbing against glass, suddenly exploded out of nowhere and instantly reverberated within a 50-meter radius. The voice seemed to possess some kind of magic. Roughly translated, it was UB************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ The swarm of mosquitoes, which had been circling and searching for an angle to attack, suddenly turned reddish-brown. More than 50 pairs of compound eyes instantly became bloodshot, and they lost all reason. They flapped their wings like madmen, transforming into streaks of black arrows, vying to crash into the human standing in the middle of the mud pit, a mocking expression on his face. Puff, 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 puff. The dense pounding sounds were like raindrops hitting banana leaves. A shower of red numbers instantly appeared above Chen Hui's head. -1. -1. -1. The venomous mosquitoes are extremely fast, capable of biting at least twice per second. But even faster than them was the golden light reflecting damage off Chen Hui's body. -240, true damage. -240, true damage. -240, true damage. The moment each mosquito touched Chen Hui's skin, before it could even pull its proboscis out, its body stiffened abruptly, then burst like a punctured balloon. Crackle, crackle. It looked like a black hailstorm had struck the swamp. It all happened in no more than 3 seconds. The terrifying swarm of mosquitoes that had just blotted out the sky was now reduced to a mass of mangled limbs, covering the muddy ground beneath Chen Hui's feet. A flash of golden light. Congratulations! Your teammate Rebellious has killed 52 bloodthirsty mosquitoes, gaining experience points. ***. Duo Yan's body flashed with golden light twice, and she shot up from level 3 to level 5 like a rocket. She peeked out from behind Chen Hui, staring blankly at the corpses scattered on the ground, her small mouth agape in an O shape, big enough to fit an egg. That's all done. What else? Should we invite them to a feast? Chen Hui also felt completely refreshed. Level 7. After allocating all attribute points to Constitution, he skillfully opened his backpack and equipped the Queen's Grip that he had been eyeing. Health points, 800, 1100. Health points exceeded 1000. On the first day of the server launch, this was absolutely a statistic that would make all tank classes kneel down and call them daddy. Chen Hui tried taking 2 steps, but his brows furrowed. The mud in the swamp was so deep that he had to pull his feet out with every step. The system warned that his movement speed had decreased by 10%. He was now moving as slowly as an old man who had just had an amputation. Master, shall we keep going? Dean's voice came from the front. When Chen Hui looked up, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The petite, lowly-like assassin was moving swiftly across the muddy puddle, as light as a paddle floater. Out of sheer boredom, she even did 2 backflips in the mud, landing perfectly still without even wetting her shoes. How can you run so fast? Chen Hui couldn't help but ask. Aren't you affected by the terrain slowing you down? Huh? Slow down. Duo-Yen tilted her head, looking blank, then seemed to remember something, and pulled a skill book out of her backpack and waved it. You mean this? The passive skill, lightness of movement, that came out of the random skill book. It says it allows you to ignore terrain obstacles. I learned it because it's passive, and besides, I've allocated all my points to agility, so of course I'm fast. Chen Hui fell silent. Can a random skill book yield a rare passive skill? Full agility stat allocation? What kind of chosen one is this? He looked at Duo-Yen, who was jumping and hopping on the mud like a husky that had broken free, and then looked at his own feet, which were stuck deep in the mud. An extremely audacious and ruthless tactical concept took shape in his mind. Duo-Yen. Chen Hui suddenly revealed a kind smile, like that of the big bad wolf. Want to level up faster? I'm thinking and thinking. Duo-Yen nodded vigorously. Let's try a different game then. Chen Hui pointed to the mist in the distance. My legs aren't very strong, so I walk slowly. You're fast, so you go ahead and lure the monster over to me. I'll taunt it, okay? Lure the monster? Duo-Yen shrank her neck, somewhat resistant. But I'm a coward, and I don't know how to attract trouble. What's so difficult about that? Chen Hui was disappointed in him. He looked around and pointed to the elite poisonous toad that was perched on a lotus leaf not far away. Watch closely, I will only teach you once. Chen Hui cleared his throat, focused his energy, and shouted at the toad. Hey, you with the toad-like skin. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Quack. The toad, which had been dozing, suddenly flew into a rage, its cheeks puffing out like balloons. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it charged forward like a cannonball. Bang! Chen Hui didn't even try to dodge, letting the toad crash into his chest. -15. -330. True damage. The poor toad had barely touched Chen Hui when it was struck by the recoil. Its eyes rolled back in its head, and with a kick of its legs, it died on the spot. Have you learned it? Chen Hui turned and asked. Duo-Yen was holding a small notebook and taking notes very quickly, but her expression was conflicted. But I'm a well-educated lady. I can't bring myself to say such things. Who told you to swear? Chen Hui rolled his eyes. Just use your strengths. Run over there and give them a good whack, or make a face, anything that makes them think you're asking for it. Remember, attract as many as you can, don't hold back. Just bring the monster within 50 meters of me, and I'll take care of the rest. Duo-Yen nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Shall I give it a try? Go, Pikachu. Watching Duo-Yen transform into a blur and rush into the depths of the mist, Chen Hui nodded in satisfaction. He found a relatively clean rock and sat down cross-legged. He took a piece of honey out of his backpack, munched on it, and waited for Duo-Yen to return. At the same time, another leveling spot on the outskirts of the swamp. Pastor, the milk is good. Don't stop. Shield bearer, hold the line. Don't let it get in. Where's the mage for DPS? Out of mana? Use a potion. A warrior player with the ID sword roars across the 9 provinces, was sweating profusely as he directed the battle. He was the 3rd-ranked player on the leaderboard, followed by an elite squad of all level 5 members. They were well-equipped and had excellent teamwork. But at this moment, this so-called elite squad is being thrown into chaos by a lone, bloodthirsty mosquito. The mosquitoes flew too fast for the warriors to touch, and the mage's skills always missed. After finally whittling down half the mosquito's health, the priest in the team was almost out of mana. Damn it. How can this level 7 monster be so OP? The sword roared across the land, cleaving through the air with a single strike, enraging him so much that he cursed loudly. Is this the kind of monster players can fight at this stage? Are the developers out of their minds? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glanced at the bottomless depths of the swamp, and his eyes were filled with apprehension. Even a single mosquito can be so troublesome. None of you are allowed to leave. I'll give you triple your wages. The sword's roar across the 9 provinces was something they couldn't even imagine. It was less than 500 meters away from them. A pervert is sitting on a rock, waiting for a huge wave of monsters to come to him. Human joys and sorrows, at this moment, are not shared. Roars across the 9 provinces is a top player currently ranked 3rd on the level leaderboard. Before him, a lone, bloodthirsty mosquito finally exploded into pieces with a mournful cry. Call. Sword roaring across the 9 provinces wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and struck what he thought was a cool sword-sheathing pose. These level 7 monsters are indeed something else, but under my perfect command, they're still nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. The female priest in the group timidly raised her hand. But boss, it took us 5 minutes to kill this one, and why are there so few monsters around here? Have they all been wiped out? You don't understand. Sword roar across the 9 provinces had an unfathomable expression and a crooked smile, dubbed Dragon King, curled at the corner of his mouth. Based on my years of online gaming experience, the unusually low number of monsters suggests only one possibility: the boss is about to spawn. His gaze was fixed intently on the depths of the swamp. That guy called Rebellious just got lucky and got the first kill. Today, this hidden boss of the poison mist swamp, sword roar of the 9 provinces, am going to take it. Not even Jesus could stop it, I said it. The words had barely left his mouth. The ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. Buzzing. A dense whirring sound came from afar, like 10,000 bombers flying low overhead. They're here. Sword Cry, overjoyed, swung his greatsword. All hands on alert. The boss has arrived. Shield bearer, move in. Priest, shield the shield bearer. Mage, prepare to cast Pyroblast. The 5-person team instantly formed a textbook defensive formation, ready for battle. The fog rolled in. A petite black figure darted out of the mist like an arrow released from a bow. Not the boss. She's a lowly? Sword roar across the 9 provinces was stunned. Before he could even see the girl's face clearly, he saw behind her an overwhelming army of monsters, like a black tsunami. Countless poisonous mosquitoes. Highly poisonous toads crawling all over the place. There were even several swamp crocodiles covered in pustules. Holy crap. Even the usually self-proclaimed cultured sword roar of the 9 provinces couldn't help but reveal some of the essence of Wuxia culture at this moment. Did they pull all the monsters from the entire map here? The little girl ran incredibly fast, as if she were riding on wheels of fire, and whooshed past them in a flash, the wind she created even lifting the hem of the priestess's skirt. Excuse me. Excuse me. I can't stop. Duoyen ran and shouted, while the terrifying monster train followed her without looking back. The sword roaring across the 9 provinces group of 5 was like a roadside stone pillar, completely ignored by this massive horde of monsters. The wind is howling. Sword roar across the 9 provinces remained in the sword-raising posture, its form disheveled in the wind. This person is insane, isn't she? The female priest swallowed hard. Does she have a death wish? However, just when they thought it was just a minor incident, the little girl who had already run dozens of meters ahead suddenly slammed on the brakes. Duoyen stopped and glanced back at the 5 players who were standing there dumbfounded. She suddenly remembered the wise man's advice: attract as many as you can, don't be shy. 5 more escaped. Duoyen's eyes lit up. Although these 5 people are not very good-looking, as the saying goes, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. You must leave a good impression on the expert, that they are shrewd and capable. Then, to Jian Xiaojio's astonishment, the little girl who had run far away actually turned back in a perfect arc, leaving behind hundreds of monsters' tails. Zzz. Duoyen stopped 2 meters away from Jian Xiaojio. She placed her hands on her hips, slightly raised her chin, and with a look of utter disdain, uttered 2 words. Useless. The entire venue was deathly silent. Only the croaking of toads echoed in the distance. The pastor couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sword roar across the 9 provinces' face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. But he was, after all, third on the list, a person of status. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the twitching at the corner of his mouth, and adopted the demeanor of a master. It's all right. Children speak without thinking. We are great masters. We should have a broad perspective. Don't bother with this wild girl who came from who knows where. It will only disturb our Taoist resolve. Seeing that the other party didn't react, Duo Yen scratched her head. Wasn't the mockery strong enough? She remembered the god's cheeky manner and suddenly understood. Simply insulting someone is useless. You have to attack their weaknesses. Then, less than half a minute, that petite figure, leading that despairing horde of monsters, returned once again. This time, Duo Yen pointed at Jian Xiaojiuzhou's proud silver armor and shouted loudly. Hey, you there with the great sword. Your outfit is awful. Your taste is so tacky. The uniform is exactly the same as the one Uncle Wang wears to unclog the sewers in my neighborhood. Are you here to collect manure? Click. A vein bulged on Jian Zhao's forehead. He spent over 20,000 yuan to buy this entire set of gear. They actually accused him of unclogging sewers. Tolerate. Sword roar across the 9 provinces gritted his teeth, his hand gripping the sword trembling. I'm third on the list. I need to maintain my composure. I won't get angry. Duo Yen grew anxious as she watched the soldier, whose face was flushed and neck was red, yet who still showed no intention of making a move. Why are this generation of players so hard to manage? I've already insulted you like this. How can I possibly tolerate it? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Looks like I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Duo Yen recalled the ultimate advice from the master. If all else fails, just give me a big C*****T. She took a deep breath. They turned back again. This time, she didn't say anything. Instead, he charged straight at sword roar across the 9 provinces. Jump up. He swung his arm in a wide arc. Smack. A crisp, resounding slap echoed, sounding particularly pleasant in the silent swamp. Sword roar across the 9 provinces was stunned. He covered his burning left cheek, staring in disbelief at the tiny little girl who barely reached his chest. After delivering the slap, Duo Yen immediately jumped back 3 meters. Then he made an extremely irritating face, sticking out his tongue. He come and hit me, you idiot. After saying that, he turned and ran. Boom. The string of reason in Jian Xiaojiuzhou's mind snapped completely. Pattern? Quality? Dao heart? F***K it. I'm going to kill someone today. Aya. You brat. I'll kill you. Sword howl across the 9 provinces let out a beast-like roar, its eyes bloodshot, like an enraged bull. Charge. The whole team charge. Kill that brat back to level 0. Camp her corpse. I'm going to camp her corpse. Whoever kills her, I'll double my salary. A bonus. 10,000 each. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. The 4 teammates, who were initially just watching the show, instantly turned green with envy upon hearing 10,000. Charge. For the prize money. Kill that little girl. Then, an extremely spectacular scene unfolded in the poisonous fog swamp. At the very front, a little girl, light as a feather, was running wildly. Behind her followed 5 high-level players, their eyes bloodshot and radiating murderous intent. Behind the expert player were hundreds of terrifying monsters with bared fangs and claws. Perfect. Duo Yen glanced back at the long and impressive procession behind her and smiled with satisfaction. Now not only do they have monsters, they even have sparring partners. This train is fully loaded. Master, I brought you back some good stuff. Dian's cheerful voice echoed over the swamp. Middle of a muddy pond. Chen Hui sat cross-legged, the drop of honey on his fingertip having been licked clean. 10 minutes have passed. Given the movement speed boost provided by Dian's expensive equipment, she should be able to make it back and forth even while crawling through this mud. This rich girl, could she be lost? Chen Hui glanced at the system time. The image of that adorable little girl being swallowed whole by a toad involuntarily flashed into my mind. Surprisingly, it goes quite well with rice. Just then, the layer of ghastly green poisonous fog in the distance suddenly began to boil without warning. Master, the goods have arrived. A piercing scream, tinged with a strange excitement, ripped through the deathly silence of the swamp. Immediately afterwards, Chen Hui felt the mud beneath his buttocks begin to throb. Thump, thump, thump. The pace was extremely fast, yet the monotony was deafening. It looked like a heavily armored cavalry company was launching a desperate charge. Chen Hui casually raised his eyelids. The next second, the smirk on his lips was practically glued to his face. At the edge of my vision, the sky collapsed. The originally gray sky was now forcibly obscured by a huge black curtain. That's not a cloud. Those were thousands upon thousands of bloodthirsty mosquitoes with compound eyes flashing red. They huddled together like a churned black storm, clinging to the ground, emitting a sickening, whirring roar. The scenes on the ground were even more spectacular. Countless toads the size of millstones galloped wildly on their hind legs, followed by a group of swamp crocodiles covered in pus. The mud surged, and the waves rose 2 meters high. This isn't pulling monsters. This is like they dug up all the ancestral graves in the entire poison mist swamp. I only asked you to lure a monster, not to trigger a monster horde. Chen Hui's eye twitched violently. Then something even more fatal happened. As the number of monsters on screen increased exponentially, the world before Chen Hui's eyes suddenly paused eerily. The video froze. Chen Hui's heart skipped a beat. Despite all my calculations, I overlooked the fact that I had bought a Syrian war-damaged helmet on my head for 1,999 renminbi, including shipping, on Pinduoduo. This old-fashioned thing is okay for casual one-on-one matches. Faced with such Hollywood-level special effects, its graphics card let out a desperate wail. The video started to stutter, and it switched to a PowerPoint presentation mode. First frame asterisk. Duoyen charged at the forefront of the black wave. Her little face was flushed, and she was as excited as if she were visiting Disneyland. He was still shouting something, but the sound reached Chen Hui's ears as a broken, intermittent electrical murmur. Great, sizzle, God, welcomes, guests. Second frame asterisk. 5 disheveled figures emerged from the gaps in the monster horde. The idea is gleaming gold. The sword roars across the 9 provinces. These top-ranked individuals were now completely unrecognizable, their armor covered in foul-smelling mud. Because of the video buffering, the expressions on their faces looked particularly grotesque and distorted, like a group of abstract paintings from hell. You, brat, don't run. The system stretched out the roar of the sword across the land, making it sound like an old cassette tape that had become tangled. Third frame asterisk. The distance has been shortened. A loli leads the way, pursuers are after them, and hundreds of bloodthirsty monsters are caught in the middle. This scene is so beautiful. Chen Hui didn't dare to look, mainly because they wouldn't let him see the helmet's specifications. Run? It does not exist. In this frame-dropping state, even a simple turning motion would probably take half a minute to buffer. Chen Hui forced himself to remain calm. Since we can't move it, let the storm rage on. Despite the extreme lag of 3 frames per second, relying on the muscle memory of a god-level assassin from his previous life, he painstakingly raised his right hand frame by frame. In this moment when we are about to be overwhelmed by monsters and players, Chen Hui was facing directly forward. He slowly raised a long, straight middle finger. That was a silent protest against this lag-prone world. It is also the highest courtesy to all enemies. Skill lock on, holy taunt. Boom. Even in PowerPoint presentation mode, that golden light was so dazzling it was blinding. In midair, a golden, phantom-like middle finger, as big as a truck cab, materialized out of thin air. Its knuckles are distinct, and its lines are clear. Even their fingernails shimmered with a sacred luster that seemed to invite a beating. Zzzzz. That mocking sonic wave, which made even the soul tremble, exploded instantly. The next moment, the world has gone mad. Sword roaring across the 9 provinces, who was still chasing after Duoyen, suddenly felt a surge of hot blood rushing to the top of his head. In my field of vision, the man who was giving me the middle finger became utterly repulsive. That was a hatred that even the murder of one's father and the theft of one's wife could not compare to. Reason? It broke. Damn it. My hands won't obey me. Sword Howl roared in terror across the land. His body, however, betrayed him by turning around, raising the craftsman-grade great sword high in his hand, and with an indomitable spirit, slashing fiercely at Chen Hui. It wasn't just him. The 4 teammates behind him, along with the hundreds of monsters that had been running around wildly, all turned their guns around in perfect unison. There's only one target, that man who gave the middle finger. Come on. Face me head on. Chen Hui only had time to shout this sentence in his mind. Then, his gaze froze completely. My computer crashed. The graphics card finally gave out and stopped working. Although I can't see, my hearing is still working. Chen Hui heard a series of rapid, torrential blows. That was the sound of hundreds of attacks landing on him simultaneously. Pft, pft. Warning. Health below 30%. Warning. Health below 10%. The piercing red alarm blared wildly in my ears. Faced with such a massive barrage of fire, his health bar plummeted like water spilling from a burst dam. A matter of life and death. In this dark world where only sound could be heard, Chen Hui remained calm. The instant he heard the alarm, he blindly pressed the life-saving skill button. Shield slam. Buzz. A thick shield was instantly generated. Based on a shield value equal to 25% of maximum health, combined with the original defense, it managed to withstand this fatal blow for Chen Hui. Immediately afterwards. This is the highlight of the passive talent, Master of Thorns. Although the screen was still, the data stream in the system's background was frantically refreshing the screen. Attack detected. Reflect damage triggered. Painful transformation triggered. Chen Hui's health bar was practically bouncing off a bungee jump. 1 second you're at rock bottom, the next you're instantly fully healed thanks to massive damage reflection and lifesteal. Then it was severely damaged again, and then fully recovered. The red health deduction numbers and green health recovery numbers intertwined, making it a visual feast if there were no lag. The thrill of repeatedly teetering on the edge of death is enough to kill any heart patient on the spot. Holy crap. What damage? Is this some kind of cheat? A few shrill screams mingled sharply with the monster's roars, sounding particularly jarring. About 3 seconds passed. Or perhaps 3 centuries. The cacophony of sounds, like the din of a market, suddenly vanished. It's like someone pressed the mute button. The suffocating lag disappeared, and the picture became smooth and silky again. Chen Hui blinked and slowly lowered his aching right hand. At this very moment, the area around him had become a scene of carnage. Within a radius of 50 meters, a thick layer of corpses covered the area. The tattered wings of a poisonous mosquito, the white belly of a toad, and the broken tail of a crocodile were mixed together, emitting a nauseating yet incredibly sweet fishy smell. And in the middle of this pile of monster corpses, Jian Xiaojiouzhou and his 4 teammates lay down in a neat row. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with their eyes still open. The expression on his face was still caught between the ferocity of the moment he swung the sword and the subsequent terror. It was as if I had witnessed some indescribable horror. System notification. Player sword howling across the 9 provinces and his team have maliciously attacked you, triggering a self-defense judgment. Your counterattack resulted in your death, but this will not increase your sin value. Defeat 241 bloodthirsty mosquitoes, gain experience points. Slay 56 poisonous toads to gain experience points. Defeat 12 swamp crocodiles to gain experience points. Golden light flashed. The upgraded light enveloped Chen Hui as if it were free. A warm current washed over my body again and again. Comfortable. He glanced at his health bar. Only a little over 100 points remain. If that shield had been activated even 0.1 seconds later, or if the lifesteal had been even slightly slower, he would be the one lying on the ground. Call. Chen Hui's chest heaved violently as he plopped down next to Jian Xiaojiouzhou's corpse. Master. Master, are you all right? Duo Yan climbed out of the mud pit in the distance. She ran too fast and couldn't stop, crashing into the bushes and narrowly escaping injury. Looking at the corpses and equipment scattered all over the ground, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow! So much equipment. So much money. Duo Yan cheered and pounced into the pile of spoils, rolling around like a squirrel that had spotted a nut. Chen Hui grinned at the sight, revealing a set of bright white teeth. He reached out and patted Jian Xiaojiouzhou's cold cheek, his tone sincere yet irritating. Thanks, bro. Not only are they feeding monsters, they're feeding players kills too. May good people have a peaceful and prosperous life. This was a huge profit. Golden light erupted. That's an upgraded special effect even more blatant than the midday sun. In this swamp filled with foul-smelling mud, this light seemed out of place, yet so sacred that it made one want to kneel down and kowtow. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV9. He was promoted 2 ranks. If experience points had a physical form, then for those few seconds, Chen Hui would have been like someone standing with his mouth agape at the bottom of a floodgate, being saturated by a raging torrent of experience. Beside her, Duo Yen was also surrounded by flashes of golden light. This girl jumped straight from level 5 to level 7 with 99% success rate, just one step away from level 8. She had clearly never seen anything like this before. Staring blankly at her level bar, she was completely stunned, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for a long time. Before the two of them could even recover from the rocket-like thrill, a cold, mechanical system announcement, powerful enough to detonate across the entire server, suddenly rang out. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Rebellious Bone for becoming the first player on the entire server to reach level 9. As a pioneer, his name will be etched in the milestones of the Divine Realm. This line of text isn't ordinary white. Instead, it's bolded, enlarged, and features a flashing, rainbow-colored effect. It dominated the very center of every online player's retina, hovering there for a full 3 seconds. This moment, the entire world of eternity fell into an eerie silence. Immediately afterwards, the world channel was in complete chaos. Level 9? Am I seeing things? I'm still in the newbie village, pecking at mutated pheasants, almost getting my brain splattered in a fight over a chicken, and this guy's already level 9? Real name report. Absolutely cheating. This game has only been open for a few hours. Upstairs, this game is hosted by a mainframe computer. Where would you get a cheat code? Is it so hard to admit someone is a pro? A pro? I think he's a hardcore grinder. Is this guy sleeping in a monster horde? At the same time, outside the beginner village in the wild boar forest, a warrior with the ID Madman is pulling a long sword out of the carcass of a wild boar. He was the current #1 on the rankings, a well-known leveling fanatic. Looking at his experience bar, which had finally reached level 7 with 80% of the maximum, he was initially quite pleased with himself, thinking he could easily secure the top spot. Until that colorful announcement was plastered all over his face. Clang! The madman dropped the iron sword from his hand. He looked up at the sky, his expression somewhat broken. Level 9. The madman's lips twitched. I even need to use the restroom in the nutrient tank, so how come he's so much faster than me? Does he live in the server? Human joys and sorrows are not shared. This is especially true for the 5 who just died and returned to the city. New player village respawn point. A flash of white light. Sword roaring across the 9 provinces, and his 4 unlucky teammates appeared in the center of the square, looking completely bewildered. The people around me were all newbies who had just entered the game, dressed in tattered clothes. These 5 pro players stand out at this moment because they are in an even worse situation than the newbies. Death with a red name results in double the penalty. Sword howling across the 9 provinces, once imposing silver armor was gone, leaving only a pair of system-provided shorts, which felt chilly in the wind. His craftsman-grade greatsword was gone, leaving him empty-handed, like a refugee who had just been robbed. Boss, my staff is gone, the mage said, his voice trembling with tears. My shield is gone too. The shield-bearer looked at his bare arm, on the verge of tears. Sword roar across the 9 provinces looked down at his hairy thighs. My mind went completely blank. What just happened? He tried hard to recall the scene before he died. All I remember are swarms of poisonous insects and that man standing in the middle of the mud, grinning smugly and giving me the middle finger. I think I slashed him? The sword roared across the land, murmuring to itself. Then I saw my health bar instantly evaporate. What kind of sorcery is this? Even assassins don't deal this much damage. Boss, that's cheating, right? It's definitely cheating. The female priest was so angry she stomped her feet. I'm going to complain to the official website. I want them to ban that account. Sword roar across the 9 provinces. His face was grim. Complaint? What good is complaining? The most crucial thing now is his equipment. He spent a fortune to acquire that greatsword, and now it's all been sold off. Stop howling. Sword roar across the 9 provinces gritted his teeth and opened the auction house. Hurry up and raise the money. That trader will definitely put the equipment up for auction. It's my reputation. I have to buy it back. Deep within the poisonous fog swamp, Chen Hui is engaged in a pleasurable activity, touching corpses. Although most of these hundreds of monsters only dropped some copper coins and junk materials, the sheer number of them made up for it. I collected 2 silver coins and 57 copper coins. This is definitely a huge sum of money in the early stages of the game. Of course, the real highlight was the legacy left behind by the 5 players' corpses. TSK. Being a red-named player is great, the drop rate is amazing. As Chen Hui sighed, he pulled a craftsman-grade greatsword from the mud. This is the weapon from the sword that echoes across the land. Besides that, there were also staves, shields, leather armor, a total of 10 pieces of equipment scattered on the ground. These 5 people were practically throwing away their money. They gave away half of their valuables. Wow! This hair clip is so pretty. Duo-yen was lying not far away, holding an intelligence-boosting headdress in her hand, her eyes gleaming with a light that seemed to say, "Want." That one doesn't increase agility, it's useless to you. Chen Hui ruthlessly interrupted her fantasy, casually tossing over the pair of speed-enhancing leather boots. Here, take these shoes. They'll make you run faster. Duo-yen took the shoes, glanced at their attributes, and immediately beamed with joy. Thank you so much, expert. You're so generous. Chen Hui ignored the smug, happy rich woman and opened his talent panel. Talent, Lord of Thorns, LV2. Advanced Quest, withstand 5000/1,000,000 attacks. Current progress, 0.5%. That recent barrage of attacks pushed the progress bar forward by a small increment. Although 1,000,000 times is still a long way off, Chen Hui is not worried at all. In this poisonous swamp, every second of environmental damage counts as an attack. This place is practically a training ground tailor-made for him. Next, Chen Hui looked at the pile of equipment he had just picked up in his backpack, a sly smile typical of a cunning businessman creeping onto his lips. These items are decent, but for a monster like him with a full tank build, they're useless except for selling them for money. As for returning it to sword roar across the 9 provinces? Stop kidding, are we even that close? Chen Hui skillfully opened the auction house interface. Available now. Set up the auction mode. Currency, RMB, direct currency. Especially the greatsword and the silver armor. Chen Hui specifically wrote a line in the notes. Item description. The personal equipment of the legendary sword howler of the 9 provinces, original condition, bloodstained, a symbol of being among the top 3 ranked players. Still warm. Those who know. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. After doing all this, Chen Hui clapped his hands, keeping his achievements hidden. Only 3 minutes had passed. System notification. Your item, exquisite 2-handed greatsword, has been sold at a fixed price. After deducting transaction fees, your account balance is 300,000 yuan. System notification. Your item, silver scale breastplate, has been sold at a fixed price. A series of notification sounds were like heavenly music. It's obvious without even thinking that the buyer is Jian Xiaojiouzhou himself. To maintain his dignity as the 3rd-ranked person on the leaderboard, this sucker, even knowing he was being ripped off and even though he was so angry at the mocking note that he wanted to vomit blood, had to swallow his pride and bear it all. Other miscellaneous items were snapped up by random, wealthy players. In just 10 minutes, Chen Hui's account balance skyrocketed by 480,000. Including the 200,000 yuan that Duo-yen gave him before, his net worth has now reached 680,000 yuan. Chen Hui stared at the number. My palms are slightly sweaty. In his previous life, he couldn't save this much money even after working himself to the bone for years. And now, on just the first day of the server launch, he has already taken the first step towards financial freedom. Not enough. Chen Hui clenched his fist. His goal wasn't just money, but also that supreme power. He glanced at the experience bar. Still a ways off from level 10. If he pulls 2 more waves of monsters, the server-wide exclusive level 10 reward, 10 free attribute points, and a unique accessory will be his for the taking. Duo-yen, have you rested enough? Chen Hui turned to look at the little girl who was trying on her new shoes. Let's continue. Try to finish within an hour. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a huge, blood-red countdown appeared in the previously dim sky. Urgent announcement. Abnormal fluctuations in game progress have been detected. To optimize the experience, the Divine Realm server will undergo maintenance in 5 minutes. This maintenance will include a major version update. Estimated duration, 24 hours. Please log off as soon as possible to avoid data loss. Chen Hui was stunned. Shut down for maintenance? In his memory, the first 3 days after the launch of Eternal in his previous life went smoothly, with no downtime or maintenance whatsoever. Is it because of me? Chen Hui frowned. This reborn butterfly flapped its wings a little too vigorously. Not only did he get the first kill, but he also became the first player on the server to reach level 9, and even used a bug-like damage reflection mechanism to slaughter a wave of players. Is the mainframe getting restless? Huh? It needs maintenance. Duo-Yen looked disappointed. She was really enjoying herself. Master, does that mean we can't level up anymore? Yes, the system forced me offline. There's nothing I can do. Chen Hui sighed with some regret. It seems that the unique level 10 reward, the only one available across the entire server, will have to wait until the server opens tomorrow to claim it. Fortunately, he is currently far ahead in rank, and no one can overtake him within these 12 hours. So, Master, will you still take me with you when we log in tomorrow? Duo-Yen stared at him expectantly, afraid that this golden opportunity would slip away. Chen Hui looked at this naive and innocent girl who had nothing but money and smiled like a loving father. Yes, of course. As long as the money's right, you can choose any position you like. Yay! Duo-Yen jumped up and down happily, then sent a friend request. Player Duo-Yen has requested to add you as a friend. Chen Hui clicked accept and casually changed the other party's nickname to long-term meal ticket number 1. I'm logging off now. See you tomorrow. As the countdown reached 0, Chen Hui's figure transformed into a streak of white light and vanished into the poisonous fog swamp. The real world. Chen Hui took off his old, scratched helmet and let out a long sigh of relief. What comes into view is still that cramped rental room of less than 10 square meters. The plaster peeled off, revealing the grayish-black cement underneath. The air was filled with a mixture of cheap instant noodles and musty smells. Outside the window, neon lights flicker. That's someone else's world of prosperity. Chen Hui picked up his phone and opened the bank's app. Balance, 684,250 yuan. He lay on the hard bed, listening to the couple arguing next door, but he couldn't suppress the urge to smile. Just hours before, he was a security guard, desperate to raise money for his mother's medical expenses. And now, everything is different now. Chen Hui stared at the water stains on the ceiling, his eyes gradually growing deep. This is just the beginning. The phone screen is lit. On the text message screen, that string of numbers was glaringly obvious. 684,250 yuan. Chen Hui stared at the string of numbers for 3 seconds, then turned off the screen and tossed the phone onto his pillow. Just a few hours earlier, he had to salute a Land Rover owner in the security booth, his back bent like a boiled shrimp, all for a few thousand yuan in medical expenses. Now, he felt he could break off that Land Rover emblem and use it as a dart. This is probably the confidence that money brings, commonly known as getting carried away. An indescribable smell lingered around my nose. It was the sour smell of cheap instant noodle soup base that had been fermenting for 3 days, mixed with the musty smell coming up from the sewer next door. Chen Hui frowned. This place is so shabby. Even a dog would shake its head and leave if it came in. We were poor before. We had no choice. Now that I have food in my pocket, I can't stay in this pigsty for even a second longer. Move place. Chen Hui rolled over and got out of bed. The moment my feet touched the concrete, a strange electric current surged up my spine and up to the top of my head. Click. The cracking sound of his neck joints as he twisted his neck was as crisp as cracking sunflower seeds. My gaze swept across the corner of the wall. There was a spider, about the size of a fingernail, weaving its web. In the dim light, Chen Hui could even see the fine hairs on the spider's legs and the frequency of the spider silks trembling. Game attribute feedback. Although it's still very weak, this is just the beginning. In the previous life, Humanity would only understand what true universal evolution meant when the game was completely integrated into reality. However, for now, he's just a security guard with slightly more strength. Chen Hui pushed open the door and went out. The motion sensor light in the hallway is half paralyzed, turning on and off intermittently, casting shadows that look like something out of a horror movie. I just reached the corner on the second floor. A cool, pungent smell of tobacco filled my nostrils. Hey, Xiaochen. His voice was languid, with a slightly nasal tone, as if he had just woken up, and a hint of impatience. Chen Hui looked up. Xin Qingning. His landlord was a wealthy woman who owned 3 buildings and collected rent from them, and who routinely drove a Porsche to buy groceries. She was leaning against a wall covered with small advertisements, a khaki trench coat casually draped over her purple silk robe. A slender cigarette was held between her fingers, its scarlet flame flickering in the dim light. This woman has a face that makes men willingly hand over their paychecks. A mature, older woman. She's still that kind of domineering, powerful woman who can scare a little puppy so much he'd wet his pants on the spot. Kicked offline. Xin Qingning flicked her cigarette ash, the movement as graceful as if she were swatting away a fly. Clearly, this wealthy woman was in a very bad mood. Maintenance. Chen Hui remained calm, his gaze sweeping over her long, beautiful legs clad in high heels. There was no more dodging or slyness. It's like admiring an expensive piece of porcelain displayed in a shop window. The helmet is terrible. It almost killed my graphics card. I'm going to go downtown to get a new one. Xin Qingning raised an eyebrow. She was somewhat surprised. In the past, when this young security guard saw her, he was always so reserved that he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet, and his voice was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. What's wrong with me today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Or did he win the lottery? Tianqi technology? Yes, let's buy a health capsule. Xin Qingning took a car key out of her Hermes Birkin bag. With a flick of the fingertip, the Porsche emblem streaked across the surface in the dim light. Perfect timing. I'm going over there to have afternoon tea with my girlfriends too. She turned around, her long hair whipping out in a sharp arc. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. Chen Hui didn't stand on ceremony. If you own a Porsche and choose to take the bus instead, you're out of your mind. Downstairs. A black Porsche Cayenne lay sprawled on the roadside like a wild beast, completely out of place amidst the surrounding ring of dilapidated electric vehicles. The car door closed. The world fell silent. The carriage was filled with the smell of expensive genuine leather, mixed with the cool perfume scent of Xin Qingning. Very aggressive. Xin Qingning started the car, stepped on the gas, and a surge of acceleration instantly hit her. She glanced at the passenger seat. Chen Hui sat casually, fiddling with the violent bear figurine on the center console, without the slightest hint of unease on his face. That kind of composure that comes from within cannot be faked. You play Divine Realm too? Xin Qingning casually broke the silence, mainly because she was curious about the young security guard's demeanor today. Just playing around. Chen Hui's answer was perfunctory. This lousy game is torture. Xin Qingning gripped the steering wheel with one hand and scratched her hair in frustration with the other. I chose a mage, but the casting time is as slow as an old lady crossing the street, and the body is crisper than a potato chip. Before the maintenance, I barely reached level 5, and it took me forever to kite even a wolf. Monk. Later on, it was a humanoid nuclear bomb. Earlier, it was a mobile ATM. No skills, no mana bar, and the damage from a basic attack is less than the damage from hitting someone with a staff. The early game is difficult for mages. Chen Hui looked out the window at the fleeting street scenes, his tone as if he were commenting on today's weather. However, if you can get fire rain, your leveling efficiency will increase at least tenfold. Laugh. Xin Qingning laughed out loud. That's the reaction to hearing some absolutely hilarious joke. Xiaochen, haven't you been checking the forum? She glanced at Chen Hui, her eyes filled with the kind compassion of someone with intellectual disabilities. Right now, there are only a handful of single-target skill books left across the entire server. Area of effect skills? They're priceless. The big guilds are offering bounties. A single Fire Rain skill book has already been sold for 50,000 gold, and still no one's willing to buy it. That's because they're stupid. Chen Hui turned his head. His gaze was fixed on Xin Qingning's captivating peach blossom eyes. His eyes were clear and resolute. It's like a god looking down on a group of lost ants. At the starting village coordinates, 241, 589, there is a dead tree that was struck by lightning. Chen Hui's voice wasn't loud, but it was eerily clear in the enclosed carriage. Cast 3 fireballs at the tree hollow in quick succession. Remember, the interval between each fireball must not exceed 1 second. A goblin wandering merchant will be blown up. He's selling this skill book for 5 silver coins. ZZZ. Sudden braking. The Porsche screeched to a halt at the traffic light, its tires screeching as they rubbed against the asphalt. The inertia caused the two of them to lean forward abruptly. Shen Qingning didn't bother to straighten her slightly disheveled color. She stared intently at Chen Hui, her fingers gripping the steering wheel so tightly they turned white. That's too specific. Coordinates, trigger method, NPC type, and even price. If this is pure fabrication, then this storytelling ability is good enough to write novels. But Chen Hui's gaze was too steady. His composure made her uneasy. Are you serious? Shen Qingning's voice sounded tense. Believe it or not. Chen Hui leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and wore his signature sly smile. Anyway, that goblin will only stay for 10 minutes after the maintenance is over. Once this opportunity is gone, it'll be gone forever. The green light turns on. The horns of the cars behind kept blaring. Shen Qingning restarted the car. She glanced deeply at the familiar yet unfamiliar man beside her through the rearview mirror. I originally thought he was just a poor boy who needed to be taken care of. Unexpected. Is this some kind of unassuming monk? If you lied to me. Shen Qingning's red lips curved slightly, revealing a set of small, pearly white teeth, her tone chilling. The rent will double next month. Chen Hui smiled. He was waiting to hear those words. What if I'm not lying to you? Shen Qingning is a straightforward person, or rather, 50,000 yuan is just the price of a few handbags to her. I'll give you 100,000. Rich women are so generous. Chen Hui whistled inwardly. Make a deal. This was a good deal. A low-level skill book that was commonplace in my past life, sold for 100,000 yuan. Knowledge really is money. The underground parking garage is filled with luxury cars. The air was filled with the smell of expensive fuel and fermenting money. Shen Qingning's Porsche Cayenne, like a Black Panther, smoothly parked in the VIP parking space. I'm going to the top floor for a spa treatment. The wealthy woman unbuckled her seatbelt, casually straightened her silk collar, her movements as elegant as if she were posing for a fashion magazine cover. I'll come down to pick you up in a bit. Chen Hui waved and watched her walk into the private elevator. He looked down at himself. The jeans were faded from washing, the sneakers had the soles coming unglued, and there was a free t-shirt printed with XX Property Management. He had a huge sum of 680,000 yuan in his pocket, but couldn't even scrape together 100 yuan worth of clothes. Chen Hui twitched the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that he was playing some kind of undercover trick. He simply had just received the money and hadn't had a chance to spend it yet. But this is for the best. In this world where people judge others by their clothes, physical appearance is the best filter. 3rd floor, Tianqi Technology Experience Store. This is the busiest area in the mall, with the air conditioning blasting and blue holographic projections everywhere, giving it a cyberpunk vibe. As soon as Chen Hui stepped into the store, the previously noisy atmosphere seemed to quiet down for a moment. Most of the customers around were well-dressed and playing with the latest foldable screen phones. Chen Hui's outfit was like a drop of ink in milk, very jarring. A male sales assistant quickly approached. He was dressed in a crisp uniform, his hair was slicked back and shiny, and he wore a professional smile that was so standard it was almost insincere. Hello, sir. The sales assistant's gaze swept over Chen Hui quickly, like a barcode scanner. Finally, my gaze fell on Chen Hui's shoes that were coming unglued. The smile remained, but the temperature in her eyes instantly plummeted to below 0. The regular helmet experience area is in the left corner. The sales assistant turned slightly, her hand naturally pointing to the far edge of the store. Scan the QR code to follow our official WeChat account and try it for free for 10 minutes. The basic model is priced at $19.99, but there's a discount currently available. A series of moves, executed flawlessly. It both explicitly stated that it was a poor people's area and subtly conveyed an order to leave. Chen Hui didn't move. He looked directly into the deepest part of the shop. The area was surrounded by a ring of light blue bulletproof glass, and several futuristic-looking cockpits lay quietly under the spotlight, surrounded by red caution tape. That's the ultimate peripheral device in the divine realm, the wellness capsule. Take me over there. Chen Hui slightly raised his chin and pointed in that direction. The sales assistant paused for a moment, her smile faltering. Sir, that's the VIP area. The sales assistant emphasized, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Chen Hui's view. The starting price is 58,000, and we don't offer trial stays. The implication is, don't even think about going in to enjoy the air conditioning and post it on social media. Chen Hui kept his hands in his pockets, not even lifting his eyelids. Can you understand human language? The sound wasn't loud, but it was as cold as ice shards. That indifference that emanated from the very core of their being gave the sales associate a sudden chill. That look doesn't seem like someone just looking to freeload off the air conditioning. Just as the sales assistant was hesitating whether to call security, a sickeningly sweet voice suddenly entered her ears. Honey, I really want the red one. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. The voice sounded so familiar it was almost nauseating. Following the sound, a man and a woman stood beside the silver-white display stand. The woman had a hot body, her tight-fitting skirt felt like a second skin, and she was clinging to the man like a boneless snake. And that man. He sported a Mediterranean hairstyle, with a patch of shiny scalp gleaming under the spotlight, and a gold chain around his neck so thick it could restrain a Tibetan mastiff. A classic Beauty and the Beast story, but with a bald version of the beast. Chen Hui sighed. Enemies meet on a narrow road. The woman who was acting coquettishly was none other than Lin Qian, who had cheated on him with a construction foreman a few days ago because she thought he was poor. Lin Qian had obviously noticed the commotion as well. She glanced at it casually, but when her gaze fell on Chen Hui's old clothes, she visibly stiffened. Immediately afterwards, an extremely complex expression appeared on that exquisitely made-up face. Surprise, disdain, and a hint of superiority. Hey, isn't this a Hui? Lin Qian released Mr. Wang's arm, straightened her skirt, and took 2 steps in her high heels. What a coincidence. You're here to look at equipment too. Her voice was loud, as if she was afraid that people around her wouldn't know she knew this poor wretch. Chen Hui looked at her, his gaze as calm as if he were looking at a stone on the roadside. I didn't check the almanac before I went out. Lin Qian's face stiffened for a moment, but she quickly put on a serious expression. Hui, I know you're heartbroken because I dumped you. She sighed, her acting skills suddenly on point, but you have to be realistic. The cheapest gaming pods here cost at least 50 or 60,000. That's 2 years' salary for you, right? Just look at them, don't push yourself too hard. And the sales assistants, why are they bringing just anyone in? Lin Qian turned to the sales assistant, her tone reproachful. If you get the equipment dirty, you'll have to spend ages cleaning it. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant straightened her back instantly and looked at Chen Hui with even more disdain. Turns out, he was a poor ex who got dumped. Don't introduce me to this junk. Chen Hui completely ignored Lin Qian's performance, pointing his finger across the crowd to the black cockpit that was isolated in the very center of the exhibition hall. With its black and gold color scheme, streamlined body, and subtle blue glow, this device is a true gem. Tianqi Technology's flagship product, the Deep Sea Series Health Capsule. Price, 288,800. I want that one. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Lin Qian burst out laughing as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, her chest fabric trembling. Hui, are you crazy? She pointed at the cabin, laughing so hard tears were almost streaming down her face. That's 280,000 yuan, not 28 yuan. You want to go in, lie down, take a picture, and post it on WeChat Moments to pretend you're a rich kid? Don't be ridiculous, it's really embarrassing. Mr. Wang, who was standing next to me, also came over. He puffed out his beer belly, which looked like he was 10 months pregnant, reached out and touched his bald head, revealing a mouthful of smoky yellow teeth. Young man. Mr. Wang adopted the lecturing tone of a successful person, saying, it's good for young people to have dreams, but if you're broke and still act all high and mighty, then there's something wrong with your head. As he spoke, he pulled a gold card from his Hermes wallet and slapped it loudly in his hand. Sales assistant, ignore this lunatic. With a flourish, Mr. Wang pointed to the 80,000 yuan machine that Lin Qian had just picked out. I'll take the red one. Swipe your card. Lin Qian's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly hugged President Wang's greasy face and gave him a big kiss. Honey, you're so good. You're the best. Seeing this scene, Chen Hui felt a wave of nausea. These two, one dares to act, and the other dares to believe. A perfect match. He was too lazy to waste any more words. Chen Hui walked straight to the counter and pulled out an ordinary debit card from the pocket of his faded jeans. He just paid for it at the ATM he passed by. Snap. The card struck the marble countertop with a crisp sound. Chen Hui turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the sales assistant who was still in a daze, and finally landing on Lin Qian and President Wang. His lips curled slightly upward, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. I'll take that one that costs 280,000. Now. Swipe card. Lin Qian's smile froze. Mr. Wang's hand, which was patting the gold card, stopped in midair. The sales assistant stared blankly at the somewhat worn bank card on the table, then at Chen Hui's resolute gaze. This moment, he suddenly felt that this young man in the tattered t-shirt was more like a boss than the bald man with the gold chain. Sir, are you sure? The sales assistant's voice was trembling. It was hard to tell whether it was from excitement or fear. 2 units. Chen Hui leaned against the counter with one hand, his tone languid. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. The air was deathly silent. At this moment, even if you threw a needle on the ground, you could probably hear the sound of a nuclear bomb detonating. The male sales assistant, who had been looking down on her just a moment ago, suddenly looked like she had dislocated her jaw, her mouth agape enough to fit an ostrich egg. He stared intently at Chen Hui, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, as if he had heard something unbelievable. 2. A top-of-the-line health capsule costs 288,000 yuan a unit, and this ragged kid wants to? Mr. Wang, who was standing next to me, had his mouth half open as if he had been paused, and a strange sound like a duck being choked came out of his throat. As for Lin Qian, her large eyes, thickly coated with mascara, widened in shock. She stood frozen in place, unable to move, as if struck by lightning. Chen Hui ignored the group's exaggerated facial expressions. With a calm expression, he slowly pulled out his bank card from the pocket of his faded jeans. No nonsense. Swipe your card. Enter your password. The movements were fluid and fast, almost painful to watch. Beep. The PS machine emitted a crisp, pleasant electronic sound, and then the long receipt slid out smoothly, like a tongue sticking out. Transaction successful. Amount spent, 577,776 yuan. Under the cold white light, that string of numbers was a blindingly red, a red that made one dizzy. 570,000. In that very second, it vanished into thin air. The sales assistant swallowed hard, her Adam's apple bobbing violently. The next second, he showed Chen Hui what a master-level performance of Sichuan opera face-changing was. His once straight back instantly bent into a perfect 90-degree angle, and the fake professional smile on his face vanished, replaced by a fanatical enthusiasm that was even more intimate and obsequious than when he saw his own father. Even the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Dear Mr. Chen, please have a seat. Don't stand. It would be my fault if you tired your legs. The sales assistant's voice was sickeningly sweet. She turned and yelled at the backstage staff, her voice cracking. Quick! Get out that can of Blue Mountain coffee that's in the shop's collection. Freshly ground. Pour it for Mr. Chen. Both units are in stock and will be packed for you immediately. Would you like us to arrange for a dedicated car to deliver them to your door? We offer express delivery service throughout the city within 2 hours. This attitude was practically an insult. He was practically begging to kneel down and polish Chen Hui's shoes. After all, the commission from this one deal is enough for him to live on for half a year. On the other side, Mr. Wang stared at the still printing receipt, his face turning from red to white, then from white to a deep liver color. Just minutes ago, he was haggling with the salesperson over that 80,000 yuan machine, trying to get them to throw in some headphones or give him a 2% discount. And the result? This lowly security guard, whom he mocked as a pauper and a good-for-nothing, didn't even blink an eye and just threw out over 500,000 yuan? It felt like he was showing off his strength with a water gun, only to have the other side pull out an Italian cannon. It's not just a slap in the face. This involves pressing his face to the ground, rubbing it repeatedly with the sole of a shoe, and spitting on it. Damn it. Where did this kid get the money? Mr. Wang was filled with hatred. The humiliation of being crushed by money made his not-so-strong heart pound, and even the few sparse hairs on his head trembled. Lin Qian's feelings at this moment were extremely complicated. She stared blankly at Chen Hui, who was signing documents with his head down. Her profile was still the same profile, but now it looked damnably charming, exuding a domineering aura that made one's legs go weak. When did that poor kid, who used to rack his brains trying to find a group buying coupon for even a movie ticket, become so extravagant? More than 500,000. If they hadn't broken up back then, wouldn't she also have a share of this money? Could she also lie down in that top-of-the-line wellness capsule, enjoy so-called aristocratic services, and show off on social media? Intense regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake, then transformed into a deep jealousy that distorted her face. On what grounds? Why is it that he's doing better off after leaving me? Seeing Lin Qian's absent-minded and even somewhat regretful expression, Mr. Wang's anger flared up even more. He's been in the business world for so many years. When has he ever been treated like this? Losing face in front of women, especially, is worse than death for him. No, we must get our revenge. If you can't compete on money, then compete on something else. Mr. Wang's eyes darted around, his gaze landing on Chen Hui's somewhat thin frame, a lewd and malicious smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He deliberately raised his voice, making it loud enough for the onlookers to hear. Oh, so what if you're rich? Mr. Wang laughed in a sarcastic tone, his eyes filled with a lewd implication. Some things can't be bought with money. Qian told me you're incredibly boring. You're like a dead fish in bed, completely still, and it's over in minutes. As he spoke, he reached out and put his arm around Lin Qian's waist, deliberately squeezing it hard with his greasy hand, looking at Chen Hui provocatively. A man can't just have money in his pocket, he also needs to be good in bed. Right, Qian? This tactic is called killing someone by destroying their spirit. Since they've lost financially, they might as well attack a man's dignity. This underhanded tactic is often the most effective at enraging a man and causing him to lose his composure in public. Lin Qian stiffened. Discussing such a private topic in front of so many people made her feel extremely embarrassed and ashamed. Moreover, although Chen Hui was poor before, he was actually not bad in that area. In fact, he could even be said to be very good. But at this moment, she felt the strength of the large hand around her waist and smelled the pungent odor on President Wang, a mixture of body odor and expensive cologne. She was like a parasitic plant, clinging to this bald man for survival. She had no choice. Lin Qian forced herself to suppress her nausea, avoiding Chen Hui's eyes, and whispered in agreement. Honey, you're right. We shouldn't worry about these material things with him. There are some joys he can't understand. Although the sound was soft, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet shop. The surrounding onlookers burst into meaningful laughter, their eyes scanning Chen Hui with a mixture of curiosity and mockery. So it was all show and no substance? Faced with the overwhelming ridicule and the malicious slander from that adulterous couple, Chen Hui signed the last word and slowly put down his pen. He did not fly into a rage. She didn't blush. He didn't even glance at the two of them. He slowly and deliberately accepted the bank card offered by the sales assistant, then gently tapped the marble countertop. Thump, thump. The sound wasn't loud, but it sent a shiver down the spine of the sales associate who was in the throes of ecstasy. Chen Hui raised his eyelids, his gaze sweeping coldly across the sales assistant's face, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Has the environment in your store always been this bad? The sales assistant was taken aback. Chen Hui pointed to President Wang and Lin Qian, who were still smugly standing not far away, and his voice turned cold. 2 flies kept buzzing in my ear, which really ruined my shopping experience. If your store can't even guarantee a basic quiet environment, then I might have to consider refunding these 2 machines. Refund? Those 2 words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the sales associate's joy and chilling him to the bone. A huge order of 570,000. 6 months commission. If it goes bad, the store manager will skin him alive. The fawning in the sales assistant's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a fierce and menacing aura. He couldn't afford to offend Chen Hui, a big spender, but could he not handle two penniless bastards who only looked and didn't buy? Security guard. The sales assistant suddenly turned around and shouted at the door. Several burly men in uniforms immediately surrounded them. Get these two people out of here. The sales assistant pointed at General Manager Wang and Lin Qian, spitting as she spoke, her voice even sharper than when she had mocked Chen Hui earlier. Didn't you see Mr. Chen is resting? Stop shouting and yelling. Have you no manners? This is a high-end experience store, not a wet market. Mr. Wang was dumbfounded. Lin Qian was also stunned. You dare to kick me out? Mr. Wang was trembling with anger, pointing his finger at the salesperson. I'm a customer who's planning to buy that 80,000 yuan machine. Do you want a complaint? 80,000? The sales assistant sneered, her eyes filled with disdain as if she were looking at a piece of trash. Mr. Chen is a VIP who has spent 580,000 yuan. Your 80,000 yuan bill doesn't even amount to a fraction of Mr. Chen's. Furthermore, this gentleman just now allegedly made personal attacks and spread rumors about our VIP guest. Now, get out immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Several security guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed Mr. Wang's arms from both sides. Let me go. What are you doing? I have money. Mr. Wang struggled desperately, and his Mediterranean hairstyle became completely messed up in the pulling, with a few long hairs hanging forlornly on his forehead, making him look ridiculously like a clown. Lin Qian was filled with shame and indignation. She was shoved by a security guard as she walked out, nearly breaking her high heels in the process. The laughter of those around them rang out again. This time, however, they were the ones being mocked. Just before being pushed out of the store, Lin Qian couldn't help but look back one last time. The man she had once discarded was now sitting on a leather sofa, holding a steaming cup of Blue Mountain coffee. The light shone on his profile, making him appear elegant, composed, and unapproachable. He never once looked at them directly. That kind of disregard. That is the highest form of humiliation. Clatter. Clatter. The sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor. Unhurried and measured, each step felt like it was on the beat of a person's heart. There was no strong perfume scent, only a faint, cool woody fragrance, the smell of money seeping into one's very bones. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow slightly. The reinforcements arrived, though 2 minutes later than expected. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Shen Qingning wore a khaki trench coat over a flowing purple silk dress. She didn't look at anyone. Her gaze was straight ahead, like a queen surveying her own territory. If Lin Qian is like a plastic flower waving enthusiastically by the roadside, Shen Qingning is like a black rose growing on a cliff edge, only to be admired from afar. What separates the two is not distance, but species isolation. Shen Qingning walked up to Chen Hui and stopped. She reached out her hand, her fingertips slightly cool, and gently placed it on Chen Hui's collar. To tidy up, to smooth out. Her movements were so natural, like a wife complaining about her irritable husband in the morning. Why does it take so long to buy something? His voice was soft, with a hint of languor. I almost fell asleep waiting in the car. Chen Hui took her wrist without much force, just gently guiding it, a smile playing on his lips. There's nothing I can do. 2 flies are buzzing around, giving me a headache. Flies. Shen Qingning then turned around. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as her gaze swept over the already stiff-faced President Wang and Lin Qian. His eyes were indifferent. It's like looking at a trash bag covered in mud on the roadside. Lin Qian instinctively shrank her neck. She glanced at Shen Qingning's impeccably tailored, wrinkle-free haute couture gown, then looked down at her own cheap, mass-produced bodycon skirt from Taobao, the threads of which hadn't even been trimmed. Look at the cold light reflected from the full diamond watch on that person's wrist, and then look at the thin, almost invisible gold chain around my neck. A sour liquid churned up in my stomach. That was the suffocating feeling of being completely crushed. As for General Manager Wang, the bald, middle-aged man was standing with his mouth open, a suspicious sheen even clinging to the corner of his lips. He had spent half his life in the underworld and had seen plenty of women of that caliber, but he had only ever seen women of this caliber on the covers of financial magazines. An aura is something you can't see or touch, but it can be incredibly powerful. Shen Qingning's gaze lingered for half a second on President Wang's few sparse hairs fluttering in the wind. Dislike. Undisguised disdain. She turned to look at Chen Hui, her red lips parted slightly, her tone carrying 3 parts indifference and 7 parts sarcasm. Is this the ex-girlfriend you were talking about, who dumped you for a few $1,000s? Chen Hui shrugged. Shen Qingning shook her head slightly and let out a very soft sneer. Your judgment is really poor. She sized Lin Qian up and down, finally fixing her gaze on the greasy CEO Wang, delivering the fatal blow. This flavor is a bit strong. Pfft. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter, making a pig-like squeal. Extreme taste. These 3 words hurt more than a slap in the face. They ripped away Lin Qian's last veil of modesty, leaving it on the ground and trampled to pieces. Lin Qian's face turned pale, her lips trembled as she tried to retort, but her throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and she couldn't utter a single syllable. In front of this woman, she was even deprived of the courage to open her mouth. He's gone. Shen Qingning clearly felt that even looking at it for a second would offend her eyes. She took Chen Hui's arm, her grip neither too tight nor too loose, and said, "The spa is urging us. Don't keep the masseuse waiting." Chen Hui cooperated and took a step forward. The two walked away side by side, their backs juxtaposed in a jarring display. He left behind a group of onlookers who were still in shock, and 2 clowns who seemed to have had their spines removed. Mr. Wang's face turned pale and then red. The mocking gazes around him felt like needles pricking his fleshy face. "What are you looking at?" He abruptly turned his head, venting all his embarrassment and anger on Lin Qian beside him, and forcefully shook off her hand. "Useless thing. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Mr. Wang strode away, cursing and swearing. His few strands of Mediterranean hair were disheveled in the air-conditioning blast, looking both pathetic and comical. Lin Qian stumbled and almost broke her heel. She stared in the direction Chen Hui had disappeared, her eyes reddening. Regret is like a venomous snake, biting right into your heart. If I hadn't left because of those few $1,000s, wouldn't I be the one now, arm in arm with him, enjoying this top-tier treatment? Pity. In the adult world, there are only consequences, not what-ifs. Underground parking garage. The Porsche Cayenne's doors slammed shut, shutting out the outside noise. Who dash? Chen Hui sprawled unceremoniously in the passenger seat, tugged at his collar, and said, "Thanks, sis. That teamwork just now deserves an Oscar." Shen Qingning started the car. The engine hummed softly. She glanced at Chen Hui sideways, a half-smile playing on her lips. "Stop trying to make yourself look good. I just don't want my tenants to be looked down upon. If word gets out, I'll be the one who loses face. After all, if my tenants can't even compare to a bald, nouveau riche, wouldn't I, as the landlord, lose face?" Typical stubbornness. Chen Hui smiled and didn't expose her. This woman, who clearly came down specifically to defuse the situation, insists on making it sound so refined and unconventional. "For 2 devices, where should I fill in the address?" Shen Qingning's slender fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. "Don't tell me you're going to cram both of these big cars into that tiny 10-square-meter rented room." 1 unit was delivered to the rental apartment. Chen Hui's smile faded, his gaze turned calm, and his fingertips traced the edge of the seatbelt. The other one was sent to Beijing Central Hospital. Squeak. The car swayed slightly. Shen Qingning turned her head in surprise. "A hospital? Didn't you just buy 2 to show off? Am I that kind of person?" Chen Hui rolled his eyes, his gaze drifting to the fleeting street scene outside the window. "It's fun to show off, but money has to be spent wisely. My mom's in the hospital. That was for her." The carriage fell silent. The only sound was a faint noise from the air conditioner vents. "Auntie, what's wrong?" After a long while, Shen Qingning asked softly. "Lung cancer." Chen Hui spoke calmly, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. "Late stage. The doctor said it's related to years of inhaling dust. The health pod has a life support system and can also block out pain. I want her to try playing games, even just looking at the scenery. It's better than staring at the ceiling counting down the days. In my previous life." Many people only realized after the game merged with reality that players who used the top-tier health capsule for a long time would have their physical fitness subtly transformed. Those with terminal illnesses can even have a chance at a new life after the game reflects back into reality. This is why Chen Hui is willing to spend money to buy the top-of-the-line house even if it means not moving now. He's gambling, betting on that vague, yet real future. Shen Qingning tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Her usually nonchalant peach blossom eyes were now somewhat red. Good. She said it softly, her voice a little hoarse. A few years ago, when her grandfather passed away, he was covered in tubes and with skin and bones. Back then, if such a thing existed, even if it was a scam, she would have been willing to go bankrupt to try it. Unexpected. This seemingly carefree and sharp-tongued security guard is carrying such a heavy burden on his heart. All right, stop getting so emotional. Chen Hui sensed the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he waved his hand dismissively. Sis, just drop me off at the next intersection. I'll take a taxi to the hospital to install the equipment. Don't bother me. Snap. A crisp flick on the forehead. Chen Hui covered his forehead, looking completely bewildered. Ouch! What are you doing? Shen Qingning withdrew her finger, and her stunningly beautiful face once again displayed that queen-like smile. Just this once. His eyes had lost some of their coldness and gained some warmth. Call me sister, and you still act like an outsider? She stepped on the gas. The Porsche engine let out a deep roar, and a surge of acceleration instantly swept over you. Hold on tight. Shen Qingning gazed ahead, her red lips slightly upturned. Your sister will take you there. CK Kayan glided into the hospital's VIP passage. There was no noise, no cues. There were only 2 rows of medical staff who had been waiting there for a long time, their white coats spotless. The dean stood at the very front, his face displaying just the right amount of humility. The awe that arises from money and mysterious power is more powerful than any words. Chen Hui got out of the car. The dean strode forward, grasped Chen Hui's hands lightly with both of his grip perfectly controlled, both warm and respectful. Mr. Chen, your mother has been settled. Top floor Black Gold Room number 1, expert team on standby. Chen Hui withdrew his hand and nodded. Thank you for your help. This is the taste of privilege. No need to register, no need to out of bed in the corridor, and not even need to say a word. The elevator goes directly to the top floor. Black and Gold Ward. There was no pungent disinfectant smell here, only a faint, expensive incense scent. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one can enjoy a panoramic view of the riverfront, encompassing half of Jinghai City. On her hospital bed, Miss Qinlan was looking at herself with worry in front of a small mirror. With an 4 drip in her left hand and her right hand gripping the handle of her glasses, she looked at her sallow face from left to right. Tisk. His complexion is like the peel of a 3-year-old grapefruit. Qinlan sighed and turned the mirror upside down on the blanket. Looking like this, won't he scare the girl away when she sees her in the future? Chen Hui stood at the door, a slight soreness in his nose. In my previous life, when my mother passed away, she was covered in tubes and didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. Unlike now, people still have the mind to dislike their own appearance and the energy to worry about trivial matters. Even if it was affected, it was the most beautiful affectedness he had ever heard. Mom. Chen Hui called out, his throat tightening slightly. Qinlan shuddered and abruptly turned her head. Upon seeing her son, her cloudy eyes instantly lit up. Just as she was about to grin, her gaze seemed to be drawn by a magnet, passing over Chen Hui and fixed firmly on him. Shen Qingning. Wearing a haute couture trench coat, she exuded confidence and looked like a beauty who had stepped off a fashion magazine cover. Radar activated. Target locked. Qinlan, who had been needing Chen Hui's support, suddenly found the strength to slap her son's hand away. The movements were swift and decisive, and the disdain was crystal clear. It was as if Chen Hui was just a random passerby blocking her view. Ouch! Qinlan's withered fingers grabbed Shen Qingning's wrist, her eyes shining with a light that could be used as a searchlight. My eldest son. He's really made something of himself. She looked Shen Qingning up and down, clicking her tongue in amazement. This girl is. It's like a celestial being descended to Earth, landing face first. No, it's like a celestial being descended to Earth, but not landing on her own. Did you drug her, or did you save the galaxy in your past life? The room fell silent for a moment. Shen Qingning froze. She is ruthless and decisive in the business world, and doesn't even blink when faced with contracts worth hundreds of millions. But at this moment, faced with those eager, withered, and expectant hands, this top-tier mature woman's mind went blank. That aloof protective shell shattered completely in the face of a mother's naked affection. Her ears turned red at a visible speed. "Auntie, no, you've misunderstood." Shen Qingning was somewhat incoherent and subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but was afraid of hurting the old man. "I am his roommate." "What house?" Qinlan interrupted the spell casting abruptly, her face crinkling with laughter. "Auntie understands. Young people these days are into that. What was it again? Oh right, trial marriage. Whether you met while buying a house or not, once you step through this door, you're family." Chen Hui was trying so hard to suppress his laughter that his stomach hurt. The sight of the notoriously aloof and cold Miss Shen from Jinghai City being put in her place is worth recording and watching repeatedly. But he didn't dare let his mother get too happy and cause her blood pressure to spike. Just as she was about to explain, "Mom, actually she is." Severe pain in the instep. A sharp, slender high heel was precisely and ruthlessly embedded in the top of his foot. He even ground it twice, seemingly out of personal grudge. Shen Qingning wore a polite but stiff smile, but her eyes were like two small knives, glaring fiercely at Chen Hui. That look clearly said, "If you dare to say anything out of line, you're dead." Explain at this point? Tell a seriously ill elderly person that their son is actually penniless and that the beautiful woman is the landlord collecting rent? That's because they think the old man lives too long. Chen Hui understood immediately, swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and changed his words accordingly. "Oh yes, yes, yes. Mom, you have a great eye for people. This is well." Qinlan was overjoyed and wouldn't let go of Shen Qingning's hand. For the next 10 minutes, Chen Hui was completely relegated to the background. He watched as his mother, who usually argued with vendors for half an hour over a few cents worth of vegetables, chatted animatedly with this wealthy woman dressed head to toe in haute couture. The conversation ranged from skincare to the season's trending colors. The most outrageous thing is that Shen Qingning also dropped her disguise. She sat on the edge of the bed, listening to Qinlan recount those trivial, old stories, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Although it was a little awkward, it was sincere enough. "This daughter-in-law is beautiful." Qinlan made the final decision and delivered a concluding speech. Just then, several staff members pushed in the futuristic-looking black and gold health capsule. The massive black fuselage shimmered with a faint blue light, exuding a sense of technology. Qinlan was startled. "Wow! What's this? Are aliens going to kidnap me and experiment on me?" "Mom, this is the latest gaming health pod." Chen Hui stepped forward and patted the fuselage. "You can play that. Divine Realm." "I know. It's the realm of the gods." Qinlan answered quickly, her face beaming with pride. "Don't think your mom's some old-fashioned relic. She probably spends all day in bed watching short videos, okay?" At this point, Qinlan suddenly curled her lip, looking disdainful. "That old lady next door, Mrs. Liu, brags to me every day about the gaming helmet her son bought her. She says she can dance in it and even see her dream lover from her youth. TCH, who doesn't have a son?" Chen Hui was both amused and exasperated. "So you've channeled all your competitive spirit into this?" Qinlan circled the health capsule, her palm stroking the cold metal shell. Suddenly, she stopped moving. He turned his head, his eyes becoming cautious, even showing a hint of fear. "Son, this thing, it must be pretty expensive, right?" In those eyes, there was both the longing for a new life and a heartache for the money. That's an instinct ingrained in the bones of someone who's been poor their whole life. "Not expensive." Chen Hui remained expressionless and spoke fluently without batting an eye. "I got lucky in the game and got a top-tier piece of equipment, which I sold to a boss. This cabin was a gift from the boss. It didn't cost any money. It's part of employee benefits." "Really?" Qinlan looked at him suspiciously. "Really?" Chen Hui said firmly. The next second, a hand silently reached down to Chen Hui's waist and pinched a small piece of soft flesh. "Rotate. 180 degrees. Hiss." Chen Hui gasped. Qinlan leaned close to his ear, lowered her voice, and spoke with a fierce tone that trembled. "You brat. Do you think I'm stupid? You think you can just give me that huge lump of iron for free? You'll be getting married someday. Why are you spending all your money on someone like me who's practically half buried? Can't we save it as a bride price? Although she was cursing, Chen couldn't hide the tears welling up in her eyes. Auntie, it really was a gift. A cool, clear voice broke in. Shen Qingning stood to the side, tidying up the stray hairs by her ears, her expression indifferent. I'm a high-level executive at the game company. Chen Hui is our special experience officer. This is a special benefit our company offers to the families of outstanding employees. Not only is it free, but all future in-game purchases are also waived. Chen Hui glanced at Shen Qingning with some surprise. That's a brilliant excuse. Not only did they cover up the lie, but they also took the opportunity to cover all future expenses. Upon hearing that it was a benefit from her daughter-in-law's company, Chen immediately stopped feeling sorry for herself. His back straightened instantly. Oh, I see. That's good, that's good. I'm so lucky to have a daughter-in-law who's a leader. With the help of a nurse, Chen lay down in the healthcare pod. As the hatch slowly closed, pale blue life-sustaining fluid began to be injected. On the screen, the various vital signs monitoring data began to fluctuate steadily. The nerve block technique was initiated. The cancer pain that tormented her for countless days and nights will be completely gone at this moment. Looking at his mother's peaceful sleeping face, Chen Hui's tense shoulders finally relaxed. He did it. In this life, he finally outmaneuvered death. I left the ward. The window at the end of the corridor was open. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled in, casting long shadows of the two people that overlapped on the ground. Shen Qingning leaned against the wall and let out a long sigh of relief. That top-tier mature woman's aura has returned, only now with a touch more down-to-earth charm. Your mom is quite interesting. She turned her head and looked at the burning clouds outside the window. Much cuter than you. Chen Hui turned around and looked at the woman bathed in golden light. Shen Qingning, who is usually aloof and prickly, looked unusually gentle at this moment. Thanks, sis. Chen Hui dropped his playful demeanor and spoke in a serious tone. I'm sorry I made you feel bad just now. Making a billionaire woman pretend to be her daughter-in-law and have to act along is a huge favor. Shen Qingning was taken aback. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, it instantly reverted to its haughty demeanor. She turned her face away, but her ears secretly turned red. Don't flatter yourself. I was just being respectful to the elderly and caring for the young. I didn't want to disappoint Auntie. And also, just now, it was all acting. Don't you understand what a commercial fake smile is? Don't take this seriously. Yes, it's acting, all about acting skills. Chen Hui followed her words, his eyes full of smiles. Actress Shen, the Oscars truly owe you an award. Shut up. Shen Qingning glared at him, turned around and walked away quickly in her high heels. Let's go. We're starving. Chen Hui smiled as he watched her slightly flustered figure disappear into the distance and quickly followed after her. At sunset, the two shadows drew closer and closer on the ground. Although it's fake. But this feeling. Black Kayan was parked at the alley entrance, the low hum of its idling engine drowning out the surrounding noise. The car window rolled down. Shen Qingning rested one hand on the steering wheel, her slender fingers holding a thin cigarette. She didn't look at Chen Hui, her gaze was fixed on the tangled mess of electrical wires in the alley. Arrive. Don't get me wrong, your sister has a flaw. She's mercenary. I'm only sending you home because I'm after the game information in your head. A typical tsundere. Chen Hui bent down, his gaze level with hers. Sister, what a coincidence, I'm also opportunistic. He smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Thank you for playing along with my mother in this play today. Shen Qingning turned her head. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as they scrutinized the man dressed in cheap clothes. I used to think he was just a security guard who was a little clever. I only realized today that there's something quite deep hidden beneath that carefree, smiling exterior. Okay. Shen Qingning took a drag of her cigarette, her tone indifferent. I've noted down the game coordinates. If you actually get the fire rain spell, 100,000 yuan will be transferred to your account. Boom. Step on the gas. The Kayan sped away, leaving only a trail of red taillights as it forcefully cut through the twilight. Chen Hui straightened up and dusted off the hem of his clothes. The smile in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a cold, sharp glint. This is just the beginning. In this world on the verge of collapse, I want to protect my family and live like a human being. Reincarnation and foresight alone are not enough. You have to be ruthless enough. And even more money. Back to the rented room. That familiar smell, a mixture of musty and cheap instant noodle odor, wafted over. Chen Hui stepped onto the creaking wooden stairs, each step feeling like stepping on the groans of a dilapidated building. Push open the door. In a cramped space of 10 square meters, a modification full of violent aesthetics is underway. Two burly men wearing apocalypse technology uniforms were sweating profusely as they carried a massive machine. Dude, there's no way to fit this in. The foreman of the installers looked utterly bewildered as he surveyed the clutter filling the room. This is no place for a human to live. There wasn't even room to turn around. Trying to fit this top-of-the-line health and wellness capsule, worth 288,000 yuan, inside is like trying to squeeze an elephant into a refrigerator. Take the bed apart. Chen Hui pointed to the rickety single bed, his tone leaving no room for argument. And that cabinet, throw it away. The table, chop it up. Huh. The installer was stunned. Then where will you sleep? In the sleeping pod. Chen Hui patted the cold metal shell of the health capsule. From now on, this will be my bed, my room, my life. Half an hour later. The room is empty. The house was bare, with only the gleaming black and gold health capsules standing in the center. Peeling, mottled paint, exposed electrical wires, and dim, yellowish light bulbs. And this top-of-the-line device, brimming with futuristic technology. Extreme poverty and ultimate luxury collide fiercely in this 10-square-meter space. A sense of absurdity and captivating cyberpunk arises spontaneously. Chen Hui closed the door, shutting out the noise from the hallway. In a past life, such an urban village with no protective capabilities would have become a monster's buffet on the very first night the game merged with reality. Chen Hui made up his mind. Once I've earned enough money, I must buy a sturdy enough villa to withstand future in-game invasions. Chen Hui took off his outer clothes and lay down in the cabin shirtless. The hatch slid down. The pale blue biological nutrient solution was slowly injected, warm and viscous, enveloping the entire body. That deep-seated fatigue was instantly soothed. This is the smell of money. Every drop of nutrient solution is burning money. Activate sleep mode. Connect to the official forum of Divine Realm. Consciousness sank and darkness descended. When Chen Hui opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a vast torrent of data. Although the server is under maintenance, the official forum has already exploded with activity. With the servers shut down, hundreds of millions of players, with nowhere else to vent their frustrations, flooded the forums like a zombie apocalypse. Chen Hui glanced at the trending topics list. Goodness. Am I the only one making headlines today? Third on the trending list, outrageous. Mysterious shield guard solos the boss. Guild leaders are thoroughly humiliated. Fifth on the trending list, humanity distorted? A despicable person's rebellious act backfires, causing the studio to dissolve on the spot. The top trending topic, a manhunt across the entire internet. Who exactly is this man called rebellious? Click on the fifth trending post. That was a post of accusation from the remnants of the Wolf Tale studio. Every word was written in blood, and the speaker was overcome with tears. The tens of thousands of comments below are all just bandwagoners criticizing. This kind of person is a cancer to the game. I suggest the official team ban their account. Using bugs to farm monsters and stealing bosses from other players, it's utterly shameless. The king of staged accidents. Anyone who teams up with him from now on is doomed. Looking at these indignant words, Chen Hui was not angry at all. Instead, he wanted to laugh. Go ahead and curse. The more enthusiastically they criticize, the greater their fame becomes. In this dog-eat-dog world, what does reputation matter? The strong don't need friends, they only need stepping stones. As long as it makes him stronger, he'd accept being called a tumor or even a cancer cell. He closed those pointless, argumentative posts and focused his attention on the pinned, bright red announcement. That was what he truly cared about. Divine Realm version 1.0 update announcement, Labyrinth and Trials, ***. Chen Hui's pupils contracted slightly. They've arrived. The first watershed. The announcement was long, but it boiled down to just one point. Once players reach level 10, their experience points will be capped. A maze area will open in each starting village. Only by defeating the gatekeeper boss at the deepest part of the maze can all players in that starting village break the level 10 barrier. This setting immediately sparked widespread lamentation on the forums. Holy crap! A system of collective punishment. Oh no, if everyone in our village is a noob, are we stuck at level 10 forever? This is forcing everyone to cooperate. We must form an elite team. Cooperate? Chen Hui sneered. Innocent. This is clearly raising poisonous insects. The monsters in the maze area are 3 times stronger than those outside, and the death penalty is doubled. At the same time, it's impossible to distinguish between trap rooms and treasure chest rooms. For regular players, going in is just suicide. But for experts, it's paradise. Triple drop rate and treasure chests, just thinking about it is exciting. In the previous life, the entire eternity was stuck at this step for 3 or 4 days due to the punishment of death. Chen Hui was even stuck in the beginner village for a week. A slow start can lead to a slow start in everything. But this time, it's different. The image of the final boss flashed through Chen Hui's mind. That was a boss with extremely fast attack speed and extremely high attack power, but relatively low single-hit damage. For ordinary tanks, that boss was a nightmare, a meat grinder. 5 strikes per second, each one drawing blood. The healer simply can't keep up. But for Chen Hui, who possesses the Lord of Thorns talent and has just acquired Holy Taunt, that boss was practically a gift pack of experience tailor-made for him. Fast attack speed? Okay. If you stab me 1,000 times, I'll deflect you with 1,000 instances of true damage. Let's see if you have thicker blood or if my skin is tougher. The first kill reward is unique. I must get it. Chen Hui clenched his fist, feeling the flow of data in the virtual space. However, he alone is not enough. That boss has a special berserk mechanic, which requires an assassin to suppress its healing. He thought of someone. The lowly assassin he tricked into believing was his long-term meal ticket, possessing poison resistance and extremely high movement speed duo yen. Looks like I need to get this girl to level 10 first. Chen Hui stroked his chin, revealing a benevolent smile that of a capitalist looking at a metaphor for exploiting people. Her talent was practically made for that boss. I need to get a decent set of equipment from the maze area. The current beginner gear can't withstand the boss's skills. The plan has been finalized. Chen Hui closed his eyes, letting his consciousness gradually blur under the nutrient solution, waiting for the divine realm to open. Outside the window is a dilapidated urban village. Inside is a top-of-the-line health and wellness cabin. In this cramped and confined space, time passed by second. Meanwhile, on the game forum, the once-renowned assassin guild received a commission. Killed a traitorous player. Frequency. Kill your way to level 0. Top-tier wellness cabin, costing 288,000 yuan, is truly exceptional. When Chen Hui opened his eyes again, the world had changed. It lacks the annoying background noise of cheap helmets and the screen tearing that occurs when turning your head quickly. The divine realm before my eyes was crystal clear. Even the dust particles floating in the air were clearly visible. Every breath felt as smooth as breathing in pure oxygen. This is the joy of paying players. Chen Hui stretched his neck, and his joints made a crisp popping sound. Open the backpack. More than 400 units of highly toxic cysts were piled up like a mountain, and 8 shiny silver coins lay in the corner. Playing games used to be called moving bricks or laying bricks in Huxia. Now it's called stocking up or purchasing goods. Add some points. With a thought, he went all in on Constitution, with the free attribute points he had accumulated over the past few days. A warm current washed over my entire body. The health bar jumped wildly, instantly breaking the 1300 mark. Chen Hui glanced at the talent panel. Lord of Thorns, LV2, reflects 30% of true damage. 1300 HP, multiplied by 30%. 390 points of true damage. At this stage, even an assassin who maxes out their stats can barely break 100% critical hit rate with their ultimate skill. As for Chen Hui, all he needs to do is stand still and pick his toes. Anyone who dares to touch him will be dealt a devastating blow with nearly 400 points of true damage. This isn't a meat shield at all. This is clearly a hedgehog in human skin. Let's go, let's turn in the quest. Chen Hui turned off the control panel, humming a little tune as he strolled towards the guard post. At the entrance of the guard post, Captain Leijin was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed, looking as if he had just lost his wallet. When Leijin saw Chen Hui appear unharmed, his serious, square face visibly stiffened for a moment. Then he gave a knowing look that said, "I knew you'd come back for help. Young man, you got the short end of the stick, didn't you?" Leijin stopped and spoke earnestly. "The poison mist swamp is a forbidden area. It's simply not something you can access at your current level." "Stop." Chen Hui raised his hand, directly interrupting the NPC's spell-casting animation. He approached with a sincere expression. "I just have one question. The rewards you mentioned before, are they unlimited?" Leijin coughed, choked, and glared at him irritably. "An Imperial soldier's word is law. As long as you can retrieve the poison sac, even just one, I will." Crash. A muffled thud. It looked like a fully loaded dump truck suddenly overturning its bed. Chen Hui unpacked his backpack and collapsed onto the pitiful desk in front of Leijin. Countless highly toxic cysts, still dripping green slime and emitting a foul odor, instantly flooded the tabletop. Because the pile was so high, it rolled down like a mudslide, almost burying Leijin's combat boots. Leijin's sermon got stuck in his throat. He stared wide-eyed at the pile of greenish stuff, his eyes twitching wildly. Is this some kind of collection? This kid must have gone to the poison mist swamp to buy supplies. Or should we wipe out all the poisonous creatures there? Is that enough? Chen Hui thoughtfully asked a question, and casually stuffed a piece of food that was about to fall off the corner of the table back into the pile. "If it's not enough, I'll go farm some more. The monsters there are pretty gentle, but they're not very durable." Leijin's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. "Enough, enough." Leijin's voice was hoarse. "Ding. Congratulations to player Rebellious for completing the quest, Trial of Deadly Poison. Player detected to have exceeded the task requirement for 20/100, task rating upgraded to SSS. Gained 50,000 experience points. Received 2 silver coins. Gain bonus, skill book, shield bash." Chen Hui reached out and took the skill book that was glowing with blue light. Learn in one take. Shield bash, shield guard exclusive. Effect, swing your shield and strike the target, dealing physical damage equal to 10% of your maximum health. If cast within 1 second of a successful shield block, it will additionally stun the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Chen Hui's lips curled into a wide smile. Amazing skill. Absolutely divine skill. For a regular shield bearer, this is a negligible control skill. But for him, with all his health remaining, this was a nuclear bomb. A single shield strike deals at least 130 to 140 damage and also stuns the target. From now on, if anyone says that the shield guard has no offensive capabilities, Chen Hui will dare to give them a facial makeover with his shield. Take it. Leijin finally recovered from his shock and, with a complicated expression, took out a letter covered in gold dust. "Although you seem unreliable, your skills have truly impressed me. This is a letter of recommendation for my old comrade in arms in the main city. Go find him when you get there and perhaps you'll find yourself on a different path." Chen Hui took the letter. Item: Shield Warrior Mentor's Recommendation Letter, hidden. Nice one. The only hidden job change certificate is yours. Before Chen Hui could put the letter in his pocket, golden light suddenly flashed all over his body. The massive amount of experience points just now filled up the experience bar completely. LV10. The next second, a grand system announcement, like a thunderclap, resounded in the ears of all online players. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player for becoming the first player on the entire server to reach LV10. Ranking first on the level leaderboard. As the first player to reach level 10, you are rewarded with 10 free attribute points and the unique accessory, Heart of Lava. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Rebellious. Played 3 times in a row. The entire world of God's Domain fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the world channel was in complete chaos. Holy crap. I'm only level 5 and this thing's max level. Rebellious? It's that rebellious guy again. Does he live on the game server? Report. This is definitely cheating. The server has only been open for a short time. Even a rocket couldn't launch this fast. Stop being so sour, upstairs. While they were soloing the boss, you were still killing rabbits at the village entrance. Madman, LV7 traitor. This is truly the first time I've lost so badly. Chen Hui glanced at the world chat channel, which was flooded with messages, ignoring the requests for help, powerful connections, and sugar daddies. Basic operation, don't go for 6. He casually added the 10 free attribute points back to his constitution. 1,500 HP. 450 damage reflection. At the same time, in the starting village, 3 pairs of eyes met from the shadows, clearly indicating that they had identified their target. Chen Hui hummed an unknown tune and swayed as he walked out of the safe zone. The fallen leaves underfoot crunched underfoot. As soon as I stepped into the wild boar forest, a sticky feeling of being watched crept up my spine. As a former top assassin, Chen Hui was all too familiar with this kind of aura. Sneak. And there's more than one. The bushes on the left, the shadow of the boulder to the right rear, and the old locust tree directly in front. 3. They flanked in a triangular formation, their footsteps as light as a cat's. It's a group of skilled workers. A playful smile curved Chen Hui's lips. Just when I was worried that the million hits needed to level up Master of Thorns to LV3 seemed like an eternity, someone delivered the gift right to my doorstep. This is no assassin. These are clearly 3 fully automatic, humanoid experience farming machines, complete with their own food. Chen Hui stopped and pretended to tidy his backpack. He casually removed the black iron shield, tossed it into his backpack, and kept only a beginner's one-handed sword tucked at his waist. Not content with that, he removed the handguards, revealing a completely unprotected section of his wrist. She looked like a peeled egg. Soft and chewy, tempting, it breaks at the slightest touch. This lousy game has such a low drop rate. Chen Hui complained to the air, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for those around him to hear. I don't even have a decent piece of armor. If a monster comes along now, I'm afraid I'll have to send myself back to town for free. As he spoke, he deliberately turned his back to the old locust tree belonging to the Tibetan people and bent down to tie his shoelaces. His back was wide open. The door was wide open. The 3 assassins hidden in the shadows visibly quickened their breathing for a moment. What's this? This is a testament to their achievements. The traitor, wanted by the entire server, is now like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Without a shield guard is just a slightly tankier target. A murderous intent suddenly arose. 3 faint, eerie blue lights appeared in the forest. They were daggers coated with a slowing poison. 5 meters. 3 meters. Chen Hui lowered his head, counting the ants on the ground. Hurry up. Faster. Dad's back is right here, stab it hard, don't hold back. Just as the 3 daggers were about to pierce the air, and Chen Hui braced himself for the long-awaited pain. Amazing! A sharp shout exploded like thunder from a clear sky. With 3 parts surprise and 7 parts ecstasy from finally finding a reliable mentor. Chen Hui's hand trembled suddenly while tying his shoelaces, almost breaking them. From the other end of the woods, a pink whirlwind swept in. Duo-Yan. This naturally naive girl with the power of money brandished a valuable pink dagger, her twin ponytails whipping around like helicopter propellers. Finally found you. Where should we go to level up? The 3 assassins came to an abrupt halt in midair. The inertia nearly caused them to break their backs. The 3 of them turned around abruptly, staring intently at the uninvited guest who had suddenly barged in. The bright red LV8 above their heads was more glaring than a searchlight in the dim forest. Level 8. Aside from that one twisted, rebellious individual, is there actually anyone else who's reached level 8? Is that the rich woman who's ranked 2nd on the leaderboard? Assassin A's eyelids twitched violently. Something's not right. Assassin B's imagination ran wild. This kid's deliberately creating an opening, and this woman's lurking nearby. This is a honey trap. Withdraw. Although the 3 were greedy, they were not stupid. Facing attacks from both the top and second-ranked players in the entire server, staying would be suicide. The formation that was originally meant to kill instantly collapsed. Without hesitation, the 3 activated their sprint and turned to disappear into the depths of the dense forest. Chen Hui slowly straightened up. Watching those 3 figures moving faster than rabbits, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The cooked duck flew away. The number of times it was about to be hit slipped away. He turned his head and looked at Duo-Yan, who had an innocent look on her face and was still panting heavily. You. Chen Hui pointed at her, his finger trembling. What's wrong with me? Duo Yen blinked her big eyes, her face full of expectation for praise. Great God, didn't I arrive just in time? I think some bad guys are trying to bully you. Chen Hui took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to throw the girl back to the newbie village. Yes, it was just in time. I'm so impressed I almost want to give you the Best Discouragement Award. He turned around abruptly and looked at the three figures that were about to disappear. You ruined my plans and you think you can just run away? Do you really think this is a public toilet where I can come and go as I please? Boom. Chen Hui made a move. Having already reached level 10, the attribute boosts from leveling up alone are enough to match the speed of an assassin. With a few steps, the distance rapidly closed. Assassin-A, who was ahead, heard the sound of wind behind him, turned around, and was terrified. That's Shield Guard. How can he run faster than a dog? Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Chen Hui's voice rang in Assassin-A's ear, like a demon's whisper. The next second, a massive black iron shield appeared out of thin air, slamming down with howling wind pressure. Shield bash. Bang. A muffled thud, like a ripe watermelon being split open by a brick. -145. Critical hit. The fragile assassin, only level 6, couldn't even scream before his health bar was emptied instantly. The corpse was still propelled forward by inertia, but its head had already been strangely bent backward. Sold out instantly. The remaining two assassins were terrified, wishing they had 2 more legs. But Chen Hui didn't give them a chance. He was like a runaway heavy tank, crashing directly between the two. With his left hand, he reached out and precisely clamped his hand around Assassin B's nape. He held his shield horizontally with his right hand, blocking the Assassin C's hasty thrust. Bite. The Lord of Thorns has been triggered. -390. True damage. Assassin C stared in disbelief at his health bar, which had instantly dropped to 0. He clearly stabbed his opponent, so why was he the one who died? A white light rose. In the blink of an eye, only one member of the trio remained, carried by Chen Hui. Assassin B lifted both feet off the ground, kicking desperately until his face turned a deep purplish red. He stared at the man before him in horror. Is that a shield bearer? Whose shield bearer kills people faster than a chicken? Chen Hui brought his face closer, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and smiled smugly. Why are you running? Come on, let's talk. Who sent you to deliver? No, to kill me. Duo Yen, who was not far away, finally caught up. She clapped her hands excitedly as she saw Chen Hui carrying a large, living person in his hands, with 2 corpses lying at his feet that were still respawning. Wow, that's amazing. Is this some kind of game called Eagle Catches Chicks? I want to play too. I want to catch one. Assassin B looked at the little girl wielding a pink dagger, who innocently wanted to treat him like a toy, and then at the man in front of him who was smiling like a pervert. This moment, he shed tears of regret. Mother, I want to go home. This game is too difficult. Wind rustled through the trees, and cranes cried out. Assassin B's feet left the ground, and he was held in midair like a sick chicken. Looking at Chen Hui's ambiguous smile, his mental defenses crumbled completely. Brother, don't kill me. I'll talk. Assassin B, tears and snot streaming down his face, kicked his legs wildly. Someone has put a bounty on your ID. Claim your reward with a screenshot. 100,000 yuan. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. 100,000. In an era where the average salary is 3,000 yuan, it can indeed buy the conscience of many people. He pulled Assassin B closer, his tone playful. Pretty valuable, huh? How much can you get? Assassin B shakily extended one index finger. 10,000. Assassin B shook his head, his voice barely audible. 1,000. Chen Hui's hand trembled slightly. Duo Yen, who was gesturing with a dagger in the air, paused, her big eyes widening in surprise. How many? 1,000. Assassin V, feeling wronged like a 200-pound child, confessed everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. The big guild takes the order and gets 50,000, then subcontracts it to a studio and gets 30,000. The studio subcontracts it to a foreman and gets 10,000. The foreman then finds a team leader, layer upon layer of subcontracting. And in the end, we only get 1,000. And then there are deductions for potion costs and equipment wear and tear. Chen Hui only felt a toothache. Evil capitalism. A life-saving sum of 100,000 and only 1% remains after the fact. This is even more ruthless than Pinduoduo cutting corners. This isn't an assassination attempt. It's clearly a large-scale labor dispatch operation. Shadow Guild. Chen Hui chewed on the name, his eyes somewhat cold. In my previous life, these people were like rats in the sewers. They'd stab their own fathers in the back for money. I never imagined we'd meet so soon in this lifetime. All right. Chen Hui let go, feeling utterly disheartened. Thump. Assassin-B fell to the ground, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled and crawled towards the depths of the forest, pleading, "Thank you, brother, for sparing my life." "Thank you, brother. Who said I was going to let you go?" Chen Hui's lazy voice came from behind. Assassin-B froze. Chen Hui took a step back and gestured with his chin towards Duo Yan, who was eager to try. "Rich woman, she's yours now. Let's practice." Duo Yan's eyes lit up instantly, like two bright, lit light bulbs. As a pay-to-win player who has only ever killed training dummies in the safe zone, this is her first kill in the wild. Really? Is it really possible? Duo Yan brandished the valuable pink dagger and excitedly jumped up and down twice. I'm about to begin the execution." Duo Yan cleared her throat, tried to put on a serious face, and bared her two little tiger teeth, attempting to make a fierce expression. "Since you've asked so sincerely, then accept the punishment of justice." Ha ha. 3 dry laughs. Given her petite figure, it was neither eerie nor terrifying. Instead, it exudes a kind of beauty that comes from the absence of a brainstem. Assassin-B closed his eyes in despair. That would have been far better than being killed by that shield guard's shield. Pfft. A pink dagger plunged into his chest. -240. Critical hit. Although the person may not seem very intelligent, the damage output from this full agility build is genuine. A white light rose. Assassin-B returns to base for free. System notification. Your team intentionally caused a player's death through malicious PvP. Sin value +1. Duo Yan's previously bright green ID instantly turned into a conspicuous yellowish-brown. Wow! Duo Yan pointed to the top of her head and exclaimed in surprise. "Look, genius. My name changed color. And it's glowing. Is this a hidden achievement? Is it a special effect only available to VIP members?" Chen Hui rubbed his forehead. This girl's thought process is definitely paved with gold bricks. Yes, limited edition skins. Chen Hui was too lazy to explain the red name penalty. Anyway, this girl has money, she can just buy more equipment if she gets a dud. For her, the gaming experience is more important than anything else. In this world on the verge of collapse, it's not a bad thing to let her get used to killing in advance. After dealing with the miscellaneous fish, Chen Hui opened his backpack. I haven't had a chance to look closely at the reward for being the first player in the entire server to reach level 10. Trinket, Lava Heart Unique. Quality, Dark Gold Master Grade. Equipment requirements, maximum health 2000. Special effect, Hellfire Field. Deals burn magic damage equal to 5% of the wearer's maximum health to enemy units within a 1-meter radius every second. Chen Hui's heart skipped a beat. Top quality. Absolutely top-notch. Once he puts this on, he becomes a human-shaped self-propelled microwave oven. From now on, anyone who dares to get close will be burned to death just by standing there, without even lifting a finger. In conjunction with the Lord of Thorns' counter damage. The scene is so beautiful, I can hardly believe it. But Chen Hui glanced at his attribute panel. Health, 1500/1500. 500 points short. That's really awkward. It's like a eunuch visiting a brothel, willing but unable, or like winning 10 million in the lottery, only to find the ticket has expired by a minute. We need to get the equipment. Chen Hui closed the control panel and turned his gaze to the depths of the map. There is an area there that is shrouded in mist all year round. Currently, although he is invincible in counter damage, his weaknesses are also obvious. Short legs and not yet at maximum health. You need to increase your health to over 2000. And there just happened to be a suitable transitional outfit for him in that place. Walk. Chen Hui clapped his hands, turned around, and walked into the depths of the misty forest. Where are we going? Duo Yan, carrying a dagger, hopped and skipped along like a little tail. Should I go open a treasure chest? I feel a golden light beckoning me. Go to the maze. Chen Hui didn't turn his head back. Go teach those monsters a lesson. 2 figures, 1 tall and 1 short. 2 yellow-named individuals, 1 tank and 1 assassin. Bearing the title of villain, he swaggered confidently into the death maze, a maze capable of swallowing countless players. Entrance to the maze, underground ruins. This place, which should have been a gloomy and terrifying ancient corridor, is now as bustling as a morning rush-hour market. Of course, it's the kind of market where a multi-vehicle collision has just happened. More than 20 player corpses lay scattered on the ground, not yet having had a chance to resurrect. They were in various poses, some still maintaining the stubborn "my fate is in my own hands" posture they had before they died. The remaining few hundred survivors were gathered around the edge of the safe zone, all looking dejected, their expressions even worse than those of people who had eaten unripe bitter melons. The air was filled with a sour, pungent smell called despair. How the hell do I fight this? A warrior with a level 3 ID slammed his greatsword to the ground. The mobs are all elite level, 1 hit, and they're crippled, 2 hits, and you're back in town. What's the point of playing? I heard that the all-star elite team led by Sword Roars across the 9 provinces also lost. The monk next to him shrank his neck, looking terrified. They were wiped out in less than 3 minutes, without even managing to defeat the enemies at the entrance. Boss Sword Hell's corpse is still lying outside. He's probably running back to his death. It's over, the entire server is going to be stuck at level 10. This game is trash, it ruined my youth, give me my money back. Pessimism spread like a virus. Just as this group was preparing to give up, and some even started spamming the world chat with insults directed at the developers. The young lady has arrived. Everyone get out of the way. A delicate shout was accompanied by the sound of something heavy rolling. Everyone turned around. A pink, unidentified object squeezed through the gaps in the crowd with an extremely unscientific tactical roll. Clatter. The pink object landed, striking a pose that wasn't particularly cool, but showed a lot of effort. It was indeed Duo-Yen. She was wearing an extremely outrageous and garish mix of outfits. A pink cloth coat, plus that signature pink dagger. This outfit is simply gorgeous. Phew, we've finally arrived. Duo-Yen wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, her twin ponytails swaying like 2 excited foxtail grasses. Where's that maze boss? The crowd fell silent for a second. This was followed by a burst of merciless laughter. Where did this brat come from? This is the divine realm, not Miracle Nikki. Are you dressed like this for a fashion show? It's hilarious. This red and green outfit makes you look like a traffic light come to life. Little sister, it's dangerous here. Monsters don't eat cute treats. Go home and do your homework, don't try to scam me. Mocking voices rose and fell. In this world where looks and equipment effects matter, Dian's nouveau riche style outfit, coupled with her petite figure, doesn't exactly inspire any fear. Duo-Yen puffed out her cheeks, looking as angry as a pufferfish. You're so condescending. Without wasting any time, she directly opened the system panel and unhidden her ID. The next second, a golden lamp suddenly illuminated the once dimly lit underground ruins. Duo-Yen LV8. Those bright red grade numbers were like a resounding slap in the face to everyone present. The laughter stopped abruptly. Like a duck with its neck being choked, everyone's mouths were agape in an O shape. Level 8. The average level for most players is only level 3, and even the top-tier players are just over level 5. Even the legendary, sword howling across the 9 provinces, player who wiped out the entire raid is only level 7. This pink loli who looks like a mascot is actually level 8. This isn't a traffic light that's come to life, it's a golden thigh that's come to life. Holy crap, bro. Level 8 expert. My apologies. I was too loud just now. Sister, do you need a keychain? The kind that says 666. The crowd that had been mocking her just moments before instantly changed their tune, each one practically wanting to pounce on Duo-Yen and cling to her leg. This is the reality of the gaming world. Being bad is the original sin, being strong is the truth. However, Duo-Yen, basking in the admiring gazes of the crowd, completely ignored these opportunists. She turned around, waving her little hand at the dark shadow behind her, her tone instantly becoming sweet and cloying, with a hint of coquetry. Master, hurry up. Other people's legs are about to give out from running. How come you're walking slower than a tortoise? Master? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This little girl is already second in the entire server, and she calls her a pro. Could it be? Tap, tap, tap. Steady footsteps came from the shadows. Chen Hui walked out slowly, his hands in his pockets, a blade of grass he'd somehow gotten his hands on dangling from his mouth, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He glanced at the stunned crowd around him and casually curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. A thought crossed my mind. The ID above the headlights up. Rebellious Spirit LV-10. Boom. If Duo-Yen had thrown a grenade, then Chen Hui had detonated a nuclear bomb. The bright yellow LV-10 exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. The entire hall fell silent. Immediately afterwards, even more frantic screams ripped off the dome of the underground palace. Rebellious? It really is that rebellious one. Holy crap. #1 in the entire server. And alive. Is this the ruthless person who soloed bosses, ripped off gold farming studios, and turned the forums upside down? How did he level up? Chen Hui ignored the gazes around him that were filled with either admiration, envy, or fear. He walked over to Duo-Yen, reached out and patted her head, as if soothing a restless little pet. Keep it low-key. We're here to grind, not to hold a fan meeting. Oh. Duo-Yen nodded obediently, but her big, crescent-shaped eyes clearly said, I'm so happy. Just then, at the respawn point at the maze entrance, several pale lights suddenly illuminated. The legendary All-Star Elite team has been resurrected. The leading swordsman had a livid face and his armor was tattered, clearly indicating that he had just experienced a devastating annihilation and his equipment was almost completely worn out. ID. Sword roars across the 9 provinces, LV-7. This former 4th-ranked individual now looks like a destitute refugee. He had barely opened his eyes, and before he could even curse, he saw Chen Hui surrounded by a crowd in the center. That is. Sword Howler's pupils suddenly contracted. That ID. That level. New and old grudges, coupled with the humiliation of being trampled underfoot, surged into his heart instantly. But he was a cunning old fox after all. The resentment in his eyes was fleeting, replaced by a shrewd calculation. He glanced at his demoralized teammates behind him, then at the Chen Hui duo, who were in top form and full of momentum. An idea took shape in his mind. Etc. Just as Chen Hui and Duo-Yen were about to step into the maze portal, Jian Xiao Jiuzhou strode forward and blocked their path. The surrounding onlookers instantly became excited. Is this a fight about to break out? First in the server vs 4th in the server? This melon is guaranteed to be ripe. Chen Hui stopped, not even lifting his eyelids, and lazily spat out the foxtail grass from his mouth. A good dog doesn't block the way. Sword roar across the 9 provinces' face twitched. Suppressing his anger, he adopted a righteous and awe-inspiring posture and said loudly, You traitorous brother, don't speak so rudely. You've seen how difficult this maze is. Not only are the monsters tough, but the mechanics are also disgusting. This isn't just a dungeon. It's a hurdle for all players on the server to overcome to reach level 10. He looked around and began to stir up emotions. If we can't get through here, everyone will be trapped and die in the starting village. This isn't just a personal matter. It's a major issue concerning the interests of all new players in the starting village. So, Chen Hui watched his performance with a half-smile. Therefore, I think we should cooperate. The sword roared across the land, revealing the dagger beneath the unfinished map, a greedy glint in his eyes. You have the skill level. I have team and command experience. Share your strategies and tactics, join my team, and I'll take command. For the future of all players, for everyone's benefit. I believe that as a top-ranked player, you wouldn't refuse such a weighty responsibility, would you? After saying that, he looked at Chen Hui with a righteous expression. The surrounding players were completely taken aback by these words, and some even started nodding in agreement. Yes, the important thing is for everyone to get together. Shouldn't a master have some perspective? Moral blackmail. This is blatant moral blackmail. Using the grandiose guise of server-wide benefits, they're trying to freeload off labor while also seizing command and the first kill honor. That was a really dirty trick. Chen Hui smiled. He was laughing so hard his shoulders were shaking. He slowly raised his head, his dark eyes filled with a look of concern as if he were looking at someone with intellectual disabilities. Perspective. Chen Hui took a step forward, forcing Xiao to instinctively retreat. Excuse me. I have one advantage. Solely driven by profit. Landscape? What's that worth? As for morality? Chen Hui pointed to the bright yellow ID above his head, his smile both radiant and wicked. You're talking about morality with someone who has a red name, indicated by a high-ranking user? Of eyes were fixed on the same direction. Xiao suppressed his anger and stood in the middle of the road, his great sword planted firmly on the ground. The cloak behind him didn't move without wind, because there was no wind on the ground. It was a flowing effect he had deliberately paid for. The fourth-ranked expert on the leaderboard cleared his throat. His face wore an expression of deep sorrow, much like the kind old man trying to break up a fight at the village entrance. You traitorous brother, you can't be too selfish. His voice was loud and clear, with distinct intonation. Clearly, these words were not meant for Chen Hui's ears. This was meant for the hundreds of casual players around them who were still observing. Look at your brothers and sisters around you. With a wave of his arm, he surveyed the land, his sword blazing across the 9 provinces. Everyone's stuck at level 10. This dungeon is not only incredibly difficult, but its mechanics are also awful. We must unite our forces. The crowd began to stir. Many people nodded in agreement. Yes, we're all in the same boat. Although the top-tier character has high HP, he's still just a shield bearer. How can he clear the dungeon without dealing damage? Sword Hal is right. For the sake of the bigger picture, let's team up. Public opinion has shifted. Who wouldn't want to rely on a powerful backer to make a profit? It's a good thing that someone is willing to step forward and organize it. Sword roar across the 9 provinces. A slight smile played on his lips. That's a signal that the prey has been caught. He took a step forward, extended his right hand, and adopted a humble and respectful posture. You'll tank the monsters, we'll deal damage. As for the spoils of war. He paused, his eyes flickering. A sign is needed. Chen Hui laughed. As needed allocation? This is allocated according to your mood. They used me as a free meat shield, then tried to steal command, and now they want the first kill honor? The abacus beads practically flew into my face. Chen Hui tilted his head, looking at the smiling tiger in human skin in front of him. The system panel flickered on my retina. Thorn Lord LV3 upgrade requirements. Suffer 5642/1, 000 instances of damage. 1,000,000 times. Relying solely on monsters is too slow. If only I could get these righteous people in front of me to take action. Chen Hui stroked his chin. His gaze swept over Xiao and the group of fence-sitters around him. That look didn't seem like he was looking at a person. It's like watching a group of walking, experienced babies. Perspective? Chen Hui finally spoke. He spat the foxtail grass from his mouth onto the ground. The blade of grass landed right on Xiao's gleaming combat boots. A brain is a good thing. Chen Hui stood with his hands in his pockets, his tone languid. It's a pity you were born in your mother's womb. The entire audience erupted in uproar. This is a complete breakdown in relations. Xiao's fake smile froze instantly, then turned a deep liver color. He's been in the online gaming industry for so many years. I've never been called an idiot before. Good. Sword roar across the 9 provinces, enraged, laughed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Hui. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Since you're so arrogant, I'd like to see how a low damage, pure tank like you manages to kill monsters. Don't come kneeling and begging us to save you. Chen Hui picked at his ear. It was as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. Low output. He was too lazy to waste any more words. He turned around and waved to Duo-Yen, who was playing with her fingers. He's gone, rich woman. I'll take you to see the fireworks. Duo-Yen's eyes instantly lit up like 2 big light bulbs. Fireworks? Where? She lifted the hem of her pink skirt and followed after him, all excited and eager. The two walked one after the other towards the entrance of the maze. There, guarded by 3 enormous elite monsters. Maze Guardian Elite. Level 10. HP 1000/1000. Attack 80. He was nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body and skin that was an eerie dark red. He was carrying 2 giant battle axes that were still dripping blood. It was incredibly oppressive. That's a level 10 elite monster. It has built-in lifesteal and armor penetration. Someone in the crowd gasped in surprise. Just now, Sword Roar across the 9 provinces was at full health, and it was all gone in 2 axe blows. This traitor doesn't even hold up a shield? Is he delivering takeout? He was seen as a fool by everyone. Chen Hui stepped into the monster's aggro range. Roar! The 3 maze guards instantly locked onto their target. A bright red light shone from his eyes. They roared, raised their giant axes, and charged forward like tanks, bringing with them a foul stench. The ground was shaking. Chen Hui stopped in his tracks. He did not raise his shield. There was no dodge. They didn't even adopt a defensive stance. He simply opened his arms and straightened his chest. It felt like embracing a long-lost friend. Come on, push harder. Sword Roar across the 9 provinces let out a cold laugh. You're asking for it. A shield warrior who doesn't raise their shield will be instantly killed. Before he could finish speaking, 3 giant axes, carrying the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, slammed down hard on Chen Hui's chest. When? A sickeningly loud crash rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. 3 pitiful numbers floated above Chen Hui's head. -80, -79, -77. Even without taking any defensive measures. With a whopping 1500 HP and terrifying defense, this supposedly fatal blow turned into nothing more than a tickle. However, at the very same instant, above the heads of the 3 maze guards, suddenly 3 shocking, blood-red numbers exploded. -450, -450, -450. That was real harm. Ignore defense. Ignore the reduction or exemption. Every cut went deep into the flesh. The entire audience fell silent instantly. Jian Xiaojiouzhou, who had just been ready to laugh at the situation, now had his smile frozen on his face, his mouth agape as if he could fit a light bulb inside. Before anyone could react, the maze guard had already swung his axe a 2nd time and a 3rd time. Tada! Puff puff puff. The faster the monster attacks, the more rapidly the Grim Reaper swings his scythe. 3 cuts per second. That's 1350 points of reflected damage per second. In just 3 seconds. These 3 dungeon guards plunged the entire village into despair, wiping out countless elite squads. There wasn't even time to let out a scream. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud bangs. Amidst a dense mist of blood, they crashed to the ground, shattering into a pile of bone fragments. The spell to make your health bar disappear. Truly instantaneous evaporation. Chen Hui stood amidst the monster's corpse. He even yawned out of boredom. He turned around and looked at the petrified sword howling across the 9 provinces in the distance. He looked completely innocent. Hey there. Who did you just say didn't get hurt? Sorry, the wind was too strong, I didn't hear you. The sword, scattered and chaotic in the wind, echoed across the land. The hand holding the sword trembled. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the floor. Only Duo Yan clapped her hands excitedly and jumped around beside her. Wow! There really are fireworks. Red fireworks. You're amazing! Chen Hui dusted off his hands. He didn't even glance at the group of players who were questioning their existence. With Duo Yan by his side, he swaggered into the maze portal. All that remained was an extremely arrogant silhouette. And a worldview shattered all over the ground. The air inside the maze was so damp you could wring water out of it. Unidentified dark green moss hung on the walls, and occasionally a few drops of murky liquid would drip down, making a teeth-grinding drip-drip sound. This place has a fantastic atmosphere. If a timid girl came in, she'd probably be scared half to death before she even saw anything strange. But Duo Yan clearly doesn't fall into the category of normal girls. The girl was waving the pink dagger like a glow stick, trying to light her way, humming an unknown tune, completely unaware of the danger she was in. Chen Hui walked ahead, his fingers moving rapidly in the air. He is adjusting the team settings. Experience distribution mode, team leader distribution. Allocation ratio, Chen Hui 0% / Duo Yan 100%. There was nothing he could do. As the only level 10 player in the entire server, his experience bar was practically welded shut until he defeated the boss guarding the gate and obtained the breakthrough item. Not a single drop of experience could be deposited. The excess experience is not as valuable as that of a cheap, wealthy woman. After all, this is a mobile ATM. Leveling her up will be a great help when fighting bosses. Huh. Duo Yen looked at the system notification. Her big eyes blinked twice, like a short-circuited light bulb suddenly being powered on. Master, you gave me all the experience points? She was so moved that she almost cowed out to Chen Hui on the spot. This is fighting monsters way above your level. If an outside game boosting service dared to take on this kind of job, they would have to charge at least by the second, and in US dollars. Chen Hui didn't even turn his head, his tone as indifferent as if he were commenting on the nice weather. I don't use experience points, don't waste them. Wah. You're so kind, you're like my half-brother. Duo Yen sniffed, her expression one of deep emotion, as if Chen Hui had given her not just experience, but millions. Shut up, keep up. Chen Hui interrupted her lyrical remarks with a hint of annoyance. A heavy metallic scraping sound came from around the corner ahead. It was the noise of armor clashing, accompanied by heavy breathing, which sounded particularly jarring in the deathly silent corridor. In stock. Chen Hui paused, then made a gesture behind him. The two stealthily made their way to the corner, peeking out half their heads. At the end of the dimly lit passage, 5 creatures with crimson skin and ferocious faces roamed. This isn't one of those level 1 green goblins outside the starting village that only know how to say ABA. This is a regular army. Crimson Blood Heavy Goblin Elite. Level 10. HP 1,500. Attack 100. 3 heavily armored goblins, each nearly 2 meters tall, were clad in thick iron armor and wielded giant axes half the height of a man, their arms thicker than Chen Hui's thighs. Behind them, 2 figures dressed in tattered robes huddled together. Crimson Priest Elite. Level 10. HP 800. Attack 150. Magic. This unusual configuration is unbelievably luxurious. It has tanks, healers, and damage dealers. If it were that Sword Roars Across the 9 Provinces team from outside, they'd probably be discussing who should go up and die first. My goodness. After seeing the monster's attribute panel, Duo Yen shrank into a pink ball. She looked down at her pitiful 160 points of maximum health, then at the opposing mage's 150 points of attack power. This doesn't even need to be calculated. If that mage just slightly grimaced and threw a fireball at her, she could return to town for free and watch black and white television. Big brother. Duo Yan's voice was trembling, and she was clutching Chen Hui's clothes tightly with both hands, wishing she could stuff herself into Chen Hui's backpack. How am I supposed to fight this? That axe is bigger than me. Chen Hui glanced at her, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. What are you afraid of? Just watch the show. Leave the rest to me. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Hui was like a cannonball fired from a gun, without any fancy footwork or tactical maneuvers. It just shot straight out like that. They don't even need to stealth. Its main characteristics are arrogance and disdain for others. Roar dash. The 3 heavily armored goblins were instantly enraged. Having roamed this maze with impunity for so long, when have I ever seen such a reckless human? They roared and strode forward with heavy steps, like 3 out-of-control tanks, stirring up a stench as they crushed towards Chen Hui. The sheer force of it was enough to make the ground tremble. Duo Yen covered her eyes in fright, the gaps between her fingers wider than the blinds. Oh no, we're going to turn into mincemeat. Just as the 3 giant axes were about to cleave Chen Hui into 3 pieces. Chen Hui stopped. He neither dodged nor evaded, but merely turned slightly to the side, raising the beginner's shield in his hand. When? A deafening clang of metal clashing. The giant axe of the heavily armored goblin on the far right slammed solidly into Chen Hui's shield. Sparks flew everywhere. A meaningless number floated above Chen Hui's head. -67. With 1,500 health points, this attack didn't even break his skin. However, the next second, the heavily armored goblin wielding the giant axe suddenly convulsed violently, as if he had been electrocuted. A terrifying, blood-red number suddenly exploded above its head. -450. That was real harm. Ignoring armor, striking straight at the soul. The goblin's murky eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. It looked at the axe in its hand, then at the motionless human opposite it, its mind filled with questions. I was the one who cut you, so why am I the one who feels the pain? That's not scientific. Before the goblin could even grasp the philosophical implications, the 2 crimson priests in the back row made their move. They brandished withered wooden staffs, chanting obscure incantations, and 2 pale green orbs of magical light condensed at the tips of the staffs. Magic attack? Chen Hui smiled. He was laughing like a creepy old man about to snatch a lollipop from a child. We've been waiting for you. Chen Hui stomped his foot, and instead of retreating, he advanced, using the recoil from his block to launch a charge. Target: the Crimson Priest on the left who's casting a spell. A faint white shield suddenly appeared around him. It was the precast shield effect of Shield Bash. Immediately afterwards, that seemingly ordinary shield drew a brutal arc in the air. Shield Slam plus Shield Bash. This is not a simple 1+1. This was a premeditated display of violent aesthetics. Bang! A muffled thud, like the sound of a watermelon being smashed by a hammer. The shield slammed hard into the Crimson Priest's ugly face. At that moment, everything around seemed to stand still. The 2 numbers rose almost simultaneously. -525. Skill burst damage. -450. Thorns reflect damage. The Crimson Priest's 800 health points were instantly wiped out. Before it could even scream, the elite monster was like a punctured balloon, dying instantly and disappearing in a flash of white light. Instant kill. Instant kill from full health. This burst combo dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage. Chen Hui flicked the green bloodstains off his shield, secretly pleased. Who says a full tank build has no damage output? As long as the damage reflection is high enough and the shield is tough enough, I'm a nuclear bomb. The remaining 4 goblins had clearly never seen anything like this before. Their CPUs are probably burned out. My teammate was at full health and then they died? While they were still stunned, Chen Hui took a deep breath and raised his middle finger at the group of monsters who hadn't yet come to their senses. Holy taunt! An invisible wave instantly spread out. The goblins, who had initially been somewhat timid, suddenly had their eyes bloodshot and turned bright red. Reason? What is that? They had only one thought in their minds right now, to kill this damn human in front of them. Roar! For goblins pounced on him like mad dogs. Axes, magic balls, even teeth. All the attacks were unleashed on Chen Hui at once. Chen Hui stood there, too lazy to even block, arms crossed, looking completely relaxed. Come on, push harder, didn't you eat? Tada! The dense sound of hammering was like the opening of a blacksmith's shop. Chen Hui's health bar only dropped a few bars symbolically. But on the other side, puff 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 puff. That was the sound of flesh and blood exploding. Each attack was accompanied by a piercing scream. Damage reflection. 450. Damage reflection. 450. It still deals 450 damage. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, the once aggressive goblin squad collapsed like harvested wheat, lying scattered on the ground. The world is quiet now. Battle ended. In the distance, Duo Yen still kept her eyes covered, only now her fingers were spread wider, revealing 2 blank, large eyes. She looked at the corpses lying scattered on the ground. Then she glanced at Chen Hui, who was fixing his hair as if nothing had happened. One last look at my experience bar. Holy crap. A beautiful Huxia phrase came out of his mouth. The experience bar, which had just reached level 8, suddenly shot up to 80% like a rocket. Just one step away from level 9. This isn't monster fighting at all. This is practically robbing a bank. Stop spacing out, clean up the mess. Chen Hui walked over, kicked aside a goblin's corpse, and pried a silver coin out from underneath. Poor wretch. Elite monsters only drop this? Just as he was about to complain about the game's drop rate, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a faint green light out of the corner of his eye. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. Beside the mage's corpse, which he had killed with a single blow of his shield, lay a breastplate gleaming with a green sheen. You're lucky. A successful start? Chen Hui picked up the equipment and gently brushed it aside. Wild breastplate, green set piece. Requirement level, 10. Quality, excellent. Attributes, max health plus 300, physical/magical defense plus 25, skill haste plus 10. Set bonus not activated. Set bonus, February 6th movement speed plus 5%. Set bonus, 4 out of 6 plus 200 health, plus 20 armor and magic resistance, plus 15 skill haste. Set bonus, June 6th activate active skill, Wild Rush. Top notch. As expected of the first green-tier equipment in the entire server, its stats are simply overpowered at this stage. 300 health points, plus dual resistances and skill haste. The most crucial thing is the set bonus. Movement speed. For Chen Hui, a shield guard with short legs, movement speed is life, efficiency, and the source of joy. Wow! Green gear dropped. Duo Yen, like a puppy that has caught a whiff of something, hopped over and her big eyes gleamed as she stared at the breastplate. Hey, what's this? Is it pretty? Is it pink? Chen Hui held up the breastplate to his body. The originally bright silver breastplate automatically adapted to his body shape, exuding a wild aura. Plate armor, men's style, not for you. Chen Hui ruthlessly shattered Duo Yan's illusions. Besides, this thing is hideous and doesn't match your style at all. Duo Yan curled her lip, looking disgusted. TCH, silver? I don't care for that. Although she said that, she still obediently picked up all the coins from the ground, not letting a single one go. Be thrifty and manage your household well. This is probably the only thing all wealthy female gamers have in common. Chen Hui glanced at his attribute panel. After putting on this breastplate, my health immediately exceeded 1800. I'm just 200 points away from reaching the goal of 2000 health to equip Heart of Lava. Once you collect all 4 pieces of this wild set, the set effect. Chen Hui licked his lips and cast his gaze into the depths of the maze. There, even more experienced babies and equipment transport teams await him. He's gone, rich woman. I'll try my best to get you to number 1 on the list tonight. Chen Hui shouldered his shield and strode forward. Yay! I'm going to be number 1. I'll make that sword roar across the 9 provinces furious. Deep within the labyrinth, the air was filled with the smell of rust. Chen Hui stood in the middle of the corridor, skillfully raising a middle finger towards the front. Grandchildren, Grandpa is here. This holy taunt, move, though unsightly, was incredibly effective. Another patrol of 5 goblins charged forward, their eyes red with fury, and the outcome was never in doubt. Ding 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 ding. After a series of clanging sounds, 5 still warm corpses lay on the ground. Chen Hui kicked aside the corpse of a crimson priest at his feet with a listless expression, bent down and reached out. Received 1 silver coin. Chen Hui looked at the lone silver coin in his palm, and his lips twitched. What happened to the promised triple drop rate for the first clear of the maze? If you come out here, I promise I won't kill you. I'll just give you a minor facial cosmetic procedure with my shield. I've been playing for almost half an hour, and apart from that first wild breastplate, I haven't seen a single thing. This isn't triple drop rate, it's triple psychological torture. Well, Chen Hui sighed, stuffed the silver coins into his pocket, and didn't even bother to search the remaining corpses. In his opinion, the most valuable thing these poor goblins had was their tattered armor, but unfortunately the system wouldn't let him take it. Just then, a light footstep sound came from behind. Doyen, lifting her pink skirt, hopped and skipped like a rabbit just released from its cage to the pile of corpses. She first curiously examined the hideous goblins with her big eyes, then pointed to one of the most muscular, heavily armored goblins. Master, may I touch it? She rubbed her little hands together, her face full of anticipation. Watching from the side makes my hands itch. I feel like that big guy is hiding something good. Chen Hui glanced at her and shrugged indifferently. Touch it. You're the boss, you make the decisions. Besides, given this incredibly low drop rate, what difference does it make who tries to get it? Yay! Duo Yan cheered and squatted down, her fair little hands reaching into the goblin's greasy leather armor without any hesitation. Chen Hui crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, ready to see the girl's disappointed expression after she pulled out a handful of copper coins. However, the next second, a faint green light instantly illuminated the dimly lit corridor. Hey, I got a loot. I found some gear. Dian's excited screams echoed through the maze. Chen Hui's previously languid posture instantly collapsed, and he straightened up like a spring. He took 2 steps to stand in front of Duo Yan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In Dian's hand, she was struggling to hold up a round wooden shield. The shield was covered with a thick layer of wild boar hide, with a rough but sturdy iron band around the edge, and a hastily drawn beast totem in the center. Despite its wild design, the green light it emits is made of real gold and silver. Chen Hui looked at the shield, and the attribute panel popped up. Wild Round Shield, Green Apprentice Level. Requirement Level, 10. Attributes, Max HP plus 200, Physical/Magical Damage Reduction plus 5%, Attack Power plus 20. Set Bonus, February 6th, activated, Movement Speed plus 5%. Chen Hui gasped. Another set piece. Combined with the previous chest armor, the two-piece set effect is activated immediately, increasing movement speed by 5%. This is practically an epic buff for a shield bearer with short legs. But that's not the point. The key point is, on what grounds? I looted over a dozen corpses and all I got were copper coins, but this girl casually picked up a top-tier green item? Chen Hui stared at Duo Yan in disbelief, then looked at the remaining corpses on the ground. Could it really be that I'm just unlucky? I refused to believe it. Unconvinced, he squatted down and touched the remaining 3 corpses from head to toe. Received, 2 copper coins. Received, 3 copper coins. Received, 3 copper coins. Looking at the 8 copper coins in his hand, which together couldn't even buy a single steamed bun, Chen Hui fell into deep thought. This game is targeting me. This is definitely targeting me. Is this the difference between the legendary leader of the unlucky and the reincarnation of the lucky? Great God, am I amazing? Duo Yan looked up at Chen Hui with a pleading expression, her twin ponytails making him dizzy. Impressive, impressive. Chen Hui replied listlessly. From now on, the glorious task of looting corpses will be yours. I'll be in charge of killing them, and you'll be in charge of looting them. Yes, sir. Duo Yan gave an awkward salute, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with a smile. While Chen Hui was still lamenting his bad luck, Duo Yan couldn't stay idle any longer. Like a curious child, she touched and tapped on the walls of the corridor. Huh. Dian's finger stopped on a moss-covered stone brick. Hey, something seems off here. What's different? Chen Hui didn't even look up. This wall's all moldy. What could be different? No, this brick is hot. Before she could finish speaking, Dian's little hand had already pressed down. Rumble. A dull mechanical sound suddenly rang out, and the entire corridor shook. Chen Hui suddenly turned around. The stone wall beside Duo Yan, which had been perfectly sealed, slowly flipped open, revealing a hidden chamber. The secret room was small, only a dozen square meters. In the very center of the secret chamber, a huge treasure chest, gleaming with gold and inlaid with rubies, sat quietly. The light emanating from that treasure chest was 10 times more dazzling than the green outfit from before. Chen Hui's pupils contracted sharply. Holy crap. A hidden room. What kind of luck is this? Can you really create a treasure room just by randomly pressing a wall tile? This girl must be the darling of the divine realm. Wow. A huge treasure chest. Duo Yan's eyes instantly lit up with gold coin symbols. Without thinking, she grabbed her skirt and rushed inside. Chen Hui stared at the treasure chest, and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Something's not right. Everything went too smoothly. This is known as a maze brimming with malice. How could they possibly leave a treasure chest so casually by the roadside? Fragments of memories about this labyrinth from my previous life suddenly began to reassemble in my mind. Maze. Hidden rooms. Isolated treasure chests. A chill instantly shot from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. This is no treasure chest room at all. This is clearly that infamous trap room. Duo Yan dash. Don't go in. Chen Hui roared, his voice echoing through the narrow corridor. But it was too late. Duo Yan had already stepped into the secret chamber and was now standing in front of the enormous treasure chest. Hearing Chen Hui's shout, she instinctively turned around, looking completely bewildered. Huh? What did you say, expert? Just as she turned around, the glittering golden treasure chest suddenly moved. Click. The tightly closed box lid suddenly sprang open, but what was revealed was not gold or silver treasures, but 2 rows of sharp, serrated fangs and a huge, scarlet tongue covered in slime. That wasn't a treasure chest at all. That's a mouth. LV.10 Greedy Treasure Mimic Boss. HP 100 000/100 000. Attack 250. Skills: Bite, Swallow, Deadly Entanglement. A boss with 100,000 HP. A huge shadow instantly enveloped Dian's petite body. The mimic let out a nauseating roar, and its long, scarlet tongue lashed out at Duo-Yen like a whip. "Run!" Chen Hui shouted. But the stone wall had already begun to close amidst a deafening roar. Duo-Yen was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The overwhelming stench and the enormous mouth that could swallow her whole left her mind blank for a moment. Run? Which way to run? My legs feel so weak. I can't move them. Just as the mimic's tongue was about to wrap around her, Duo-Yen suddenly made a move that Chen Hui didn't expect. She neither cried out nor cried for help. Instead, he suddenly turned around and, with all his might, threw the wild round shield he had just picked up into the gap in the closing stone door. Cling! The shield rolled to Chen Hui's feet. "God, grab the shield and go. Don't worry about me." Duo-Yan's voice was choked with sobs, yet it conveyed a sense of resolute determination. She knew that if she died in the maze, she would lose a level, and her body would be teleported outside. "This shield is essential for the expert. It can't be destroyed just because I die here. As long as the goods are out, that's fine. I'm a burden. I can't hold the expert back." Rumble. The stone gate continued to close relentlessly, leaving only a crack less than half a meter wide. Duo-Yen turned around, leaning against the cold stone wall, and looked at the approaching monster with despair. The mimic monster didn't rush to swallow its prey. Its body, covered in splinters and metal parts, began to twist, emitting a grating, screeching sound. That was the sound of metal crushing bone. That was the sound of gears crushing flesh and blood. This sound. Duo-Yan's pupils dilated instantly as memories flashed through her mind. That rainy night 2 years ago. An out-of-control truck, its cab deformed. That's the sound. Duo-Yen covered her ears tightly, slid down the wall, and collapsed to the ground. The phantom pain of reality instantly overwhelmed her senses. My legs felt like they were being pierced by excruciating pain. That was a pain deep within the soul. My breathing became rapid, my vision blurred, and everything around me seemed to be spinning. System warning. Extreme emotional fluctuations detected in the player. Abnormal heart rate. Adrenaline spike. For your safety, the system recommends immediate forced disconnection. Exit? A red warning box was flashing frantically on my retina. The monster is closing in. The enormous mouth, filled with fangs, opened wide, exuding an aura of death, and descended upon her. Am I going to die? Do I have to go through that kind of pain again? Duo-Yen closed her eyes, her body trembling violently, tears streaming down her face. Just then, squeak! A piercing, screeching sound rang out. Immediately afterward, a strong hand caught her swaying body at the last moment. That hand was warm, dry, and carried a reassuring strength. Duo-Yen opened her eyes in a daze. The stone gate slammed shut behind them, completely blocking their escape route. And in front of her, that man who always had a roguish air about him and constantly talked about adding money. He had one arm around her shoulder and the other holding up the wild shield. He slid in at the last second, skimming along the ground. Chen Hui did not turn around to look at her. Those eyes, usually half open and nonchalant, were now frighteningly bright, like a lone wolf that has been provoked. He stared intently at the arrogant mimic monster before him, the smile vanishing without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by an unprecedented ferocity and violence. Die! Stench filled the air. The long, scarlet tongue, covered in mucus, was only 0.01 centimeters away from Chen Hui's nose. The atmosphere instantly became tense. When? A muffled thud. The wild, round shield was firmly wedged between the long tongue and Chen Hui. The enormous impact traveled through the shield, and the stone bricks beneath Chen Hui's feet cracked instantly, but he remained motionless, like an old pine tree nailed to a crack in the rock. System notification sounds were blaring in my ears. Equipment: wild round shield, green. Max HP plus 200. Current health: 2000/2000. The moment the numbers jumped, a sinister smile bloomed on Chen Hui's lips. Thanks, rich lady. He even had time to turn around and whistle at Duo-Yen, who was slumped on the ground. The shield arrived just in time. I'll put the shipping fee on your tab later. Duo-Yen raised her head blankly. The fear in her eyes hadn't faded, but the suffocating aura of death had been completely obscured by the man's back. Chen Hui turned his head and his gaze fell on the mimic chest that was writhing wildly. Hey, big mouth monster. Chen Hui freed one hand and slowly took out a dark red pendant from his backpack, hanging it around his neck. The pendant resembled a still beating heart, radiating intense heat. Unique trinket, lava heart, activated. Special effect, deals magic damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum health to enemies within a 1-meter radius every second. 5% of 2,000 blood. That is 100 damage per second. In addition, there's the counter damage from Lord of Thorns. Chen Hui tilted his head, looking at the mimic's mouthful of fangs with an expression as if he were looking at a walking pile of experience points. I heard you really like to eat that? Then try this. Boom. Centered on Chen Hui, a ring of dark red flames instantly exploded out. The temperature in the originally dark and damp room suddenly soared. Hiss dash. The mimic let out a piercing scream. Its proud, long tongue, the moment it touched the ring of flames, was like a piece of fatty intestine thrown into a pot of oil, sizzling and charring black. Chen Hui, braving the flames, advanced step by step. Why are you running? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? The treasure chest monster was scared. As a boss with rudimentary intelligence, it instinctively sensed that something was wrong with the human in front of it. Why is this fragile human being burning up like a red-hot iron? It wanted to retreat back into the box and play dead. But Chen Hui didn't give it a chance at all. Taunting. That familiar middle finger rose up again. The mimic's initial attempt to retreat abruptly halted, its eyes instantly turning bloodshot, its reason completely consumed by rage. Roar. It opened its enormous mouth and took a bite without hesitation. Click. The fangs gnawed at the shield. Dash 120. Chen Hui was damaged. Dash 450. Thorns reflect damage. Dash 100. Lava burning. Dash 100. Lava burning. The damage numbers gushed out like a red fountain above the mimic's head. Chen Hui stood still, not even bothering to swing his shield. He's like a hedgehog with superpowers. Anyone who touches him dies. Push harder, haven't you eaten? While fighting off the monsters, Chen Hui still had the leisure to offer his commentary. Your teeth aren't doing well. You need to take calcium supplements. Too slippery tongue, bad review. Duo Yan, who was behind her, finally came to her senses. She looked at the man who was laughing and joking under the monster's mouth, then at the red damage numbers floating all over the room. The once gloomy world seemed to be suddenly illuminated by this arrogant splash of red. So strong, she murmured to herself. That's really strong. There is no fear of flying blood and flesh, only the violent aesthetics of overwhelming data. The man's back view was not broad, in fact, it appeared somewhat thin. But at this moment, it is safer than any fortress. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, the mimic, which had 100,000 HP, had its HP bar reduced to a mere sliver. It was smoking, the lid of the box was charred and deformed, and its tongue, like a burnt sausage, lay limply on the ground. Just as Chen Hui was about to deliver the final blow, a sudden change occurred. The mimic suddenly withdrew all its attack stances, and its previously ferocious features actually squeezed out a fawning expression. Its health is locked at 1 point. Bite. A semi-transparent system dialog box suddenly appeared in front of Chen Hui. The boss, greedy treasure chest monster, is begging for mercy. Please make your choice. A. Forgiveness. Let it live. Reward. 10 gold coins. B. Slaughter. Refuse to beg for mercy and kill the target. Reward. 2 random green equipment. C. Humiliation. Hidden option. Triggers under special conditions. At that moment, everything around seemed to stand still. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. The bosses in this game actually have a survival instinct? In his previous life, he had only heard that some special bosses would trigger plot kills, but he never expected to encounter one in the starting village. Duo Yan then stood up, leaning against the wall, and limped behind Chen Hui, peeking at her little head. God, it's crying. She was definitely crying. Tears were streaming from the treasure chest monster's 2 large, bell-shaped eyes, and its 2 short arms were clasped together, bowing repeatedly to Chen Hui. They looked so pitiful. Master, how about we kill him and loot his gear? Although Duo Yan was soft-hearted, she was also a money grubber. 2 green items. That'll sell for a lot of money. Chen Hui remained silent. His gaze swept over the 3 options. Option A, 10 gold coins. The current gold coin ratio is 1 to 10,000, which is 100,000 yuan. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Option B, 2 green items. It was nothing special, but for Chen Hui, it wasn't particularly appealing. As for option C, it's all question marks. The unknown often represents risk, but it also represents huge profits. Chen Hui stroked his chin, a playful smile playing on his lips. He suddenly put away his shield. He even took off the Heart of Lava necklace from his neck and casually stuffed it into his pocket. The scorching air cooled instantly. The mimic chest was stunned for a moment. Looking at Chen Hui's seemingly harmless appearance, it assumed that this greedy human had chosen option A. There's hope. This human really is a money grubber. The mimic was overjoyed. It quickly smacked its charred tongue and laboriously pulled out 10 gleaming gold coins from deep within its box. It obsequiously handed the gold coins to Chen Hui, its gaping maw revealing a smile more hideous than a grimace. Hey. Chen Hui smiled too. He reached out his hand as if to take the gold coins. Just as the mimic completely lowered its guard and its tongue stretched out to its longest point, Chen Hui suddenly flipped his wrist. He didn't take the gold coins. Instead, it grabbed the mimic's slippery, long tongue tightly. "Wanna buy your life?" The smile on Chen Hui's face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling aura of menace. "When you scared my rich wife, no, I mean, when you scared my teammate, did you ever think this day would come?" The treasure chest monster was bewildered. That's not how the script was written. Before it could react, Chen Hui had already moved. His hands moved so fast they seemed to be tying shoelaces. One circle to the left, one circle to the right. Interlace, not tighten. The movements were fluid and seamless, executed in one go. Just 2 seconds. Chen Hui neatly tied the mimic's proud long tongue into a perfect bow. It's still a dead end. Wah! The treasure chest monster's eyes were practically bulging out of its sockets. Its tongue was tied in knots and it couldn't even retract it, so it could only open its mouth like a lapdog and make indistinct whimpering sounds. This is not just physical torture. This is a trampling of dignity. A level 10 boss, the nightmare of the maze, had its tongue tied into a bow. Ding! You selected option C, humiliation. Hidden achievement achieved, the art of culinary delight. The mimicry monster felt unprecedented humiliation and suffered a mental breakdown. Chen Hui patted the sticky substance off his hands, looking disgusted. That looks much better. He stood with one foot on the lid of the mimic's chest, looking down at the trembling behemoth. Now, we can talk about actual compensation. Give me back all the money you've been saving up. If you're short even 1 coin, I'll tie a knot at the other end too. The mimic chest monster nodded frantically. If it had knees, it would definitely be kneeling by now. It had never seen such a shameless person. They took the gold coins and then humiliated me. After humiliating me, they robbed me. Is this what humanity is like? That's terrifying. Mom, I want to go back to the codebase. Pfft. The mimic used all its strength, like a broken fountain, to frantically spew things out. Equipment, potions, silver coins. There was even a treasure map that emitted a purple glow. Duo-Yen was dumbfounded. She tugged at Chen Hui's sleeve and asked softly, "Master, aren't we being a little too cruel?" Chen Hui picked up the treasure map and blew off the dust. Cruel? He turned around, looked at Dian's eyes, which had not yet fully regained their sparkle, and his tone became unusually serious. Remember, humans are cruel in this world. Only the weak get eaten. And what we need to do. It's about being the one who takes the knife and fork. Duo-Yen was stunned. She looked at the purple treasure map in Chen Hui's hand, then at the pile of glittering spoils on the ground. An unusual emotion, unlike anything I'd ever felt before, quietly began to grow in my heart. Chen Hui ignored the girl's inner thoughts. His attention was entirely focused on the treasure map. Treasure map, Tomb of the Divine Beast. Quality, purple. Treasure coordinates. Can't see the coordinates? Chen Hui frowned slightly. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Just then, a rapid system announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire server. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player for completing the achievement, Boss's Nemesis, and successfully triggering the hidden storyline. The underground ruins maze is about to go on a rampage. All monster attributes increased by 300%. In 10 seconds, the maze will enter rampage mode. Lasts 1 hour. Chen Hui's hand trembled, and he almost threw the drawing away. Holy crap! Did they go too far? Humiliating the boss and blowing up the entire maze? Run! Chen Hui scooped up the spoils from the ground, grabbed the still-dazed Duo Yen, and dashed out. Master! Where's the mimic? Even with Duo Yen tucked under her arm, she still managed to glance back. The mimic with its tongue tied in knots was now rapidly expanding, its originally dark red skin turning an eerie purplish-black. Its eyes no longer held fear. Instead, it was filled with a madness of mutual destruction. Whoa, a dash. Let's die together. Rumble. All servers. The mazes in every starting village began to shake violently. All the experienced players started running for their lives. A heavy, mechanical stone door was kicked to pieces, and a figure tumbled out amidst the flying debris. Puh. Does this lousy maze get dust for free? Chen Hui patted the dust off his head, and before he could even catch his breath, a chilling whooshing sound came from behind him. The mimic, its body swollen to twice its original size and radiating an ominous, purplish-black aura, crashed through the door frame like a runaway tank. Its tongue, tied in a tight knot by Chen Hui, dangled out like a comical bow tie, but this did nothing to diminish the overwhelming killing intent emanating from its bloodshot eyes. Master! Over here! Duo Yen led the way, lifting her skirt, her two ponytails swinging like propellers. The two sped around the corner and then slammed on the brakes. Hiss! The two of them gasped in unison. The once spacious corridor was now incredibly crowded. Dozens of goblin mages and heavily armored maze guards, now shrouded in black smoke and with red glowing eyes, looked like demons that had just crawled out of hell. Rampage mode. All monster attributes are increased by 300% and aggro is chained. The moment they saw Chen Hui and his companion, the monsters reacted as if they had seen their father's killers, raising their staffs and giant axes in unison. Try this. With a wave of a goblin mage's staff, a shadow fireball the size of a wash basin hurtled towards them. Chen Hui instinctively raised his shield. Bang! The immense impact forced him back half a step, and a red number floated above his head. -300. Chen Hui's eyelids twitched violently. This is still considered a mob. Its damage is comparable to the boss before it went berserk. If it were a physical attack monster, it would be fine. The Thorns' reflected damage would teach it a lesson. But most of these are ranged magic-based monsters, and with the 300% attribute bonus, Chen Hui's 2000 HP would only take a few fireballs. The reflected damage can kill monsters, but only if you stay alive. Great God, what do we do? Dian's voice trembled as she looked at the dense horde of monsters. The road ahead is blocked, and the big mouth monster is catching up from behind. There are wolves in front, tigers behind, and a fool stuck in the middle. Chen Hui gritted his teeth, his brain racing. Charging head-on is definitely not an option. With his short legs and low movement speed, he'd be a sitting duck within a mage's range. I wish I could reach level 25. Chen Hui looked troubled, raising his shield to block 2 arrows while complaining. You can ride a mount at level 25, whether it's a horse or a pig, as long as it's fast. I can take you flying right now. The current situation doesn't lack defense, it lacks speed. If you're fast enough, you can get out of range before the monster's skill cast bar finishes. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. However, upon hearing this, Dian's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked down at her top-tier agility-boosting gear, then at Chen Hui beside her, who, despite wearing plate armor, wasn't too fat. Movement speed, mounts. The little girl murmured to herself. Huh. Chen Hui was about to use Holy Taunt, again to try and pull away the monsters when he suddenly felt a tightening around his waist. The next second, the world spun around. Chen Hui felt his gaze suddenly rise, and he was turned sideways. He looked down and was horrified to find that he was being held securely in Dian's arms in a perfectly executed princess carry. Rich woman? What are you doing? Chen Hui was dumbfounded. Isn't this script wrong? Isn't it usually the male lead carrying the female lead as they run away? Why is the storyline completely different here? Hold on tight, master. Duo Yan's delicate face was filled with seriousness. Her legs were slightly bent, and the swift boots on her feet emitted a dazzling blue light. Since there's no horse, I'll be the god's horse. Before he could finish speaking, whoosh! Chen Hui felt that the scenery on both sides instantly turned into blurry lines. Quick. That's too fast. With all points allocated to agility, coupled with top-tier speed-enhancing equipment and the assassin's unique sprint skill. At this moment, Duo-Yen is practically a human Ferrari. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireballs and arrows rained down on the spot where they had just stood, blasting up a patch of scorched earth. But Duo-Yen had already rushed 30 meters away with Chen Hui in her arms. Holy crap. Slow down, slow down. I'm getting carsick. Chen Hui clung tightly to Duo-Yan's neck, feeling as if the wind had distorted his face. This scene was both extremely bizarre and comical. A little girl in a pink dress, carrying a burly man in full armor, is staging a fast and furious scene in a monster-filled maze. The mimic behind it had just turned the corner when it saw two afterimages disappear at the end of the corridor. Enraged, it jumped 3 meters high on the spot, howling and leading its large group in hot pursuit. At the same time, at the entrance to the maze. Faster! Faster! The exit is just ahead. Sword Howler roared across the land, his face covered in blood, looking utterly pathetic. Behind him, the original elite team of 10 had dwindled to less than 5. The maze in rampage mode is a complete meat grinder. An elite monster that just passed by was killed in a single strike. -560. Critical hit. Their team's prized off-tank, who had invested all his stat points into stamina, didn't even have time to scream before his health was wiped out instantly, turning into a white light and sending him back to town to respawn. At that moment, Jian Shao Jiuzhou's heart sank. He was a warrior, and although he was a bit faster than the shield guard, his speed was simply not enough against these rampaging monsters. Roar! Heavy footsteps sounded behind me. Those were 2 rampaging minotaurs, each 3 meters tall, carrying enormous totem poles, their every step causing the ground to tremble. The distance is getting closer and closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. Sword roar across the 9 provinces could even smell the stench emanating from the nostrils of the Minotaur. Completion. Not only did I fail to get the first kill, but I also lost a level and my equipment. It's like losing both my wife and my army. Sword howling across the 9 provinces closed his eyes in despair, and his steps slowed down. But then something occurred to him, and a twisted look of pleasure spread across his face. Anyway, that traitorous guy is definitely dead inside too. In situations deep inland, when things go berserk, even a miracle can't save you. Once I respawn, I'll spam the world chat saying he caused the wipe because he messed up the traps. Then let's see who dares to team up with him. Thinking of this, Jian Shao Jiuzhou smiled with relief. Even if I die, it's not a loss. Just as he was preparing to give up resistance and face death. Phew. A sudden gust of wind swept in from the depths of the maze. Accompanied by a series of rapid and heavy footsteps, it sounded like a heavy motorcycle was approaching. Sword roar across the 9 provinces subconsciously opened his eyes. The next second, his jaw dislocated. At the edge of their vision, a pink whirlwind was hurtling towards them at an incredible speed. He could only see it clearly when he got closer. It was that little girl from before. What truly shattered his worldview was that the little girl was carrying the man he hated to the core, the traitor. The two of them, in an extremely bizarre, even indecent manner, ignored all the speed-reducing traps along the way and rushed towards the exit like a cannonball. This works. Sword roar across the 9 provinces was so jealous his eyes were practically red. On what grounds? Why am I working myself to the bone here, and you're being carried around like this? And by a girl no less? This guy's living off a woman is way too much. He watched as the two were about to rush past him and escape. A wicked thought instantly took over Jian Shao Jiuzhou's mind. Since I'm going to die, then you can forget about living either. Let's all die together, so we'll have each other on the road to the underworld. Sword Howler abruptly stopped, his great sword held horizontally in front of his chest, blocking the only exit like a roadblock. Don't go. Stay here. We'll die together. His face was contorted in rage, and he roared with all his might. Duo-Yen, who was running at high speed, was startled and instinctively tried to slow down. Don't stop. Run over it. Chen Hui, who was in his arms, suddenly roared. He didn't even change his posture. He simply freed the hand holding the wild round shield and, using the momentum of Dian's running, swung his arm in a wide arc. At this moment, Chen Hui was not fighting alone. He is the javelin, he is the battering ram, he is the iron fist of justice. Get out of here. The shield, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck with perfect accuracy the repulsive face of sword howling across the 9 provinces. Shield bash. Bang. A crisp, muffled thud. Jianxiaojiojo felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. The immense impact sent him flying. He drew a graceful parabola in the air, passed over Chen Hui and Duo Yan's heads, and crashed heavily onto the floor behind them. Holy crap! Jianxiaojiojo felt his entire face go numb. His nose was definitely broken, and several of his teeth were loose. He struggled to get up, mumbling incoherently. "You son of AB ***ch. However, the cursing stopped abruptly. An even stronger and more terrifying killing intent than before enveloped him from all directions. Sword howling across the 9 provinces stiffly turned its neck. The mimic with a bow on its tongue was standing less than a meter away from him. Behind the mimic were dozens of berserk elite monsters with red eyes and heavy breathing. They formed a circle, trapping Jianxiaojiojo firmly in the middle. All the monsters were staring at him, especially that mimicry monster. Its venomous eyes first glanced at Chen Hui's retreating figure, who had already run out of the maze gate, and then at the human warrior in front of it, who was also wielding a great sword. Human beings. Warrior. They're in cahoots. Simple logic instantly closed in the not-so-developed brain of the treasure chest monster. Since that one ran away, you'll have to pay the debt. Wah! Brothers, it's him. The mimic let out a shrill roar, its knotted tongue thrashing excitedly. Sword roar across the 9 provinces gazed at the gaping maws and the raised spiked clubs, staffs, and sticks. He swallowed hard, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and waved at the mimic. Sir, you seem to be in good health? The tongue has a rather unique shape. His response was a spiked club aimed at his rear end. Humiliate, but do not kill. Clearly, the mimic has learned the essence of Chen Hui's techniques. All his anger towards Chen Hui was unleashed on Jianxiaojiojo. At that moment, Sword Howl of the 9 provinces grew up. Of escaping death is like emerging from the deep sea, with every breath of air smelling sweet. Chen Hui lay sprawled out in a spread eagle position under a huge ancient tree, his chest heaving violently. Duo Yan next to her wasn't in much better shape. Her pink dress was covered in grass clippings, and she was sitting on the ground rubbing her aching calves without a care in the world. Master, did we make a fortune? Duo Yan was panting, but her big eyes were sparkling as she stared at Chen Hui's bulging backpack. Whether you've struck it rich or not depends on the quality of what that giant-mouthed monster spits out. Chen Hui sat up, wiped the sweat from his face, and a look of anticipation appeared on his lips. Although he was exhausted from running all that way, the thought of the treasure chest monster spitting out before it died made it all worth it, even if it broke his legs. Crash! Backpack upside down. A jumble of random props instantly covered the grass. The first thing that catches the eye is a collection of gleaming white silver coins, a total of 52. Based on the current black market exchange rate, these silver coins alone are worth more than $5,000. Next came bundles of potions, 15 bottles of intermediate-grade health potions and 32 bottles of intermediate-grade mana potions. Good stuff that's practically priceless in pharmacies right now. Wow! So many blue bottles. Duo Yan clapped her hands happily. As a full agility assassin, she didn't use much mana, but looking at this pile of spoils was still a pleasure. Don't rush, the main event is yet to come. Chen Hui reached to the bottom of the pile of props and slowly pulled out a staff that was dark red all over and had a ruby the size of a pigeon egg inlaid at the top. I couldn't see it clearly in the dimly lit maze, but now, in the sunlight, the staff is emitting a faint, yet unusually deep, green halo. It's not your average green outfit. Chen Hui's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the attribute panel. Ruby staff, green artisan grade. Requirement level, 10. Class requirements, Mage, Warlock. Magic attack power, 120. Maximum mana, plus 1000. Skill speed, plus 20. Unique passive, Mage's Soul, increases magic attack power by 10%. His dash. Chen Hui gasped, nearly dropping his staff. Craftsman level. In Eternal, equipment of the same quality is also divided into different grades: apprentice, craftsman, and master. The attributes of a craftsman-grade green item can even surpass those of an apprentice-grade blue item. 120 ability power, 1000 mana, 20 skill haste, and a 10% ability power boost. This is hardly level 10 equipment. These stats would be top tier even at level 20. Especially the 1000 mana points. For mages who are desperately short of mana in the early game, it's practically a cheat code for unlimited firepower. Top-notch? Absolutely top-notch. Chen Hui muttered to himself. If this thing were put up for auction, it would definitely cause an uproar among all the mages on the server. But he didn't intend to throw it away at the auction house. Such a good product should naturally be sold to the most discerning and wealthiest people. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Hui took a screenshot and clicked on the black avatar in his friend list, 0. Rebellious, image, the first green-grade craftsman staff in the entire server. Interested? The message was sent in less than a second. Byte. 0. Account number. Immediately afterwards, another message popped up. 5 million. Chen Hui looked at the simple number on the screen and rubbed his eyes. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. It really is 5 million. Chen Hui's fingers froze in midair. He knew Ling was rich. In his previous life, this god of magic had used his wealth to destroy half the server. But he never expected that this person would be so extravagant. This is only at the very beginning of the game's launch. 5 million for a piece of transitional equipment? This isn't just having a mine at home, this is practically having a money printing machine. Make a deal. Chen Hui quickly entered his bank card number. Even if they are reborn, even if they know that in the future, the gold coins in this game will be more valuable than real currency. But faced with this solid 5 million in cash, his heart still skipped a beat. 2 minutes later. Buzz. My phone vibrated. Bank XX, your account received a deposit of 5 million renminbi at 1420. Current balance. Looking at that long string of zeros, Chen Hui took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to roar to the sky. In his previous life, he worked like a slave in the guild for a few $1,000s. In this life, a single piece of equipment enabled him to take the first step towards financial freedom. Is this the power of rebirth? Before he could finish his reflection, Zero's message popped up again. 0, do you lead a group through the final boss of the maze area? 0, you can allocate the equipment. If you agree, send me the coordinates. Chen Hui frowned slightly. Bring people? The final boss in the maze area is no joke. It's a true nightmare for newbies. This is him. By using Thorns to reflect damage and skillful positioning, he can wear down the boss. But if you bring other people along, more players mean the boss's health will dynamically increase, and if teammates don't coordinate well, a team wipe is very likely. Especially for a big boss like 0, what if he were to pass away? It's too troublesome. With so many people involved, things can easily go wrong. Chen Hui had just typed this line in the chat box, preparing to refuse. Byte. 0, 1 million per person. Chen Hui's typing fingers stopped instantly. He deleted the reject message in the chat box without expression, then quickly typed a new line of text. Rebellious, boss, you're so generous. Coordinates, 234, 118, always ready to go. The more people the better, I love a lively atmosphere. Are you kidding me? Which boss has increased HP? What's causing per teamwork? When it comes to the power of money, none of that matters. As long as the money is right, I'd take anyone to fight a boss, let alone carry a boss on my shoulders and do squats. Chen Hui stared at the chat box, his mouth twitching into a grin that reached his ears. His greedy, money-obsessed expression left Duo Yan, who was standing next to him, completely stunned. The little girl reached out and poked Chen Hui's waist with her finger. Master, are you short of money? Chen Hui snapped out of his daze, closed the chat window, gave a disdainful smile, and gazed intently into the distance. Lack of money? Is there anyone in this world who doesn't lack money? Money isn't everything, but you can't do without it. In his previous life, he was both poor and lecherous. Although he made a little money through his gaming skills, he ultimately failed to save his mother. Even after he accumulated some savings, he squandered it all on those insincere women. He never wanted to experience that feeling of powerlessness again in his life. Now that he's been reborn, he's determined not only to become the strongest shield bearer, but also to make a fortune and live the life of a wealthy tycoon. Just then, buzz. My phone vibrated again. Chen Hui subconsciously looked down. Bank XX, your account received a deposit of 1 million renminbi at 1425. Current balance. Chen Hui was stunned. Who is it again? He turned to look at Duo Yan beside him. The little girl was humming an unknown tune, her two ponytails swaying back and forth, while she played with the system interface in her hand. Hey, I've transferred my allowance for this week to you. Duo Yan looked at Chen Hui with a smile, her face full of innocence. You have to keep playing with me to level up. That parkour run was so much fun, let's do it again next time. Chen Hui. He looked at the balance on his phone, then at the seemingly harmless little girl in front of him. At that moment, he gained a profound and heartfelt understanding of the meaning of the gap between the rich and the poor. This week's allowance? 1 million. Which wealthy heiress did this run away from? Faced with this inexplicable million, Chen Hui neither refused nor offered any hypocritical pleasantries. He walked up to Duo Yan, placed his hands on her shoulders, and his expression became extremely serious and earnest. One thing at a time. Duo Yan was taken aback, feeling a slight touch of emotion. As expected, the expert is a man of principle. He certainly wouldn't accept money from someone without a reason. However, the next second, Chen Hui said earnestly, 1 million a week, carrying such a huge sum of money is too dangerous. You're too young to handle it. Let me bear this pain for you. Don't worry, now that I've taken the protection money, from now on in the game, if anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I'll send their entire family back to the starting village respawn point. I'll take you to the pinnacle of gaming. Are you kidding me? Money from dubious sources is accepted. What? Others won't accept it? There's no money Chen Hui wouldn't dare accept. Duo Yan blinked twice. Although she felt that the expert's logic was a bit strange, she still nodded happily when she heard the words reaching the peak. Great. It's a deal then. Chen Hui looked at the 6 million yuan lying in his account, then at the sugar daddy who was about to arrive. He patted the wild round shield in his backpack, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Since everyone is being so polite, then this final boss has to die in a very rhythmic way. Suddenly, more than 20 warriors slowly emerged from the surrounding bushes, followed closely by the mage. Several hundred players appeared and surrounded Chen Hui and his companion. Chen Hui narrowed his eyes slightly. This newcomer doesn't seem friendly. Great one, we are the ones who have come. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. The encirclement formed by hundreds of players was like an impenetrable human wall, trapping Chen Hui and Duo Yan firmly in the middle. The crowd parted to make way. Sword roaring across the 9 provinces emerged with a gloomy face, accompanied by a thin thief. The thief toyed with the gleaming dagger in his hand. His ID above his head was Ghost Shadow, and his level was as high as 8. He was the guild leader of the Assassin's Guild, his eyes looking at 2 lambs to the slaughter, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Running? Why did you stop running? The ghostly figure clapped its hands together with the dagger, the sound shrill and high-pitched. Weren't you pretty impressive just now? Parkour while carrying a man, wow, if that scene were recorded, it would definitely be on the year's most ridiculous compilation. Duo Yan was furious and was about to speak when Chen Hui grabbed her shoulder. Chen Hui ignored the ghostly figure and looked past him, his gaze landing on Jian Xiaojiuzhou. At this moment, sword howling across the 9 provinces had changed into a brand new set of basic equipment, clearly indicating that the top-tier equipment he had just acquired had been mostly destroyed. But the righteous and awe-inspiring expression on his face was even more pronounced than before. Rebellious. Sword roar across the 9 provinces stepped forward, pointing at Chen Hui with a pained expression. His voice was loud enough for all the casual players watching the spectacle to hear clearly. Do you even know what you've done? Because of your selfish desires, you maliciously triggered the maze's traps, causing thousands of innocent players to perish in the berserk mode. All the levels and equipment everyone painstakingly leveled up and acquired have vanished because of your momentary carelessness. He paused, then turned to face the growing crowd of onlookers, arms outstretched, like a politician giving a speech. Look at these guys. Some just reached level 5, some just got their first piece of white gear, and, because of this scumbag, they have to start all over again. If we don't remove these bad apples from beginner village number 12138, who will be able to play the game with peace of mind? Who can guarantee they won't be the next one to get screwed over? His words were highly inflammatory. The casual players who were just there to watch the excitement were suddenly reminded of their horrific death in the maze by these words, and their emotions were instantly ignited. Exactly. I just got this wristband, and it's gone before I even had a chance to enjoy it. Damn it, so it was you who did this? I was wondering why the monster suddenly went berserk. Get out of the newbie village. Delete your account and apologize. Kill him. Loot all his gear. A cacophony of insults rose and fell, countless pairs of angry eyes fixed on Chen Hui as if they wanted to devour him alive. Dian's little face turned bright red. Although she was naive, she could tell this was an attempt to smear her. How could a hidden storyline set up by the system be interpreted as malicious behavior by a powerful figure? You're talking nonsense. It's clearly lie. Chen Hui put a finger to his lips, interrupting Duo Yan's explanation. There was no sign of panic on his face. He even reached up and picked at his ear, looking as if he was about to fall asleep. Only when the surrounding jeers subsided slightly did he lazily lift his eyelids. Are you done talking? Chen Hui flicked the earwax from under his fingernails, looking at Jian Xiaojiojo with a half-smile. You have good speaking skills. It's a shame you're not involved in pyramid schemes. Sword roar across the 9 provinces sneered, still being stubborn even when death is imminent? If you don't give everyone an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place. Explain? Chen Hui raised an eyebrow, his gaze suddenly shifting downwards and fixing on Jian Xiaojiojo's lower body, his tone becoming extremely strange. Wow, you're pretty tough. Is your butt feeling better? Just 5 simple words. It's like some kind of immobilization spell. The once imposing Jian Xiaojiojo turned deathly pale in an instant. He instinctively reached out and covered his buttocks, shrinking back slightly, and his previously fluent speech became halting and stuttering. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Don't know. Chen Hui clicked his tongue twice and lightly tapped his finger in the air. Regional channel live streaming now open. Host, Rebel. Title, shocking. Guild leader did this to a monster deep inside a dungeon. A giant holographic projection screen suddenly unfolded in midair. The picture quality is extremely high definition. The background is a dimly lit maze-like corridor. The protagonist was none other than Jian Xiaojiojo, who had just been looking righteous. However, his posture in the video was quite indecent. A dozen goblins were holding him down by his limbs, while the mimic with a bow on its tongue was brandishing a thick spiked club with a venomous look on its face. Smack. A crisp sound. The spiked club landed precisely on Jian Xiaojiojo's buttocks. In the video, Jian Xiaojiojo lets out a soul-stirring scream. Then, the scene changes. The mimic seemed unsatisfied with the spiked club, and its knotted tongue twitched. What? No. Not there. In the video, Jian Xiaojiojo initially fought desperately, but his voice gradually became strange, even taking on a slightly eerie quality. Enjoy? The entire hall fell silent. Hundreds of players stared wide-eyed, their gazes shifting back and forth between the video in midair and the scene in reality where Jian Xiaojiojo was clutching his buttocks. Even the ghostly figure standing next to Jian Xiaojiojo couldn't help but shiver. He silently sheathed his dagger, covered his backside, and moved 3 meters away from the side without making a sound. His eyes clearly said, I don't know this person, don't let him infect me too. Holy crap, this is absolutely mind-blowing. So, this is what the big boss likes? No wonder the monster went berserk earlier. It was some kind of erotic game. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, instantly turning the tense atmosphere of confrontation into a large-scale spectacle for onlookers. Jian Xiaojiojo's face turned from white to red, then from red to purple, and finally as black as the bottom of a pot. Society died. Utterly and completely dead. His carefully cultivated image as a master craftsman collapsed completely at this moment, leaving not a trace. Turn it off. Turn it off right now. Sword Howl roared hysterically, brandishing its great sword as it tried to rush up and smash the projection screen, only to find that it couldn't attack the system interface at all. He turned his head sharply, staring at Chen Hui with bloodshot eyes, his voice sharp with extreme shame and indignation. Rebellious. Don't try to change the subject. These are 2 different things. Don't be fooled by him. We're talking about his atrocities in the maze. He killed everyone. This debt must be settled. He tried to bring the rhythm back. Once Chen Hui's crime of being a black sheep is confirmed, the humiliation brought by this video can be overshadowed by a just trial. Upon hearing the word evil deed, Chen Hui's smile widened. He turned off the live stream and slowly straightened his slightly disheveled cuffs. Then, he raised his head, and a chilling glint suddenly flashed in his previously lazy eyes. Chen Hui stepped forward. This move actually forced the players from the 9 provinces, guild in front, to instinctively take a half step back. Explain? Chen Hui sneered, his gaze sweeping over everyone present like a razor's edge. Isn't all you want an explanation? Okay. He took a deep breath, focused his energy in his dantian, and his voice boomed like thunder through the crowd. Listen up, all of you. Duo Yan nervously grabbed Chen Hui's sleeve and whispered. Master, it's my fault, let me explain. Explanation my A***. Chen Hui flung aside his clothes, raised his hand, and pointed his index finger straight at Jian Shaojiuzhou, whose face was contorted with rage, and then at the players around him who were filled with resentment. A smug, arrogant smile curled at the corner of his lips. I triggered the mechanism. I was the one who humiliated the boss. I was the one who detonated the maze. You guys lost levels and dropped your equipment. Chen Hui paused, then a bright smile spread across his face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I did it all, you son of AB******. Boom. The crowd erupted in chaos. To everyone's surprise, faced with such accusations of being the enemy of the entire server, this person not only showed no remorse, but instead admitted to everything as if showing off his achievements. They couldn't even be bothered to come up with the slightest excuse. Did you hear me clearly? Chen Hui looked at the dumbfounded Jian Shaojiuzhou, his voice low and mocking. I did it on purpose. You disagree? He pulled the scratched wild round shield from his backpack and slammed it heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. If you're not happy about it, then keep it to yourself. Or... Chen Hui beckoned with his finger, his eyes filled with disdain as if he were looking at a pile of trash. You all come at me together? Ire Hall fell silent. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the man who slammed his shield into the ground. Mad. Unbridled madness. What? Nobody dares to move. Chen Hui glanced around, the mocking smile on his lips like a slap in the face to everyone. Weren't you just hurling insults so enthusiastically? Have you gone silent, keyboard warrior? A commotion broke out in the crowd, and many people's faces turned a deep shade of liver. I'll do it. A sharp shout broke the deadlock. The crowd parted automatically to make way, and a young man dressed in leather armor and carrying a longbow stepped out. His ID is 100 Steps Piercing Yang, a level 7 ranger, and he's quite well known in the casual player community. He glanced disdainfully at Chen Hui's haphazard outfit and sneered. Don't say I'm bullying you because you're a short-legged shield bearer. My talent is armor penetration, which ignores 10% of the target's physical and magical resistance. This arrow will. He drawled, his eyes filled with malice. You'll feel great. The surrounding players immediately became incredibly excited. Brother Yang is awesome. He taught this arrogant fool a lesson. Shoot him. Let him know what the real answer is. Don't embarrass yourself, Brother Yang. The whole village's hopes rest on this arrow. Amid cheers, builds.When Yang took a deep breath and assumed an extremely standard shooting posture. He didn't rush to act, but instead raised his head, looked up at the sky with melancholy eyes, and recited in a deep voice. Goodbye, young man, bow-drawn taut, fearless of time and wind. The bowstring was slowly pulled back, making a taut creak sound. At that moment, even the wind seemed to stand still. Someone turned on the speakers, and the rousing background music from The Legend of the Condor Heroes faintly drifted through the crowd, instantly maximizing the sense of ritual in the bow-drawing ceremony. His eyes narrowed, and he released his grip. Collapse. The bowstring vibrated. The arrow transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, tracing a straight path through the air as it headed straight for Chen Hui's brow. This arrow was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the appearance of the critical hit notification in red. Chen Hui stood there, not even lifting his eyelids, and even yawned out of boredom. Bite. The arrow struck the wild breastplate with a crisp metallic clang, then bounced weakly to the ground. A gray number slowly floated up from above Chen Hui's head. -20. The air suddenly became quiet. The archer, still in his shooting stance, froze on the spot, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 20 points. He roared incredulously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My attack power is a whopping 85 points, and I even have the armor-piercing talent. I need to check my cards. Before he could finish speaking, a blinding red light suddenly rebounded from Chen Hui's armor, piercing through his body with 3 times the speed of its arrival. -600. Thorns reflect damage. Before Bai Pu Xiao could even let out a scream, his already meager health bar was instantly emptied. Thump. The body lay stiffly on the ground, its face still bearing the shocked expression of, "I need to check the license plate." A gust of wind blew by, swirling up a few withered leaves. The hundreds of players who were cheering and shouting were now like ducks with their necks being choked, their mouths open but unable to make a sound. The cold smile on Jian Xiaojiuzhou's face froze. The ghostly figure's hand, which was touching the dagger, trembled, and he almost cut his own thigh. Instant kill? A shield bearer, standing still, managed to kill a ranged attacker with a reflect attack. Who else? Chen Hui picked at his ear with his little finger, looking bored. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. After a brief silence, someone in the crowd finally realized what was happening. I refuse to believe it. That was definitely a critical hit. A fire mage with a full beard stepped forward, flames gathering at the tip of his staff. He looked at Chen Hui, his tone weary and tragic. I don't know if I can handle it. Phew. A fireball shot out. Bang. -15. Immediately afterwards. -600. The fire mage rolled his eyes, transformed into a white light, and returned to the city, departing peacefully. Damn. This damage reflection mechanism is toxic. I'll do it. I'm a control warlock. If I can't kill him, I'll control him to death. A warlock brandished his staff, casting a curse of weakness on Chen Hui's head. There was no harm done. However, the next second. -600. The sorcerer foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Is this what they call staring at someone and they get pregnant? The crowd panicked completely. Physical attacks are reflected, magical attacks are reflected, even a debuff is reflected. How can we fight like this? This isn't a player, this is a giant iron turtle covered in poisonous thorns. Chen Hui was overjoyed as he watched the honor kills, numbers constantly flashing on the system panel. According to the rules of Eternal, killing a red-named player or an attacker in self-defense does not increase your sin value. Instead, it increases hidden faction honor. Where else can you find such a good deal where you're practically lining up to get killed? Why did it stop? Chen Hui looked at the hesitant crowd with a look of disappointment and frustration. Are you even men? Hundreds of people were scared by me alone? Keep the music playing and keep dancing. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each step back, none wanting to be the one caught in the crossfire and die. Just then, Duo Yan, who had been sitting under the tree watching the show, rubbed her eyes and yawned widely. Great God! The little girl's soft, sweet voice seemed out of place on the tense battlefield. Watching people die is so boring. She stood up, brushed the bits of grass off her skirt, and asked with an innocent look, "When are we going into the dungeon? I'm starving." These words were like a thunderclap, instantly waking up the sword howling across the 9 provinces from their despair. His sinister eyes abruptly shifted from Chen Hui, fixing fixedly on the exquisitely beautiful little girl. The shield bearer is indeed tough. The counter damage is truly disgusting. But where's that assassin girl? A full agility build means the character is fragile. Having top-tier equipment means low defense. Most importantly, she's a traitor. Hee. Ha ha ha. Sword roar across the 9 provinces suddenly burst into a manic laugh. He pointed at Duo Yan, a twisted and cruel smile on his face. You're rebellious, aren't you? You're tough enough to be broken. But sword roar across the 9 provinces suddenly swung his hand, and the great sword was pointed directly at Dian's nose. Brothers. Shift targets. That woman is a full agility assassin. She's as fragile as paper. Focus fire and kill her. The surrounding players were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up instantly. Yes! If you can't beat that iron turtle, can't you at least kill this little girl? Choose the softest persimmons. Killing this woman will not only yield a pile of top-tier equipment, but also thoroughly disgust those who are treacherous. Kill. Shoot that girl to death. Kill her back to level 0. The crowd, which had been timid and hesitant just moments before, instantly erupted into a frenzy again, with countless greedy eyes pouncing on Duo Yen like hungry wolves. Chen Hui's expression suddenly changed. His gaze turned cold. Truly cold. You can touch me. Did you mess with my sugar daddy? Rebellious. Seeing Chen Hui's sudden change in expression, Jian Xiaojiouzhou felt a perverse pleasure surge within him. He could almost see Chen Hui kneeling and begging for mercy. I don't want this girl to become level 0. I don't want her entire set of equipment to be exposed. Sword Roar across the 9 provinces stepped forward, his great sword slamming heavily into the ground. His chin held high, he roared with the air of a judge. Now. Immediately. Right now. Kneel down and apologize to me. Xiaojiouzhou could finish speaking, and before the sinister smile on his lips could fully unfold, he was already uttering his words. A pink afterimage abruptly drew a straight line across his retina. Quick. It's ridiculously fast. Duo Yen, who was originally standing behind Chen Hui, suddenly bristled like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on. The terrifying movement speed achieved by maxing out agility was on full display at this moment. As a professional assassin, Ghost's reaction time is undeniably fast. The moment Duo Yen activated her attack, he instinctively thrust out his dagger, attempting to intercept her. Too inexperienced. Ghost's shadow scoffed inwardly. A straightforward charge makes one an easy target for an assassin. However, the next second, the ghost's pupils suddenly contracted. Just as she was about to collide with the dagger, Dian's toes touched the ground in an extremely strange way, and her body defied the laws of physics to move half a meter to the left, followed by a rapid return. Z-shaped shaking. This is the movement technique Chen Hui used to dodge the boss's attacks in the maze. The ghostly dagger missed its mark, only slicing through a pink afterimage. What? Just as the ghostly figure was in shock, Duo Yen had already swept past him like a gust of wind and appeared behind Jian Xiaojiouzhou. No nonsense. The little girl's eyes were fierce, and the 2 daggers in her hands gleamed with a chilling light as she stabbed them viciously into Jian Xiaojiouzhou's unsuspecting back. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh was so dense it resembled a series of firecrackers. -120. -145. -137. Backstab. Triple blow. Basic attack combo. A fluid and unrestrained combo of assassin attacks, so fast it's dazzling. As a warrior, sword howling across the 9 provinces, although he hasn't yet been promoted to a tank, his health is definitely not low. Faced with this terrifying burst of damage, the seemingly thick health bar above his head evaporated instantly, like a punctured water balloon. In the blink of an eye, his health bar was almost empty, leaving only a sliver of health scattered haphazardly in the wind. Holy crap! Sword held terrified, his arrogance vanished completely. He let out a strange cry, not daring to turn his head, and tried to squeeze into the crowd while covering his backside. Trying to run away? Duo Yen shouted, raising her small hand. A cold glint shot out from his hand. Assassin's common skill, flying blade. However, the trajectory of this throwing knife was not like that of a typical player, aiming for the back of the heart or the head. Its landing point was extremely tricky, extremely vulgar, extremely precise. Whoosh! Puff! It hits the bullseye. That spot was exactly where the mimic had just brutally ravaged the area with its spiked club. -214. Critical hit. A huge red critical hit number appeared. Sword Roar across the 9 provinces running figure suddenly froze, his eyes bulged, and his mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. Then, thump. He fell straight to the ground, the throwing knife still trembling slightly on his buttocks, glaringly conspicuous in the sunlight. The entire venue was deathly silent. All the male players instinctively squeezed their legs together, feeling a sudden tightness in their anus and a chill running from their tailbone straight to the top of their head. That looks painful. However, the battle did not end with the death of Jian Xiaojiouzhou. Duo Yen stared at the corpse on the ground, still seemingly unsatisfied. As if by magic, she pulled a throwing knife from her backpack. You dare use me to threaten the master. Whoosh. You dare bully an honest person. Whoosh. I fly. I fly. I fly, fly, fly. At this moment, Duo-Yen transformed into a ruthless throwing machine. Throwing knives, as if they were free, were repeatedly plunged into the same spot on the corpse of Jian Xiaojiouzhou. Although the corpse had no more blood to lose, the thud of the throwing knives piercing flesh sent chills down the spines of the hundreds of people around. May your chrysanthemums bloom all over the mountain. Duo-Yen threw out the last throwing knife, panting heavily. Her little face was flushed, whether from exhaustion or anger, it was hard to tell. Chen Hui stood not far away, his lips twitching involuntarily. He glanced at the area that had been pricked like a hedgehog, then at Duo-Yen, whose face was pleading for praise as if to say, I'm fierce. This girl. Chen Hui grimaced and touched his chin. You've gone bad, you're even more ruthless than me now. But, well done. On the other side, Ghost Shadow stared at the gruesome corpse of Sword howling across the 9 provinces, his eyelids twitching wildly. As the guild leader of the Assassin's Guild, he considered himself a ruthless individual, but this kind of performance art, frantically attacking a corpse's rear end, was still beyond his professional comprehension. Just then, his private message bar started flashing wildly. It is Sword howling across the 9 provinces, waiting to be reborn at the respawn point. Swords roar across the 9 provinces, ghostly shadow. Are you even watching a show? Sword roars across the 9 provinces. I paid you 150,000 to come and watch my A** get bruised and battered. Swords roar across the 9 provinces. Kill that brat. Reduce her to level 0. All the loot is yours. Sword roars across the 9 provinces. If you don't take action, I'll expose your assassin guild on the forum for taking money and not doing your job. The ghostly figure watched the series of hysterical roars and sighed helplessly. Although he admired Dian's smooth and skillful actions just now, and even felt a sense of admiration for her talent. But every profession has its rules. He who takes money must do the work. 150,000 is definitely not a small amount in the early stages of this game. Ghost Shadow's eyes sharpened, and the languid air of someone watching a show vanished instantly, replaced by the coldness of a top assassin. He slowly twirled the dagger in his hand, his gaze passing over Duo-Yen, who was whipping the corpse, and looking at the man who had been standing behind her, seemingly fearless. Rebellious. The ghostly voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling aura. I have to admit, you two are really something. One's as hard as a tortoise, and the other's as fast as a rabbit. He paused, then twirled the dagger in his hand. However, individual strength is ultimately limited. If you can produce a force I fear today or name someone I have to respect, I can cancel this deal. This was Ghost's test, and also the last chance he was giving. Players who possess this level of equipment and skill at this stage are often backed by large guilds or studios. He didn't want to offend a powerful entity he couldn't afford to offend for the sake of 150,000. Chen Hui stared at the ghostly figure, then glanced at the friend message that popped up in the corner of his vision, a playful smile playing on his lips. It was the smile of a hunter watching his prey walk right into his trap. Power. Chen Hui chuckled self-deprecatingly, shook his head, and said, no need to test him anymore. Upon hearing this, the trace of fear in Ghost Shadow's eyes vanished instantly. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being uncivilized. He suddenly waved his hand. The air on the previously deserted grass suddenly became distorted. A full 20 assassins dressed in black revealed themselves. They spread out in a fan shape, the daggers in their hands reflecting a deadly light in the sunlight, instantly blocking all of Dian's escape routes. Move. Target that woman. 20 assassins activated simultaneously, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Duo-Yen was startled and instinctively tried to hide behind Chen Hui. However, at this critical moment, Chen Hui suddenly spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but his tone became extremely arrogant, even carrying a hint of unfathomable mockery. I have powerful backers. The words had barely left his mouth. A series of steady and powerful footsteps slowly came from behind the crowd. The footsteps weren't chaotic, yet each one felt like it was stepping on everyone's heartbeats. The hundreds of players watching instinctively turned around to look. From the direction of the maze entrance, 5 figures were walking slowly against the light. There were no massive armies. There were only 5 people. But the moment these 5 people appeared, the previously noisy and chaotic scene became eerily quiet. On the left is a man carrying a great sword, his silver-white armor gleaming in the sunlight, with the ID Madman above his head and a level of 10. The person on the right holds a longbow, has eyes as sharp as an eagle, and has the ID Sunset above their head, level 10. Further on, there was a priest holding a cross and a guardian knight carrying a giant shield, both equipped with the best gear available at the moment. But these 4 people were just supporting characters. What truly draws the eye is the person walking in the very center. The man was shrouded in a large black mage's robe, the edges of which were embroidered with intricate and mysterious gold patterns that shimmered with light as he moved. The hood was pulled low, obscuring the face and gender. Only a section of the chin was visible, pale, and almost transparent. But the staff in his hand. The gemstone set at the top emits a breathtaking elemental aura. Simply holding it in one's hand makes one feel as if the surrounding air has become noticeably heavier. The single character ID above his head was a deep, almost blackish red in the sunlight. That's a symbol of power. That is the embodiment of wealth. 0. The ghostly figure stared at the ID, its hand gripping the dagger trembled violently, and its pupils dilated instantly. Number 1 on the list of top spenders. God of Magic. 0. Felt its heart skip a beat. No, it's completely stopped. That ID was like a death warrant. 0. That behemoth in reality, whose mere stomp could shake the entire city of Him.He. Damn it. That idiot sword howl across the 9 provinces only said they were 2 casual players. He didn't say they were friends of this ancestor. If this guy finds out he messed with his people, not only will the Assassin's Guild be shut down tomorrow, but his real-world studio will be shut down too. Just as the daggers of 20 henchmen were about to touch Dian's delicate neck. Stop. A piercing roar exploded from the ghost's throat, its sharpness like that of a rooster being strangled. But that's not enough. The skill has been used. The momentum is difficult to reverse. The ghostly figure's eyes were bulging with rage, and his adrenaline surged to its limit. Instant step. Forced raid. Shadow displacement. He used all his movement skills in one go, transforming into a black lightning bolt, and rushed into the encirclement with terrifying speed, arriving before the enemy. Cling, 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 cling. A series of rapid, metallic clanging sounds rang out. The dagger in Ghost Shadow's hand danced like a blur, managing to block all the attacks from his 20 henchmen at the last second. Sparks flew everywhere. Several of his men were stunned by their boss's explosive power, their hands going numb. They stared blankly at the ghostly figure blocking Duo Yan's path, panting heavily. "Boss? What's going on?" One of the assassins asked blankly. "Didn't you mean to kill? Kill your grandpa?" Ghost Shadow slapped his subordinate hard across the face, his eyes filled with a ferocious glint that looked like he wanted to devour him. "Who gave you permission to use knives? Huh? What have I taught you? To be polite. Don't you understand politeness?" The assassins. "Didn't you just shout, 'Get started'?" The ghost had no time to explain. The series of extreme maneuvers he had just performed, coupled with extreme fear, had completely depleted his stamina. His legs buckled, and his knees felt as if they had lost their bone support. Thump. With a perfectly executed, silky smooth sliding kneel, he slid directly to within 3 meters of Chen Hui, leaving 2 deep furrows in the grass. Quiet. A deathly silence. The hundreds of onlookers were so shocked that they dropped their melons in fright. Is this the fearsome leader of the Assassin's Guild? That kneeling posture. Wow, that's very skillful. Just then, Zero walked over with 4 top experts behind him. The figure in the black robe stopped in his tracks. His eyes, hidden in the shadows, swept over the kneeling ghost figure, then looked at Chen Hui. "You." The neutral voice, processed by a voice changer, was cool, indifferent, and tinged with a hint of bewilderment. "What kind of grand ceremony are you performing?" Cold sweat instantly beaded on the ghost's forehead, forming streams that dripped down his chin. He could sense that if he uttered even a single wrong word, the Assassin's Guild would cease to exist. Chen Hui crossed his arms, a playful smile curving his lips. He pointed at the ghostly figure on the ground and spoke slowly. "Oh, it's nothing serious. It's just that this Ghost Shadow Guild master took money from sword howling across the 9 provinces, saying he wanted to. We must act on behalf of heaven. The ghostly figure suddenly raised its head and roared hoarsely, directly interrupting Chen Hui's words. His face was contorted with grief and anger, his features twisted in extreme rage, and his trembling finger pointed at the corpse of Jian Shaojioja, not far away. That be ********D, sword howling across the 9 provinces. He's a disgrace to all players. How dare he slander the traitorous god? He even tried to corrupt my noble soul with money. I, Ghost Shadow, hate nothing more than these bullies who rely on their power. I rushed over just now to protect this. He glanced at Duo Yen, then steeled himself and began to weave. This adorable little girl. Duo Yen blinked her big eyes, still holding a throwing knife in her hand, looking completely dazed. Huh? But you clearly just now. That's a misunderstanding. The ghostly figure shouted loudly, then turned to look at Chen Hui, his eyes so sincere they seemed to drip with tears. You treacherous master, you've been frightened. I'll help you get revenge right away. After saying that, he turned around while kneeling and took out a poisoned dagger that glowed green from his backpack. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and just looked at him with a half-smile. Ghostly Shadow's heart skipped a beat. Not enough. That's not enough sincerity. If we don't go all out, we might not get through this today. Brothers. The ghostly figure roared through gritted teeth. Sword roar across the 9 provinces, that kind of scum deserves to be killed by everyone. Although he's dead, that doesn't wash away his sins. Get him. Let him know why the flowers are so red. The 20 assassins looked at each other in bewilderment. But seeing the murderous glare in their leader's eyes, they instantly understood. In an instant, throwing knives, poisoned darts, and hidden arrows rained down on the corpse of Jian Shaojioja like a storm. Moreover, under the ghost's IQs, all attacks avoided vital points with remarkable precision, concentrating entirely on that indescribable part. The already devastating sword roar across the 9 provinces suffered an even more devastating blow. If Duo Yen had just turned him into a hedgehog with thorns. Now, Ghost Shadow, leading a regiment of soldiers, riddled him with holes. It's still that kind of leaky hornet's nest. His dash. The male players around gasped, clutching their buttocks and taking a half-step back. That's too brutal. That's utterly inhumane. This isn't whipping a corpse, it's practically chopping it into mincemeat. That's too ruthless. Someone muttered in the crowd. If it flies any further, it'll be torn to pieces. Not quite complete. From now on, anyone who dares to provoke a rebellious soul should think twice before making a decision. Chen Hui was secretly overjoyed at the sight, but on the surface, he maintained the composure of a master. He stepped forward and patted the ghostly figure's stiff shoulder. All right, Chen Hui said calmly. Your skills are good. Did you used to be a chopping block worker at a restaurant? The ghostly figure trembled, then quickly forced a smile. Great master, you just. I'm just trying to make a living. You're smart to know what's good for you. Chen Hui glanced at him. Take your men and get out of here. Don't worry, from now on, the rebellious god will be our guild's VIP. Anyone who dares to touch you is touching my Ghost Shadow's own father. The ghostly figure, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to its feet, bowed deeply in the direction of Zero, and then waved its hand dismissively. The wind's getting strong, let's get out of here. A group of assassins instantly went into stealth mode and vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a scene of chaos and the gruesome corpse. Only then did Zero turn his gaze away. She seemed completely uninterested in the farce that had just transpired and walked straight up to Chen Hui. The hand beneath the black robe rose and gently waved. Bite. A crisp system notification sound rang in Chen Hui's ears. Your account has received 1 million yuan. Chen Hui's pupils instantly turned into the shape of coins. Is this what a super-rich person looks like? Before even exchanging 2 words, the money was already in place? 1 million as a deposit. Zero remained completely silent, as if he had tossed out a coin, not a million. A total price of 5 million, enough to cover the costs for the 5 of us. Chen Hui took a deep breath, suppressed the smile on his lips, and counted the heads. Madman, sunset, priest, knight, plus 0. Exactly 5. Moreover, all of them are level 10 and their equipment is top of the line at this stage. Chen Hui looked at the 5 people, somewhat puzzled. With the strength of the 5 of you, it seems you can clear the maze area in 3 or 4 days without my guidance. Zero was silent for 2 seconds. It's not just about opening up. He raised his head slightly, looking at the towering structure that was faintly visible deep within the labyrinth in the distance. What we want is the server-wide first kill of the final boss. The Zeus, guild from the beautiful country, and the Sakura, group from that island nation, are both eyeing this first kill. According to reliable intelligence, they have advanced to the central part of the maze and have declared they will take it over within 2 days. Zero's voice turned slightly cold. The first kill must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Chen Hui was taken aback. Then he smiled. He laughed wildly. For an ordinary team to get the first kill before a foreign professional team within 2 days is simply a pipe dream. After all, they have data analysts, a tactical planning team, and rotation substitutes. They're a regular team. But Chen Hui turned around and glanced at the maze entrance behind him, where the red light was gradually fading. The rampage mode, announced to all servers, has just ended. Monster stats have decreased, but it remains a no-go zone for ordinary players. 2 days? Chen Hui shook his head, took out the scratched shield from his backpack, and gently wiped it clean. It won't take that long. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he strode towards the entrance of the maze, his shadow stretching long in the sunlight. Now that the money is in place, the service must be top-notch. Chen Hui turned around, his gaze sharp, sweeping over the 5 top experts behind him before finally settling on Zero. In less than 2 days. I'll guide you through the game before dinner tonight. Comments. Previous, hey, that guy who poked my butt, he's gone. Chen Hui turned around and shouted. Not far away, Duo-En was squatting beside Jian Xiaojiazu's corpse, her small knife still gesturing the angle, seemingly trying to figure out where it would feel better to strike. Hearing Chen Hui's call, she reluctantly put away her dagger, her innocent-looking face adorned with a cute, childlike expression, and skipped back to the group. Zero glanced at the mosaic on the ground, and his eye twitched slightly beneath his black robe. These two are, one a pervert, the other a ruthless killer. A perfect match. Enter the maze. Without wasting words, Chen Hui led the way into the maze entrance. Light and shadow shift and change. The once spacious entrance hall of the maze was now completely blocked. That's a remnant of the rampage mode. Although the boss treasure chest monster is nowhere to be found, the swarm of elite monsters is enough to drive any full-strength squad to despair. 8 heavily armored, crimson blood-heavy goblins, wielding spiked clubs, stood at the forefront. 3 powerful minotaurs, each over 3 meters tall and exhaling white vapor from their nostrils, stood guard on either side. In the back row, there were 7 goblin archmages, wielding staffs crackling with lightning and fire, and 4 crimson priests, casting shields on their teammates. The iron triangle of warrior, mage, and priest. Quantity, 25. This configuration, even at this stage, would be difficult to deal with, even by a full squad of 10. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. The silver-armored warrior, Madman, behind Zero stepped forward, his brow furrowed. He's a top-tier main tank in the professional scene, and he immediately recognized the predicament. There are too many monsters, it's hard to draw aggro. The Madman analyzed in a deep voice, his tone professional. Hey bro, I'm a protection warrior, my gear's alright. I'll be the main tank, you be the off-tank and cut off aggro from the backline. How does that sound? This is the safest approach. However, Chen Hui just gave him a strange look. Did you pay me? Chen Hui asked. The Madman was taken aback. Yes, I gave it to you. $1 million deposit. That settles it then. Chen Hui waved his hand, slipped the shield onto his arm, and spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A boss should act like a boss. Just stand behind and shout 666, a Huxia internet slang for awesome. If they lift a single finger, it's because my service was inadequate. Madman. The other 3 looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this person truly arrogant or genuinely foolish? 25 elite monsters. A single concentrated attack could wipe out any tank at this stage. He wants to solo it? You Madman, step back. Zero, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. The Madman opened his mouth, but ultimately obeyed the order and returned to the group. However, he still turned to the priestess beside him and gave her some instructions. Erwin, keep a close eye on his health. If it drops below half, immediately cast a greater heal. Don't let him get out of control. Understood. The female pastor with the ID Wan gripped the cross tightly, her expression tense. Just then, Chen Hui made a move. There was no probing whatsoever, no using camera angles to lure monsters. He just stood there, like a reckless fool, and swaggered into the monster horde. Boom! The monster horde instantly erupted into chaos. Roar! The Minotaur roared, the goblins howled, and all hatred instantly focused on this reckless human. "You're asking for it," the madman cursed inwardly. This method of attracting monsters will result in a complete deduction of performance bonuses in professional esports teams. However, the next second, a dark red halo suddenly appeared around Chen Hui. Equipment effect, Heart of Lava. Centered on Chen Hui, the air within a 1-meter radius instantly distorted, and scorching waves of fire indiscriminately licked at the surrounding monsters. -100 burning. -100 burning. A vast expanse of densely packed damage numbers rose up like red fireworks. The madman's eyes widened suddenly. What kind of damage is this? 100 AoE per second? Even the current meta for mages isn't that powerful, is it? But this is just the beginning. 7 goblin archmages brandished their staffs, and 7 enormous fireballs roared down upon Chen Hui. At the same time, the 3 Minotaurs' giant axes slashed down with a whooshing sound. "It's over," Wan exclaimed in surprise, about to throw the healing spell in her hand. Ding 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 ding. A series of rapid impacts rang out. Chen Hui neither dodged nor avoided the attack. He even yawned. Holy Taunt activated. Damage reduction of 50%. Add to that his abnormally high level of defense. -48. -34. -64. A series of pitifully low-grade damage numbers floated up above Chen Hui's head. Immediately afterwards, the scene that terrified countless players has appeared. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. -600. True damage. -600. True damage. -600. True damage. The 7 mages who had just thrown fireballs hadn't even had time to retract their staffs when a cloud of blood mist inexplicably exploded from their chests. 1/3 of his health bar evaporated instantly. The Minotaurs that struck Chen Hui screamed in agony, their massive bodies being forced back by the recoil. What truly sent chills down the spines of the madmen and their gang was, as those terrifying damage reflection numbers floated up, the green healing numbers were also jumping wildly. +60. +60. +60. Chen Hui, who had just lost a tiny bit of health, instantly regained it all. It even overflowed. The madman nearly dropped his greatsword at the sight. He looked at his proud blue uniform, then at the man bathing amidst the strange figures in the distance, and fell into deep self-doubt. Is this a shield warrior? The madman turned to look at the archer, Sunset, behind him and pointed at Chen Hui. That damage is higher than yours, right? Sunset's lips twitched. Much higher. And it's true damage ignoring defense. What about healing? The madman asked the priest again. Erwin, did you heal? Wan shook her head vigorously, looking like she'd seen a ghost. I didn't move. That's the rebellious boss's built-in blood-sucking ability. The 4 fell into a deathly silence. It can withstand it. They can fight. It can even heal itself. What's the point of having teammates like that? Just to shout 666, a Huxia internet slang for awesome. In the center of the battlefield. The battle ended faster than anyone expected. Less than 10 seconds. As the last Minotaur fell with a mournful howl, a thick layer of corpses surrounded Chen Hui. He stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, flicking the blood off his shield. His health bar was still full. Even her hairstyle wasn't messed up. Zero watched the scene quietly, a slight smile creeping onto his lips beneath his hood. 5 million. This money was well spent. That's all for today. Chen Hui turned around and waved to the crowd who were still in a daze. What are you standing there for? Follow me. Just then, a pink figure darted out. Duo Yan. This girl has little interest in fighting, but she has an almost fanatical obsession with looting corpses. She squatted beside the corpse of a goblin mage, her little hands expertly reaching inside and rummaging around. The madman watched the scene and couldn't help but shake his head, regaining a bit of the sense of superiority he felt as a veteran player. It's useless. The madman sighed, his tone weary and worn. The drop rate in Eternal is outrageously low. These elite monsters, at best, drop a few silver coins and maybe a potion if you're lucky. Want equipment? Unless the system malfunctions. Before he could finish speaking. Buzz. Two dazzling green lights suddenly burst forth from Duyan's hands, instantly illuminating the dimly lit maze passage. The madman's voice abruptly stopped, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his neck. Duyan excitedly held a staff in one hand and a pair of leggings in the other, raising them above her head. Wow! Amazing! Amazing! The little girl shouted excitedly, I got the loot. 2 green items. And you're set too. Two-handed great axe, green artisan grade. Wild leggings, green set piece. Quiet. The madman's mouth was agape, his jaw almost dislocated. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, then at the innocent-looking Duyan, and finally at Chen Hui. Traitorous brothers. The madman swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Does the rebellious brothers team need any long-term support members? The kind who'll shout 666, a Huxia internet slang for awesome. Duyan presented the 2 pieces of equipment, which glowed with a faint green light, with both hands as if offering a treasure. Chen Hui took the wild leggings and put them on his legs without saying a word. With a flash of light, the tattered novice pants instantly transformed into heavy-duty leggings covered in animal hides and iron plates, boasting a rugged design and exuding a strong sense of security. I glanced at the panel. Health, 2200/2200. Chen Hui smiled with satisfaction. That feels good. Only 1 piece is needed to complete the 4-piece set bonus of the wild set. Once you collect all 4 pieces, you'll gain an additional 200 health and dual resistances. And this too. Duyan pointed to the 2-handed battle axe that Chen Hui still had in his hand. It was a dark green, double-edged giant axe, with dark red bloodstains still remaining on the blade. Just looking at it made it seem incredibly heavy. Bone Breaker, green apprentice level. Attack power, 85 to 100. Strength plus 15. Special effect, 5% chance to inflict a tearing effect upon attack. A minor gem. At a time when most players are still getting by with basic equipment, this axe is a game changer. Although Chen Hui could use it, dual-wielding weapons meant having to remove his shield, which was not worth the effort. Since I don't need it myself. Chen Hui raised his eyelids and his gaze lightly fell on the madman beside him. This top-tier warrior in the entire server was staring intently at the axe, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, his gaze as fervent as a 30-year-old bachelor seeing a stunning beauty. Unfortunately, while the madman's skills were top-notch, his luck was just so-so. The gray, craftsman-grade equipment he was wearing was acquired at a high price from various newbie villages. Compared to this green weapon, it's just a fire poker. Want to? Chen Hui casually twirled his axe, the blade slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. The madman nodded vigorously, completely abandoning any semblance of a master's composure. I want to. Master, name your price. 100,000. Chen Hui spoke in a flat tone, as if he were talking about 10 yuan. The madman paused for a moment. It's not that it's too expensive, it's just too cheap. Currently, a top-tier green weapon listed on the auction house has a starting price of at least 150,000 and could potentially be sold for 200,000. Make a deal. Fearing that Chen Hui might change his mind, the madman quickly brought up the transfer interface. Etc. Chen Hui interrupted him, pointing to Duyan beside him. Transfer in 2 installments. 50,000 to me and 50,000 to her. After saying that, he casually tossed it aside. The heavy axe traced an arc in the air. The madman caught it in a flurry, stroking the axe blade with obvious delight and chuckling foolishly. Duyan was stunned. She blinked her big eyes, tugged at Chen Hui's sleeve, and whispered, Master, I don't lack money. For her, 50,000 yuan might just be the price of an afternoon tea. Chen Hui glanced at her, didn't reply, and just watched as the madman transferred the money. Until 2 crisp payment notification sounds rang out. Chen Hui then turned to look at Duyan and said earnestly, take it. But, there's no but. Duyan looked at Chen Hui with deep emotion. The next second, Chen Hui shrugged confidently. If you don't make money, where will you get more money to spend on me? The air suddenly became quiet. The madman's hand, which was stroking the axe, froze. Sunset and Softy exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zero's indifferent face, hidden beneath his hood, seemed to twitch slightly. So awful. However, Duo-Yen lowered her head, her fingers twirling the ends of her pink hair, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. A moment later, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling, as if she had grasped some universal truth. I understand. Duo-Yen clenched her little fists, her face resolute. The guru is encouraging me. Only when I'm capable can I better support. Oh wait, I'll support the guru. I'll definitely work hard to earn money from now on. Everyone. It's hopeless. The girl's CPU is burnt out. He's gone. Chen Hui put away the transfer record with a clear conscience, then continued leading the way while carrying his shield. One is willing to hit, and the other is willing to be hit. This is called Zhou hitting Huang Gai, understand? The rest of the journey was unremarkable. With Chen Hui, an impenetrable fortress, and the added effect of counter-damage, their advance speed was astonishing. 1 hour later, as the last heavily armored goblin fell with a mournful cry, a golden light flashed around Duo-Yen. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Yay! I'm level 10 too. Duo-Yen jumped up and down happily. Before them appeared a spiral stone staircase leading upwards. At the end of the stone steps, a nauseating stench of blood wafted through the air, which turned a murky dark red. Middle level of the maze. It is also currently the highest level of progress across the entire server. Zero, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. According to intelligence, the monster above is from the Bloody Butcher series. His voice was cold and clear, carrying the authority of someone who had long held a high position. All of their attacks inflict a rending bleeding effect, deducting 50 health points per second for 10 seconds, and this effect can stack. Regular healing potions are ineffective against this type of bleeding. Only bandaging can stop the bleeding. As he spoke, Zero raised his hand. Player Zero has initiated a trade with you. Received 100 refined linen bandages. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. Goodness. Bandages are now being sold for 5 silver coins each in the trading post, so 100 of them would cost 5 gold coins. Is this the unpretentious nature of a super-rich person? Thank you. Chen Hui accepted the offer without hesitation. In my previous life, the middle level of this maze did indeed trap countless guilds. The bleeding effect is disgusting, tanks can't withstand it, healers can't keep up, and we can only rely on human lives to fill the gap. Later, the guy known as Dragon Kingdom's #1 speedrunner discovered a bug that allowed him to exploit terrain limitations. Not far above the staircase, there is a trap room. First, trigger the wall crush trap and wait until the 2 walls close together to only 1 person's width before disarming the mechanism. This allows for the artificial creation of a narrow passage terrain. The enormous butcher monsters couldn't squeeze in, they could only line up and die one by one. That's the classic skipping class strategy. Safe, efficient, and mindless. Chen Hui stood before the steps, his eyes gleaming. If you're giving your boss a speedrun, that method is undoubtedly the best. But Chen Hui glanced at his talent panel. SSS tier talent, Lord of Thorns. Current upgrade task, number of attacks withstood, 12, 450/1, 000,000. 1,000,000 times I was beaten. The progress bar was so slow it broke his heart. If he uses a terrain-based strategy and the monsters line up to die, where will he get the chance to take hits? The middle level of this maze is densely populated with monsters and attacks frequently, making it a perfect farming spot for him. Use bandages sparingly. Chen Hui turned around, grinned at the crowd, and his smile revealed a hint of arrogance. Stay away from me later. We don't follow the usual path. The madman paused for a moment, then subconsciously asked, Master, do you have any special tactics? In his view, Chen Hui must have mastered some unknown techniques, such as trapping monsters, kiting, or utilizing the terrain. Chen Hui offered no explanation. He turned around and strode up the stone steps. Tactics? Lao Tzu's strategy can be summed up in one word. Dry. Air was filled with a nauseating smell of rust, mixed with the stench of rotting, aged grease. This is a huge cubic space, with walls that are a dark brownish red, as if they have been soaked in countless drops of blood for centuries. In the center of the space, Dozens of huge stone stoves were arranged in a staggered manner, and next to each stove stood a terrifying figure as big as a mountain of flesh. Bloody Butcher, Elite. Level, 15. Health points, 8,500. Attack power, 380. Skills, Bone Crusher, Bleeding, Raging Whirlwind. By the dim firelight, the madman could see the true forms of these monsters. It was a monster over 2.5 meters tall, with a wild boar's head, protruding tusks, and drool at the corner of its mouth. They were bare-chested, wearing only an apron. What's most chilling is the thick-backed G knife they wield, about half a person's height. Though the blade is curved, it exudes a fierce and menacing aura. His stash. The madman gasped, cold sweat beading on his palms as he gripped the giant axe. This is the bloodthirsty butcher? Those stats. His attack power is almost 400. The madman lowered his voice, his tone grave. Add to that the bleeding effect, and if I'm surrounded, I'll have to run back to my corpse after 2 rounds of focused fire. The pastor beside her, Wan, turned even paler and instinctively shrank behind Zero. This visual impact is really not very friendly to female players. Too many. Zero's cool voice rang out from under the hood. 32 in total. If the hatred is linked, it'll be difficult to handle. All eyes turned to Chen Hui, who was standing at the front. However, when they looked over, they found Chen Hui bending over and whispering something in Dian's ear. Chen Hui gestured in the air, occasionally pointing to the inconspicuous protruding stones on the surrounding walls, and then to the crisscrossing stone beams on the ceiling. Duoyen listened intently, and her initially somewhat bored face gradually brightened. She nodded repeatedly, the pink-ahogue cowlick on her head bobbing back and forth. Did you understand? Chen Hui straightened up. Got it. Duoyen patted her rather thin chest hard, making a muffled sound. His lips curled up, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth, and his eyes gleamed with an excited light that seemed to be stirring things up. This is going to be fun. Seeing the 2 of them acting like accomplices, the madman's unease rose exponentially. That traitorous brother? The madman tentatively shouted. Should we first devise a plan to pull the monsters? Like, in batches. Before he could finish speaking, everything went blurry before his eyes. Chen Hui, who was standing in the same spot, vanished in an instant. Holy crap! Where did everyone go? With sharp eyes, Sunset pointed ahead. There. Following the direction, everyone looked and their eyes widened instantly, almost popping out of their sockets. Chen Hui had somehow already swaggered over to the nearest stove. There, an exceptionally large and bloodthirsty butcher stood with his back to the crowd, wielding a terrifying G knife and relentlessly attacking an unidentified piece of meat on the cutting board. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of chopping meat echoed in the empty hall. With each stroke of the knife, the huge piece of rotten meat trembled, and foul-smelling bits of meat flew everywhere. Chen Hui acted like a cafeteria worker inspecting the work. With his hands behind his back, he stood on tiptoe, leaned his head close to the cutting board, and frowned as he carefully examined the pile of minced meat. The thugs didn't dare to breathe, their hearts pounding wildly. That's an elite monster with an attack power of nearly 400. Moreover, he was surrounded by accomplices. If the butcher were to shout, Chen Hui would be chopped into mincemeat in an instant. Is that movement finding an angle to attack? Sunset held its breath, trying to analyze Chen Hui's behavior with the logic of a master. Or are you trying to steal quest items? The next second, Chen Hui moved. But he neither drew his weapon nor unleashed any skills. He simply clicked his tongue in disdain, then took a half-step back, ran up, and jumped. Smack. A crisp, resounding slap landed squarely on the bristly pig's head. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The bloodthirsty butcher, who was chopping meat, froze, and the G knife he was holding in midair stopped. A hint of confusion shone in its bloodshot little eyes, as if it were trying to figure out where this sudden shock came from. Who am I? Where am I? Did someone just slap me in the face? In the distance, the entire Zero team was petrified. What is he doing? Her soft voice trembled. Before anyone could react, Chen Hui's exasperated and scathing rebuke echoed throughout the room. Can he even cut a chopstick? Chen Hui pointed at the pile of minced meat on the cutting board, spitting all over the butcher's face. Huh? I'm just asking if you know how. You've chopped that meat into a paste. The fibers are all broken. How can it taste good? Who's going to eat it? Even pigs wouldn't eat it. The bloodthirsty butcher was stunned. It had never heard of such a request in its entire life. No. What business is it of yours that I'm chopping meat here? Are you a Michelin inspector? While the butcher was still questioning the pig's life, Chen Hui jumped up on the spot again. Smack. He slapped the butcher hard across the face again, this time making the saliva fly from the butcher's mouth. Didn't you hear me? What are you spacing out for? Where's your professionalism? Roar. At this moment, the bloodthirsty butcher finally realized what was happening. This isn't a judge. This guy's here to cause trouble. A surge of overwhelming rage erupted from its chest, its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and a deafening roar came from its throat. Roar dash. This roar was like a war horn. The 32 bloodthirsty butchers, who had been standing quietly by the surrounding stoves, all turned around in unison. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the tiny human. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. The scene was like a group of starving zombies spotting a walking piece of pork belly. It's over. The madman closed his eyes in despair. This is tactics? This is called a suicide attack. Prepare for battle. Zero waved her staff, and despite the dire situation, she reacted immediately. However, at that very moment, a sweet yet slightly teasing voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, are you ready? I'll say 3, 2, 1, and everyone jump as high as you can. Everyone turned around and saw Duo Yen holding several gleaming throwing knives in her hand, gesturing at several points on the wall, her smile so bright it sent chills down their spines. The madman, as if possessed, asked, "What will happen if I don't jump?" Duo Yen tilted her head and flicked her wrist. Whoosh whoosh. Several throwing knives transformed into silver streaks, piercing with unparalleled precision into the wall protrusions and ceiling cracks that Chen Hui had just pointed out. You'll die. Click. Click. As the throwing knife pierced the wall, a dull thud of gears meshing echoed from within. Immediately afterwards, the entire hall floor, walls, and even ceiling began to shake violently, emitting a teeth-grinding, rock-grinding sound. An aura of world-destroying destruction instantly enveloped the entire area. The madman stared wide-eyed at the crack in the stone beneath his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs. Wait, what happened to the 3, 2, 1? Duo Yen blinked, her innocent-looking eyes full of cunning, and she uttered a single word lightly. Jump. Rumble. There was absolutely no time for anyone to react. The walls around the hall seemed to come alive. More than 20 enormous stone pillars, each over a meter in diameter, carrying immense force, hurtled toward the center from all directions, up, down, left, and right at a terrifying speed that seemed to crush the air itself. This is an indiscriminate slaughter. Holy crap! The booming sound echoed in the empty stone hall. The dust has settled. The madman's legs trembled as he clung tightly to the stone pillar protruding from the wall at his feet. He peeked down, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Below, the once flat ground has been transformed into a battlefield of carnage. Several bloody butchers that didn't have time to dodge were now crushed into a blurry pulp, their health bars of over 5,000 wiped out as if erased by an eraser. This isn't a dungeon walkthrough, it's a murder scene. This is utter chaos. The madman wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice tinged with a mixture of relief and anger. He lowered his voice and said to Zero beside him, "This kind of suicidal plan, if we had jumped even a second later, we'd be meat pie by now. Why didn't we do it earlier?" Calm. Zero's voice remained cold and emotionless. She raised her staff and pointed to the intricate gaps between the stone pillars below. Look below. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. The 30-odd bloodthirsty butchers, who had been gathered together like an impenetrable wall, were now completely separated by the crisscrossing stone pillars. Some were trapped in blind spots, while others were isolated on the other side. The originally terrifying hate chain mechanism was abruptly severed by this simple and brutal change in terrain. As a top-notch archer with excellent eyesight, Sunset quickly surveyed his surroundings and gasped in shock. These stone pillars beneath our feet are the only safe spot in the entire space. Not only did it avoid being squeezed out, it also created a natural high ground advantage. Is this a coincidence? No, that man even considered the step. A slight smile played on the corners of his lips beneath the hood, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust to settle on the figure standing alone in the center of the ruins below. Crazy, yet extremely precise. An interesting man. She spoke softly, then her eyes sharpened, and she regained her original decisiveness. Madman, stick to the previous plan. Sunset, lure the monsters and focus fire on those lone, stuck killers. Don't waste the opportunities that Rebel has given us. Yes. Although the madman was still cursing in his heart, his body betrayed him by raising the giant axe. On the other side of the battlefield, Duo Yen is like a cheerful pink rabbit. She leaped back and forth between the narrow, rickety stone pillars, using her exceptional agility to weave between the butchers who were trying to regroup, occasionally throwing a flying knife to scatter the monster's aggro. As for Chen Hui, he stood amidst three enormous, bloodthirsty butchers, his expression utterly nonchalant. Roar! The bloodthirsty butcher in front of him let out a ferocious roar. It had never seen such an arrogant human. It raised its B************G knife, which was covered in bits of flesh, high in the air and slashed down hard at Chen Hui's shoulder. This strike was powerful and heavy. Chen Hui neither dodged nor flinched, in fact, he even puffed out his chest. When the sound of metal clashing rang out and sparks flew everywhere. 68. A negligible damage number floated above Chen Hui's head. Immediately following was a red, bleeding +1 status effect. A look of human astonishment flashed across the bloodthirsty butcher's pig-like face. It felt as if its blade had struck not flesh, but a piece of ancient black iron. The enormous recoil force traveled back along the hilt of the knife, causing his hand to crack and his arm to go numb instantly, before it could even react. Buzz. The heart of lava on Chen Hui suddenly glowed with a dark red light. At the same time, an even more terrifying hidden force rebounded back. 660. True damage. 110. Burning magic damage. 110. Burning magic damage. The long health bar above the bloodthirsty butchers had visibly diminished instantly, like a dam bursting. Roar. The bloodthirsty butcher was stunned. It looked down at the knife in its hand, then at the human in front of it who wasn't even scratched. For the first time, the emotion called fear appeared in its small eyes, which were filled with murderous desire. But this is just the beginning. Two butchers nearby also surrounded them, slashing wildly with their knives. Tada! The dense clanging sound was like the hammering of iron. A series of double-digit damage numbers floated above Chen Hui's head. His health bar barely twitched before being instantly replenished to full by the lifesteal effect of pain conversion. In contrast, consider the three butchers. Blood mist kept exploding from his body, his health plummeted, and he let out a shrill scream. 5,000 health points? With 30% true damage reflection, it's just a matter of 7 or 8 hits. Less than 10 seconds. With a final, mournful cry, the butcher who struck first collapsed to the ground, scattering copper coins everywhere. The remaining two butchers exchanged a glance, their hair standing on end. Their intelligence, being that of elite monsters, told them, this is not a human, but a monster in human skin. Run. Without hesitation, the two butchers turned and ran, G their knives in hand. Run? Where did that fierce spirit go? Chen Hui sneered and raised his shield. He charged forward like a tank. You little brat. Don't run. Come and stab me twice more. Just 2 more times. Above the stone pillar. The gang of thugs is in the middle of a fierce battle. Even alone, bloodthirsty butcher should not be underestimated. Heal. Quickly heal me. My bleeding has reached 3 stacks. The berserker, shield in hand, his face flushed, was forced back by a butcher, nearly falling off a stone pillar. I'm healing. I'm healing. My skill cooldowns aren't coming down fast enough. Wan was sweating profusely, her staff practically smoking as she waved it around. Sunset and Zero unleashed a barrage of attacks from the back row, with various skill effects flying everywhere. It took more than a minute to grind it. With a powerful strike from the madman, the lone butcher finally fell to the ground, unwilling to surrender. Huff, huff. The madman, leaning on his giant axe, was panting heavily, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Perverted, Absolutely perverted. The madman wiped the sweat from his face, still shaken. No wonder the top guilds from overseas are stuck here. High attack, high defense, and bleeding damage. This is simply beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. If one more comes, we'll be wiped out and have to run back to our corpses. I really wonder how things are going with the traitorous brothers. He's carrying 3 alone, I'm afraid. The madman instinctively turned his head to look down. The next second, his eyes suddenly bulged out, and his mouth opened so wide it could fit a light bulb. It wasn't just him. Zero, the setting sun, soft and gentle, everyone's expression froze at this moment. Within sight, Chen Hui was chasing after 2 bloodthirsty butchers. That was a true hunt. You coward. Come back and hit me. As Chen Hui ran, he slammed his shield into the monster's rear end, all the while muttering to himself. With your size, why are you running? Where's your dignity? Where's your professionalism? How can you be so cowardly? Do you have any respect for the knife in your hand? Do you have any respect for your dead brothers? Do you have any respect for the meat on the chopping block? The 2 butchers were being chased and howled in pain, not daring to look back at all, wishing they had 2 more legs. One of the butchers seemed to have suffered a mental breakdown or completely lost his logic due to Chen Hui's verbal attacks. It suddenly stopped and let out a desperate cry. Then, bang! It raised the heavy B*G knife and slammed it hard on its forehead. Critical hit. Its massive body swayed twice before crashing to the ground. He committed suicide? The entire hall fell silent. The madman's giant axe crashed onto the stone pillar with a loud bang. This actually works? Who in their right mind would verbally abuse a monster to the point of suicide? To suffer physical repercussions and mental humiliation at the same time, being a monster is just too miserable. Looking at these butchers now, I feel a little sorry for them, she said softly. Even the usually cold-blooded Zero couldn't help but twitch his eye twice at this moment. However, while everyone was still shocked by Chen Hui's outrageous move, Chen Hui had already turned his gaze to the few remaining bloodthirsty butchers still wandering in the distance. The butchers trembled, like little rabbits being targeted by an apex predator. They glanced at their companions lying dead on the ground, eyes wide open, then at the human monster holding a shield, grinning maliciously. Finally, their gaze fell upon the group of seemingly weak and easily bullied thugs atop the stone pillar. Choose the softest persimmons. If they can't beat that freak, surely they can beat these normal guys? Roared Dash. It seemed as if some kind of consensus had been reached. The remaining 7 or 8 bloodthirsty butchers suddenly changed direction and charged towards the stone pillar like madmen, using both hands and feet to climb up the rough stone wall. That was the desire to survive. That's fear of the perverted. Zero's previously amused expression froze instantly. Her pupils contracted slightly, and her voice trembled for the first time. Wrong. What's wrong, boss? The madman was still grinning foolishly. Run. Zero shouted and turned to run. Damn it. These monsters are scared of him and are coming towards us. These words jolted the madman and his gang awake from their daze. I looked down. Good heavens. 7 or 8 burly, pig-headed monsters with red eyes and drooling were climbing the stone pillar at their fastest speed ever. The meaning in their eyes was clear. Let us kill you all. As long as we don't have to face that psychopath, I'm willing to die at your hands. Holy shit. The madman let out a blood-curdling scream, grabbed his giant axe, and turned to run. You traitorous brother. Have some decency. For a moment, an extremely absurd scene unfolded in the middle level of the maze. Duo Yen, who was happily rummaging through the corpses in the corner, looked up blankly at the crowd rushing past overhead and scratched the tuft of hair on her head. All I saw was, at the very front were the madman, Zero, and a group of top experts, desperately leaping and fleeing for their lives from the stone pillars. In the middle, a group of terrified butchers, wanting nothing more than to vent their anger on a normal person, relentlessly pursued him, brandishing their cleavers. And at the very end, Chen Hui, carrying his shield, chased after the enemy like a shepherd, cursing all the while. Don't run away. Come back. Let me have one more time. Just one more time. The madman, clad in plate armor weighing dozens of kilograms, was running so hard his lungs felt like they were about to explode. Hearing the shouts behind him, he broke down and yelled, Am I here to play games or to participate in a triathlon? At the final, liberated howl, the last, bloody butcher, crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This absurd maze marathon has finally come to an end. Huff, huff. The madman slumped to the ground, utterly disheveled, his plate armor heaving violently with each breath, making a crackling, metallic scraping sound. He felt as if his legs no longer belonged to him, and his lungs felt like they were stuffed with burning coals. In contrast, consider Chen Hui. This guy was standing in a pile of corpses, regretfully hanging his shield back on his back, muttering to himself. These monsters these days have such poor mental fortitude. Chen Hui shook his head, exasperated. They got angry after just a few insults, showing none of the composure expected of elite monsters. I hadn't even warmed up yet, and it was over. The madman's lips twitched. He really wanted to throw the axe in his hand at him. Did you swear a few times? You're insulting people from their ancestors for 18 generations down to their intellectual disability caused by genetic mutation. If this were a real player, they'd probably have already reached through the internet cable and started hacking you to pieces. Ling's cold voice interrupted Chen Hui's Versailles performance. Although she could still stand, the slightly trembling tip of her staff betrayed that she was also exhausted. Touching the corpse. 0 words, concise and to the point. Upon hearing this, Chen Hui's eyes lit up instantly. But he didn't move. Instead, he naturally took half a step back and pushed Duo Yan, who was standing next to him, forward. Get to work. Chen Hui is very self-aware. If he were to use those hands to touch the ground covered in elite monster corpses, he would most likely only find a pile of damaged pigskin or stinking bits of meat. It's better to believe in metaphysics than to believe it doesn't exist. Oh. Duo Yan obediently responded and skipped over to the largest butcher's carcass. The madman muttered under his breath. These elite monsters are tough to kill, but the drop rate isn't great. At most, you'll get 2 pieces of white gear. Before he could finish speaking. Buzz. 2 more dazzling green beams of light shot into the sky from the pile of corpses without warning, instantly illuminating the dim middle level of the maze. The madman's muttering stopped abruptly, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a fist. Holy crap. Sunset rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Wow. Another successful trade. Chen Hui took the equipment, glanced at its attributes, and couldn't help but smile. The first item was a pair of wildly styled metal combat boots, with thick animal hides covering the uppers and steel spikes embedded in the soles for excellent grip. Wild boots, green set piece. Defense plus 15. Health plus 200. Movement speed plus 5%. This is the final piece of the puzzle that Chen Hui has been waiting for. Without saying a word, he immediately put it on. As his combat boots were fully equipped, a deep, muffled roar faintly echoed within him. Wild set, April 6th, effect activated. Gain additional attributes, health plus 200, physical/magical defense plus 20, skill haste plus 15. Chen Hui opened his personal panel. ID, rebellious. Class, shield guard. Level 10. Health, 2600/2600. Physical defense, 145. Magic defense, 130. Comfortable. Chen Hui squinted his eyes. It has 2,600 health points and nearly 150 defense. At this stage, players can't even deal the 1 point of damage that would normally cause him to lose health if they don't break his defense. He's practically a human-shaped boss now. Here, take this. Chen Hui casually tossed another piece of equipment to Duo Yan. It was a dagger that glowed with an eerie green light, its blade wavy and coated with some kind of dark purple venom. Assassin's Dagger, green artisan grade. Attack power, 70 to 85. Agility plus 12. Special effect, there is a 10% chance to poison the target upon attack, causing them to lose 30 health points per second for 5 seconds. Wow, what a beautiful dagger. Duo Yan caught the dagger and swung it around a couple of times, clearly enjoying it. For her, the strength of its attributes wasn't important. What mattered was that the dagger glowed and emitted purple smoke. That was really cool. Besides the equipment, Duo Yan also pulled out a total of 45 silver coins. Although Chen Hui was a penny pincher, he was never ambiguous on matters of principle. He counted out 20 silver coins and traded them directly to 0. Everyone who sees this gets a share. This is your share. The madman paused for a moment, looking at the silver coins in the trade window with a complicated expression. This person, although sharp-tongued, greedy, and acts like a bandit, is surprisingly meticulous in his actions. While the team rested, Madman approached Zero, lowered his voice, and spoke with barely suppressed excitement. "Boss, we absolutely have to bring this guy into the guild." The madman glanced at Chen Hui, who was squatting on the ground in the distance, teaching Duo Yan how to use a dagger to trim her nails, his eyes burning with desire. His tanking technique, though it's a bit tiring on his voice, he's practically a unique strategic resource across the entire server. If we sign him, getting the first kill will be a piece of cake for our guild. I think a multi-million-dollar annual salary would be worth it. Zero was sitting on a rock, drinking water to recover his strength. Upon hearing this, she slightly raised her head, her beautiful eyes beneath the hood calmly gazing at Chen Hui's retreating figure. The man was laughing heartily because Duo Yan had accidentally stuck her dagger into a rock and couldn't pull it out. His unrestrained and reckless attitude was completely out of place in this oppressive game world. "It's useless." Zero withdrew his gaze, his voice indifferent. "Huh? Why? If you think the money is too little, we can add more," the madman said, puzzled. "You've got it wrong, you madman." Ling put the kettle lid on, his tone resolute, revealing a worldly wisdom that seemed to have seen through everything. He's not the kind of domestic dog that wags its tail at the slightest provocation. He was a wild beast that hadn't yet had its fill. If you want to put a collar around his neck, be prepared for him to bite off your wrist. The madman was stunned. He had never heard his boss speak so highly of someone, or rather, such deep-seated fear. "Let's go." Ling stood up, lightly tapping the ground with his staff. "Rest is over. Time to meet the main character." As you continue upwards along the spiral stone steps, the surrounding environment begins to change. The nauseating smell of blood in the air gradually dissipated, replaced by a cold, dry odor mixed with the smell of decaying ancient wood. The light is getting dimmer. As everyone climbed the last step, a massive bronze door blocked their path. The door was 10 meters tall, entirely dark blue-black, with a hideous and terrifying ghost face carved on its panel. The demon's eyes were wide open, as if it were watching every ant that tried to approach, and a chilling pressure emanated from the crack in the door. The end of the maze. Location of the final boss. Standing in front of the door, even the usually carefree madman unconsciously held his breath and gripped the giant axe in his hand. Zero stood at the very front of the line, looking up at the enormous demon mask, a flame of ambition burning in his eyes. "Just push open this door and take down the monster inside. The Dragon Kingdom region will be able to secure this highly prestigious server-wide first kill, giving those foreign guilds a resounding slap in the face." Rebellious. Zero didn't turn around, but her voice tightened slightly. "Are you ready?" There was no response from behind. Turning back without a second thought, Chen Hui was leaning against the door frame, yawning listlessly, then patting the bronze door that exuded a terrifying aura, making a dull thump-thump sound. "Boss, stop getting worked up." Chen Hui pointed to the system time, looking impatient. "Open the door quickly. If you dawdle any longer, you'll miss dinner." Everyone. The epic, solemn atmosphere from just moments ago shattered instantly. At the same time, across the ocean, at the headquarters of the Olympus Guild. This is a magnificent temple built directly on a sheer cliff, constructed entirely of pure white giant stones, and currently ranked #1 among guild strongholds in eternity. Inside the temple hall, a battle report was slammed onto a polished white stone table with a dull thud. A blond man with the ID Zeus sat on a pure gold throne, his face ashen. "Fuck. Another team wipe." Zeus pointed at the several dejected, well-equipped elite commanders before him, and his roar echoed in the empty hall. 30 bloodthirsty butchers. Elite monsters, no less. UF asterisk 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 asterisk. Gee, tell me that's an insurmountable barrier. Where's the kite? Where's the healing chain? Where's the damage reduction coverage? Have you all been brain-dead by goblins? A paladin commander, sweating profusely, stammered, "Guild master, that bleeding effect is completely unreasonable. We couldn't even withstand 3 layers. Our Divine Guard paladins fell in 3 seconds. Useless." Zeus kicked over the wine rack next to him, shattering the precious wines all over the floor. He impatiently waved everyone away, his fingertips drawing a curtain of light across the armrest of the throne, the World Forum. At this moment, in the most prominent position on the forum homepage, the title of a featured and pinned post stood out starkly. Breaking news! A mysterious team from the Dragon Kingdom region has broken through the middle level of the maze. They are far ahead in progress. As the post's popularity skyrocketed, and the replies were filled with various exclamations and speculations, Zeus's face showed extreme disdain. A Huxia from the Dragon Kingdom? He took a bottle of red wine from the last remaining shelf, poured himself a glass, and looked at it with disdain, as if watching a group of ignorant ants putting on a show. Damage that even melted our Olympian divine guardians could withstand? And you think those squishy characters from the Dragon Kingdom region who only know how to use tricks can handle this? I bet they can only hold out against the butcher for 10 seconds at most before running back to the safe zone crying. First kill? That belongs to us, Olympus, the glory of the gods. Zeus took a sip of wine, the crimson liquid reflecting the fervor in his eyes. He tapped his finger heavily on the armrest, the sound echoing throughout the entire guild channel. Pass on my orders. 2nd Regiment, 3rd Regiment, all reserves. Nobody gets to sleep tonight. Flatten the middle ranks. I want the whole world to see who is the sole ruler of eternity. The heavy bronze door slid open slowly to the sides with a teeth-grinding scraping sound. A chilling, dusty aura wafted over, and behind the door was not a magnificent palace, but pitch blackness where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. It was an abyss that seemed to devour light. Even the firelight filtering through the doorway was instantly annihilated by the darkness. This is way too dark. Wan instinctively shrank her neck, the faint light at the tip of her staff appearing precarious in the darkness. She gripped Zero's clothes tightly, her voice trembling. In this kind of environment, are there any ghosts or monsters floating around? I'm terrified of those. In the darkness, Duo Yen blinked, her eyes, which remained bright even in the night vision, revealing a hint of great wisdom. Don't be afraid. Dian's tone was light and cheerful, even carrying a hint of comfort. Think about it, it's so dark here. Even if there really were ghosts, they couldn't see us. As long as we don't admit we're human, it'll be very awkward for them. Wan. Madman. What kind of logic is that? Ghosts kidnapping people and checking their household registration? Just as everyone was rendered speechless by this peculiar line of thought. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions suddenly rang out. On both sides of the main hall, dozens of huge bronze lamp pillars simultaneously spewed out eerie blue flames. The flames spread rapidly along the trenches in the ground, instantly outlining the silhouette of a magnificent yet eerie underground palace. At the deepest part of the main hall, atop 9 steps, a throne made of an unknown metal stood prominently. On the throne was not a body of flesh and blood, but a humanoid puppet. It stands nearly 3 meters tall and is made entirely of dark gold wood and interlocking brass gears. The face had no features, only a painted, eerie mask with a half-smile. Behind it, 6 folded mechanical arms retracted silently like spider legs. 1000 Machine Puppet King, Lord Level Boss. Level 10. Health points, 100,000. Attack power, 420. Skills, Rapid Combo / Death Dance, 1000 Transformations, Execution. Gulp. The madman swallowed hard and quickly shared the information fed back by the identification skill in the team channel. This attribute? Are you kidding me? The madman's palms were sweaty as he gripped the giant axe, and his face was extremely pale. The 420 attack power is secondary. The key is its agility and attack speed. Base attack speed 2.5? This means it can make 2.5 cuts per second. With proper skill combinations, the burst damage could even reach 6 strikes per second. No shield bearer can withstand this high-frequency attack at this stage. Their stamina bar will be depleted instantly, breaking their defense. Zero's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes beneath the hood extremely serious. And it has a dash ability. Sunset added, his voice tense. With this level of mobility, kite tactics are completely ineffective. This is a close-quarters meat grinder. Despair. In just one encounter, the oppressive aura emanating from this gatekeeper boss left these top players from across the server feeling utterly powerless. However, just as the team's atmosphere reached rock bottom, two extremely untimely voices rang out. TSK, 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 this wood isn't very good quality. With his hands behind his back, Chen Hui pointed at the throne like an old man nitpicking at a mahogany furniture market. Look at those joints, they're all patinaed. They're obviously hundreds of years old. I wonder if they're infested with worms. Exactly. Duo Yen chimed in from the side, giving a disdainful sneer. And it's so skinny, it looks like it'd fall apart in the wind. Can this kind of greyhound really be a boss? It doesn't even look as intimidating as that pig-headed guy from before. The two spoke in a relaxed tone as if they were commenting on salted fish on a market cutting board. There was no fear, no tension, and I even felt a little amused. The madman's lips twitched wildly as he looked at the two figures from behind, a strange sense of admiration rising within him. Is this the mindset of a pro? How could he still laugh and joke in the face of certain death? That mental fortitude is simply made of iron. Buzz. Seemingly sensing the contempt of the ants, the puppet king on the throne moved. It didn't get up like a living creature, but instead stood up stiffly, accompanied by the click-clack of gears meshing. The smiling mask was lowered slightly, its empty eye socket staring intently at the crowd below the stage. A dry, hoarse, mechanical sound, like the friction of metal, echoed in the hall. To get this far, you must have gone through a lot of hardships. A standard boss opening line, with an arrogant and condescending pity. However, Chen Hui and Duo Yen exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. Suffering? No, not at all. Chen Hui looked completely innocent and shrugged. Those pig-headed monsters were quite polite. They lined up to give us equipment, and we couldn't stop them. Yes, yes. Duo Yen pulled out a handful of silver coins she had just taken out of her backpack, grinning from ear to ear. Look, it's all sweetness. I can barely hold any more. The Puppet King's movements visibly stiffened for a moment. The hall fell into a deathly silence. After a moment of silence, the Puppet King decided to ignore the two lunatics and forcefully proceed with his lines. Its voice rose a few decibels, filled with obvious anger and murderous intent. Ignorant humans. I will now show you that your insignificant struggles and suffering are utterly meaningless in this labyrinth of despair. Boom. His aura was fully unleashed, and his imposing presence was overwhelming. An ordinary player would probably be terrified by this aura right now. But Chen Hui didn't listen at all. He turned his head and looked at Duo Yen quite naturally. I'll make a good profit off this job. I'm planning to treat myself to a meal at a Michelin-starred restaurant. I've heard it's ridiculously expensive there. Duo Yen tilted her head, her ahogue cowlick curling into a question mark, and stared at Chen Hui in shock. Huh? God, are you actually Optimus Prime? Chen Hui was taken aback. What the hell? Otherwise, why would you eat a tire? Duo Yen blinked her big eyes, her face clearly saying, I've been to school, don't lie to me. Isn't Michelin a tire company? I've seen that chubby white mascot before. Rubber isn't easy to digest. How about we just have hot pot instead? Chen Hui. 0. Enough. A furious roar shattered the last vestige of solemnity in the hall. On the throne, the Puppet King's gears spun wildly, emitting a piercing shriek. It felt its dignity being repeatedly rubbed into the ground by these two humans, and even sprinkled with cumin. Damn it. What are you two bastards doing, interrupting me like that? You've ruined my dignity. If you ignore the mechanical body, his tone is exactly like that of a grumpy old man who has lost his temper. Click, click, click. Accompanied by a series of mechanical clicking sounds, the Puppet King's 6 arms under its ribs suddenly spread out, unfolding behind it like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. 6 incredibly sharp, curved blades instantly sprang out from the inside of the mechanical arm, their edges gleaming with a bloodthirsty cold light under the eerie blue flames. At this moment, it was no longer a rigid puppet, but a sophisticated killing machine. Since you're so eager to die, then so be it. The Puppet King brandished his 6 arms, his scimitar slicing through the air with a mournful wail, his body slightly hunched, poised for a charge. Feel my anger. Feel this ultimate speed and power. The murderous aura swept over us like a tsunami. The thugs turned pale and instinctively raised their weapons, trying to retreat. Completion. With that attack speed and that fury, that traitorous brother will definitely be sliced into sashimi in an instant. However, when they looked ahead, they doubted their own eyes once again. There was no fear. There was no backing down. Chen Hui and Duo Yan exchanged a glance, and a look simultaneously appeared on their faces. An almost perverse excitement? That look in his eyes was like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a plump, clean-washed sheep. Chen Hui suddenly took a step forward, pointing at the murderous boss on the throne, his voice trembling with excitement, a trembling of impatience. You said it yourself. Chen Hui held the shield to his chest, his eyes gleaming, and his mouth stretched to his ears in a wide grin. Everyone heard that, so you can't go back on your word. Quick! Let's get started, I can't wait. Puppet King. He wind pressure was like a wall, crashing down with a deafening roar. The Puppet King unleashed all 6 arms, his figure transforming into a ghostly blue afterimage. The sonic boom cloud exploded in the air. Completion. The madman instinctively closed his eyes. At this stage, no shield guard can withstand this level of charging attacks. Even if you add points to all your physical attributes, the only outcome will be shattering into a mosaic. Zero's fingers, gripping the staff, turned white, and his eyes, hidden beneath the hood, were fixed on that retreating figure. Will I die? That guy who only cares about money. When? A deafening roar, like the sound of a great bell, reverberated throughout the underground palace. Immediately afterwards, it was the sound of heavy rain pounding on banana leaves. Ding, 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 ding. Sparks flew everywhere. The screams the madman had anticipated did not occur. He opened his eyes in astonishment. Pupil tremor. In the center of the main hall, Chen Hui's feet dug 2 half-meter-deep furrows in the bluestone slab. But he did not back down an inch. Opposite him, the menacing Puppet King seemed to have crashed into an electrified high-voltage wall. The gears all over his body trembled violently. The bright red damage numbers formed a line above the boss's head. -780. -780. -780. 2 seconds. 12 cuts. Nearly 10,000 points of true damage. The Puppet King's health bar visibly dropped. That extremely arrogant charge was abruptly stopped by this strange recoil force. This. Sunset nearly dropped his longbow. Reflect damage? What kind of reflect damage can have such a high coefficient? No one answered. Because even more outrageous images appeared. Damage numbers did indeed appear above Chen Hui's head, and his health bar dropped to half. But the next second, the green light surged. +78. +78. +78. The densely packed green health recovery numbers intertwined with the red health deduction numbers. Chen Hui's health bar was like it was going bungee jumping. Up and down. However, it has consistently remained firmly above the safety line. In fact, it's still rising. Call. Chen Hui peeked half his head out from behind the shield. Seeing the boss's movement stiffen, a hint of lingering disappointment appeared on his face. That's it? His tone was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts nonchalance. The Puppet King's smiling mask twitched. As the final boss, its dignity has been challenged like never before. Arrogant insect. A mechanical roar, laced with electrical static. 6 arms rose high once more, their blades igniting with a ghostly blue flame. Skill, rapid combo slash. Attack speed increased by 200%. Death. 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 The flashing blades enveloped Chen Hui completely. Chen Hui, who was at the center of the storm, not only remained calm, but also comfortably squinted his eyes. He even proactively adjusted the angle of his shield, positioning his body closer to the blade. Yes, yes, yes. That's the frequency. While being beaten, Chen Hui acted like a demanding client, giving orders and pointing fingers. Has that knife on the left not eaten? The force wasn't enough. Hey, not bad. That last one in the bottom right corner was pretty good. Let's try again. Priest, please don't heal me. Please don't heal me. It's overflowing. Wow, this blood return has made me feel a bit bloated. Pfft. Rear. With a slight tremor, the healing spell landed squarely on the madman's head. The madman's face darkened. Why are you healing me? I'm at full health. Wan was on the verge of tears. I don't know what to do. Look at that freak. He can't even regenerate health as fast as he loses it. That's definitely unnecessary. The scene was extremely bizarre. The boss unleashes a furious attack with spectacular special effects. Chen Hui, however, still had the leisure to take out a bottle of basic red potion from his backpack and gulp it down. Hiccup. He let out a burp. The flavor is a bit bland. I'll try the strawberry flavor next time. The Puppet King paused in his movements. Its CPU is overheating. The logic is crumbling. In the lore, it's a killing machine, a player's nightmare. But now, it felt like it was digging a mountain of iron with a plastic spoon. The spoon is almost broken, but the mountain is still there. With each strike, the recoil and the resulting real damage caused the machine to groan in agony. The faster it attacks, the faster that damn human regenerates health. Meanwhile, its own health bar was rapidly depleting, like water pouring from a leaky bucket. In just 1 minute, health has dropped below 85%. The opponent is at full health. Even the paint on the shield hasn't chipped off much. This is not scientific. The Puppet King slowed down. The body's deep-seated self-protection mechanisms kick in. If you continue attacking, there will only be one outcome: you'll die from the shockwaves. It stopped. 6 curved blades hung in midair, caught in a dilemma. The air suddenly became quiet. Chen Hui was enjoying himself when he frowned. He tapped the boss's kneecap with his shield, clearly annoyed. "Hey, sir, why did the bell stop?" Chen Hui pointed to the top of his head. "The health bar isn't full yet, just 2 points short. This is really bothering my OCD. Hurry up, give me 2 more hits, and I won't give you a bad review." The Puppet King's empty eye sockets gleamed with a light that seemed to reflect doubt about life. It took half a step back. An instinctive withdrawal. What kind of monster are you?" The boss's voice was no longer arrogant. Instead, it trembled. Chen Hui grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "I'm just an ordinary player passing by, and I'd like to give you a full medical checkup." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Hui's expression changed, and he thrust his shield forward, charging into the boss's arms like a bull. "Since you're not moving, it's my turn." Deliberately trying to stage an accident. The tide turned in both attack and defense. Originally, the boss chased after the players and attacked them. Now, Chen Hui is chasing after the boss, begging to be attacked. "Hit me. Where did your energy go? Didn't you eat? Push harder. Are you even a man? Oh, sorry, you're a blockhead." Chen Hui frantically rubbed his shield against the boss's body to trigger counter damage while simultaneously bombarding it with trash talk. The Puppet King was forced to retreat repeatedly, his 6 arms frantically trying to block. Frustrating. This is so damn frustrating. When has this dignified boss of the town ever suffered such humiliation? Looking at Chen Hui's face, which seemed to say, "Come and kill me," the Puppet King's eyes flashed intensely red. It's completely red-hot. Madman and his gang were stunned. What's going on? The faster the boss attacks, the faster you die. This isn't murder. This is clearly suicide. Is this even human? Behind them, Wan, who had been holding the blue bottle without drinking it, was staring at this scene in disbelief. As the guild's chief priest, she had run at least 800, if not 1,000, dungeons. Every time I fight a boss, I'm completely focused, yet still flustered and overwhelmed. You have to keep an eye on the tank's health, dodge skills, and manage your mana. You wish you had 8 arms. But what about now? She even had time to tuck her staff under her arm and take a bite of a piece of dried kebab from her backpack. This is way too easy. Wan couldn't help but exclaim in the team chat, her tone carrying a hint of unreal fantasy. "Boss, this million was totally worth it. I feel like a tourist accessory." The madman, wielding a giant axe, was relentlessly attacking the boss's flank. Hearing this, he nodded in deep agreement, his eyes burning with fervor. It's more than just worth it. It's a steal. This is the first kill in the entire server. The madman glanced at the boss's rapidly decreasing health bar and began to breathe rapidly. Dragon Kingdom District. In virtual online games, its position has always been awkward. Although it has the largest player base, it also has the most big spenders. However, in terms of top combat power rankings and first kill records, it has always been overshadowed by Olympus from across the ocean and Ragnarok from Europe. He's always 3rd or even 4th. This is a thorn in the side of all Wuxia players. But today, everything is different now. If we secure this first kill, Our guild's prestige will reach a new level. The madman swung his giant axe even more vigorously, as if each swing was cleaving open a new era for esports in the Dragon Kingdom. 80,000 HP left. Let's give it our all. 75,000. 70,000. Just as the boss's health dropped below the critical 70% threshold, a sudden change occurred. Roar dash. The Puppet King suddenly let out a non-human roar. The tightly meshed gears on its body suddenly snapped open, spewing out scalding white steam. The 6 mechanical arms attached to his back had broken off at the root. Click, click, click. The robotic arm that landed didn't turn into scrap metal. Instead, amidst a sickening metallic twisting sound, it quickly reassembled into 6 half-human-sized mechanical spiders. 1000 Machine Killer Elite. Level 10. Health points, 5,000. Damn ants. Although the Puppet King's true form, now without its arms, appears bald, its aura is all the more terrifying. It hovered in midair, the smiling face on the mask completely distorted, turning into a wailing face of extreme anger. You've angered me. Feel the despair. With the boss's roar, the 6 mechanical spiders, like mad dogs, split into 3 groups. 2 lunged at Chen Hui, 2 charged at the madman, and the remaining 2 actually bypassed the front row and went straight for Zero and Wanron in the back row. At the same time, a gust of wind swirled around the boss, causing it to fly backward uncontrollably. Its target is the metal throne located at the highest point of the hall. Not good. The madman's expression changed drastically. He cleaved the attacking spider in 2 with an axe and shouted anxiously, "It needs to heal." This is the second phase mechanic. As a professional gamer, Madman is all too familiar with this tactic. Once a boss returns to a specific location, it will often activate an invincibility shield and significantly restore its health. If we can't interrupt it, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Stop it. Stop it now. The madman's eyes were bloodshot as he tried to rush forward, but he was tightly entangled by the mechanical spider. Zero's staff shone brightly, instantly unleashing 2 ice arrows, only to be deflected by the steam shield surrounding the boss. Immune control. A sense of despair instantly spread through the ranks. Could it be? Is everything really going to go wrong? However, just when everyone was extremely anxious, Chen Hui, who was at the center of the battlefield, made a reaction that baffled everyone. He swatted a mechanical spider away with his shield, then looked up at the boss flying toward the throne. Not only did he not panic in the slightest, but he also remained completely calm. Instead, he chuckled. His expression was like seeing someone searching for food in a toilet, both pitying and amusing. He even lowered his shield, crossed his arms, and looked ready to watch the show. "You traitorous brother. What are you doing? Hurry up and mock me." The madman was so anxious that his voice cracked. Chen Hui shrugged and gestured with his lips. "Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while." In midair, the Puppet King, who was flying backwards at breakneck speed, also noticed Chen Hui's expression. Why didn't this human chase after him? Shouldn't he be wailing in despair? Why were his eyes filled with expectations? Never mind. Once I sit on the throne, I can rebuild the machine and wipe out these insects. The Puppet King adjusted his posture and, with an air of supreme authority, sat heavily down in the place of the throne he remembered. His buttocks landed. The expected cold, hard feel of the metal throne did not come. Instead, it was a burst of emptiness. That was the feeling of weightlessness when your feet missed a step on the stairs. That's the helplessness of not having toilet paper when you poop. The Puppet King swayed and nearly fell flat on his face. It turned around somewhat blankly and looked behind it. On the high platform where the majestic throne once stood, all that could be seen was. It is completely empty at this moment. All that remained were shattered metal parts and a few pieces of broken wood that hadn't been cleared away yet. And on that pile of ruins, a petite figure was squatting there. He held a dagger that was still dripping corrosive venom in one hand, and a miner's pickaxe that he had pulled out from somewhere in the other. Duo Yan. Duo Yan has been in a state of invisibility since the start of the war. The madman then suddenly came to his senses. The fight was so intense that he completely forgot there was an assassin in his team. When did she go there? The setting sun gaped wide open. Duo Yan wiped the sweat from her forehead and put the miner's pickaxe back into her backpack. The boss looked completely bewildered, hovering in midair with nowhere to sit. She blinked her big eyes and waved her little hands, which were covered in engine oil, in a very cute way. "Hi." A clear, childlike voice echoed throughout the hall. If you ignored the ruins beneath your feet, it would look like a friendly girl next door greeting you. Puppet King. Its brain was working frantically at that moment, trying to understand the situation unfolding before it. "Where's the throne?" "My throne is so big, symbolizing supreme power, and it can regenerate 5% health per second." "That's all? It was demolished?" roared Dash. After a brief silence, a deafening roar erupted. The Puppet King's defenses were completely breached. The feeling is like when you excitedly run home to use the toilet, have your pants down, only to find that the toilet has been stolen. Anger. Humiliation. Unwilling to accept this. Its hand trembled as it pointed at Duo-Yen, its voice broken and intermittent due to overload, filled with the static of the electric microphone. "Despicable. You, shameless. Vulgar. Don't they have any chivalry at all? They actually raided our base. That's so despicable." Faced with the boss's tearful accusations, Duo-Yen tilted her head. She glanced at Chen Hui, who was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight in the distance, and then at Ling, whose expression was complicated. Then, she waved her hand earnestly, as if trying to explain something. You've misunderstood." Dian's voice was soft and sweet, sounding harmless. The Puppet King was taken aback. "Misunderstand? Is there some hidden story behind this?" Its explosive rage paused for a moment. However, Dian's next words, were like a bucket of gasoline poured directly over its head. She scratched her head and gave a shy, embarrassed smile. "Despicable? We're not that noble." Pfft. In the distance, the madman stumbled and nearly got bitten on the butt by a spider. What an amazing answer. That's like killing someone by breaking their spirit. Chen Hui gave Duo-Yen a thumbs up. "Well said. Chivalry my foot. Which knight? Have I ever seen one?" Chen Hui raised his shield and strode towards the boss, who was already fuming and on the verge of crashing. "All right, it's almost time. Now, it's time to send you on your way." Having lost the blessing of the throne and with 6 arms severed, the 1,000-machine Puppet King is now like a tiger with its teeth pulled, left only with impotent rage and passive defense. Chen Hui was at the very front, his wild round shield clanging loudly as it was struck. -180. -180. -180. The bright red damage numbers were flashing wildly above his head, but the expression on his face was far from relaxed. In fact, he also looked a bit worried. "Well," Chen Hui glanced at the system panel and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Talent upgrade quest, number of attacks withheld, 19200/1000000. Current progress, 1.92%. Too slow. It's way too slow. I was hoping this boss, with its frantic attack speed, would help me level up faster, but it turns out that while it has a fast attack speed, it's too fragile. Each attack resulted in a reflection of several hundred points of true damage, and with his health bar nearing its limit, his quest progress bar had only moved a tiny bit. "Couldn't you be a little firmer?" Chen Hui glared at the boss with a look of disappointment and frustration. "As the final boss, you're failing so quickly? Do you think you deserve all those lines?" After saying that, he sighed again, and even took the initiative to abandon his blocking stance, straightening his chest and taking 2 blows to his face, trying to let the boss hit him a few more times. This scene, however, took on a completely different meaning in the eyes of his teammates behind him. The madman chopped the boss in the back of the knee with his axe and glanced at his boss, feeling a sudden surge of respect. Is this the self-cultivation of a master? The madman sighed in the team chat, his tone filled with shame. The outcome was clearly decided. A steady, methodical approach would guarantee victory, yet the traitorous brother is still sighing. He must be dissatisfied with the timing of his parries just now. That's right. Sunset nodded in agreement, drawing his longbow to its fullest extent. Even in a situation where victory is assured, they still strive for perfect execution and maximum damage mitigation. This constant self-discipline and relentless pursuit of improvement. No wonder they can solo bosses while we're just there to be carried. This is so inspiring. Wan Wan was moved to tears, her hand waving her staff with even more strength. I'm going to work hard to heal every last drop of blood. Chen Hui, If he knew what these people were thinking, he'd probably laugh his head off. On the other hand, Dian's style is completely different. The wealthy woman was hiding behind Chen Hui's broad back, holding a throwing knife in her hand, tossing it out like candy. Sobs. Each time a throwing knife hits the boss, it will take away dozens of points of health. It doesn't cause much harm, but it's extremely insulting. More importantly, these throwing knives are consumables, costing 2 copper coins each at the general store. In just a few minutes, she had already thrown hundreds of them. Those weren't throwing knives, they were clearly a rain of copper coins flying everywhere. Is this what a rich woman's basic attack looks like? The madman looked at the scattered throwing knives and felt his heart bleed. Finally, under Chen Hui's painful passive skill activation and Duo Yan's happy money spraying attacks, the Puppet King's health bar was finally reduced to the kill threshold. 1%. Zero's voice was cold and urgent. Stop attacking. Let the traitor deliver the final blow. This is a rule in the online gaming world. The final blow to kill a boss for the first time often comes with an extra high reward bonus, which is usually given to the person who contributed the most or has the highest luck in the team. Although Duo Yan was the luckiest, Chen Hui made a great contribution in this battle. They're here. Chen Hui's eyes narrowed, and his previously lazy demeanor vanished instantly. He glanced at his health bar. Because he deliberately sold blood earlier, his health is now stuck at around 48%. Conditions met. Chen Hui suddenly took a step forward, and the gauntlet on his left hand suddenly burst out with a ghostly green light. Special effect activated, Queen Bee's Grip. When health drops below 50%, generate a shield equal to 10% of maximum health. Buzz. A light green film instantly covered his entire body. Immediately afterward, Chen Hui roared and activated his universal skill, Shield Slam. Gain an additional shield equal to 25% of your maximum health. With 2 layers of shields stacked on top of each other, Chen Hui looked like a walking ball of light, the white shield bar above his health bar looking terrifyingly long. I'll send you to your death. Chen Hui raised his shield high, and the skill, Shield Bash, was fully charged. The damage calculation for the skill is, it deals damage equal to 10% of the user's maximum health. While under the Shield Slam effect, all consumed shield value will be added as additional damage. Total health, 2,600. A 45% terror bonus. At this moment, Chen Hui was no longer a human shield. He's a human nuclear bomb. Get out of here, you be ***************** D. The wild round shield, carrying a howling wind pressure, slammed heavily onto the Puppet King's already shattered mask. Smack. A muffled thud, like a watermelon bursting, echoed throughout the hall. 2340. Critical hit/weakness attack. A huge, golden damage number floated up from above the boss's head. That bright red color stung the eyes. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The madman's giant axe clattered to the ground, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 2003? Holy crap. Is this the damage a level 10 player can deal? And it's a shield warrior. Keep in mind that a berserker who focuses all their stats on maxing out their skills can only deal around 70 to 80 damage with a basic attack, and a critical hit will only deal a maximum of 150. This shield strike is equivalent to 15 berserkers landing critical hits simultaneously. Let alone the boss. Even the most robust knight with the highest HP at this stage would die instantly from this hit, without even a chance to be saved. This damage is enough for me to auto-attack for a year. Sunset swallowed hard, feeling his worldview about games shattered into pieces. However, before they could recover from their shock, the arrogant Puppet King, under this attack, didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded into a dazzling white light. Splash! Gold coins, materials, and equipment all turned into a treasure chest as tall as a person. At the same time, a system notification popped up in front of him. Congratulations! Your team has successfully defeated the final boss, the 1000-machine Puppet King. This kill has been detected as the world's first kill. A server-wide announcement will be made. Please enter the team name, which will be permanently recorded in the Eternal Chronicle. The input box flashed in front of Chen Hui. This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Simply enter a name, and in the next second, the ID Rebel will resound throughout the world, becoming a god worshipped by countless players. But Chen Hui simply stretched and yawned. Then, without hesitation, I opened the team panel, clicked on Zero's avatar, and selected Transfer Captain. Boss, it's your turn. Chen Hui looked at Zero with a smile. 5 million worth of service, including after-sales support and reputation. Remember to contact me again next time. Ling Wei was slightly taken aback. She looked at the man in front of her who was smiling broadly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes beneath the hood. Even the most money-loving person would find it difficult to let go so readily in the face of such global fame. This man. It's really special. Good. Zero didn't refuse. That was exactly why she had come. She stretched out her slender fingers and tapped them lightly in the air a few times. Ding! Your account has received 4,000,000. The crisp sound of funds arriving is more pleasant than any background music. Chen Hui's smile instantly became 10 times more genuine. May your boss be generous. May your boss be in good health. May your boss live to be 100. Zero ignored his flattery and solemnly typed 2 words into the input box. Breaking dawn. The long night is coming to an end, and dawn is approaching. The next second, the normally noisy and chaotic world channel was suddenly forced to be muted. A magnificent, sacred bell, seemingly from ancient times, resounded simultaneously in the ears of billions of players worldwide. When? Immediately afterwards, the system's emotionless yet authoritative mechanical voice resounded throughout every newbie village, every leveling area, and every corner of the dungeon. Server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Dawn Guild team from the Dragon Kingdom region. Leader, 0. Members, Rebel, Duo Yen, Madman, Sunset, Softy. Successfully defeated the level 10 boss, 1000 Machine Puppet King, achieving the world's first kill. Their heroic deeds will be forever etched on an eternal monument. Rewards for all team members, plus 10 free attribute points, plus 100 reputation points, plus 10 gold. Due to the first kill, the portal to the main city, Luoshui Floating City, has been activated in starting village number 12138 of the Dragon Kingdom region. Level restrictions have been lifted. Boom. The entire world of Eternity was in an uproar. The world chat channel was instantly unblocked, and messages were refreshing so fast that the text was almost illegible. Holy crap. First kill. This is the first kill already. I'm still fighting the maze guards, and they've already killed the final boss? Dawn Guild? I remember that was a second-rate guild. Newbie Village 12138? Isn't that the village where that rebellious master was? I knew he'd be there. Awesome. The Dragon Kingdom region has really stood up this time. Those foreign devils from Olympus are still bragging on the forum. Their faces have been slapped in the face, haha. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, inside the Olympus Guild's headquarters, as President Zeus stared at the announcement before him, his golden staff creaking in his hand, his face so grim it seemed to drip water. Useless. All of them are useless. Investigate. What exactly is this Dawn? And what about that rebellious one? Inside the instance. Chen Hui didn't care about those empty titles. For him, those were all superficial. Only the real benefit of securing the profits was tangible. 10 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, and 10 gold coins. The reward is so generous it's making your mouth water. But the real highlight is yet to come. Just as the server-wide announcement ended, another system notification, unique to Chen Hui, quietly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Rebellious for delivering the final blow to the Lord-level boss. According to the special rules for the first kill, you receive a unique special reward dash. Chen Hui held his breath and opened the reward package that was radiating a 7-colored light. An old, thick skill book, with no professional badges on its cover except for a huge question mark, lay there quietly. Universal skill book for all classes, mythic rare. Effect: after use, ignore class restrictions and choose one skill from the current version of the basic skill library in Eternity to learn. Note: this skill will automatically adapt to your primary attribute and may undergo beneficial mutations. Chen Hui's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. My heart started pounding uncontrollably. All professions. Any choice. What does that mean? Does this mean that he, a tank with thick skin and heavy armor, can learn the stealth technique of a thief? Can I learn the mage's blink? Could one even learn the resurrection technique from a priest? No. Chen Hui licked his dry lips, looked at the dazzling array of icons in the skill list, and revealed a smile even more monstrous than when he was beating up the boss earlier. I'm really not going to be able to be a human anymore. Looking at the universal skill book for all classes, radiating a rainbow aura in his backpack, Chen Hui's Adam's apple bobbed. Mythical level. Only. If this thing were put up for auction, it would probably make those nouveau riche spit their brains out. In his previous life, Zeus, that old coin, relied on this first kill reward. He learned a mage's flash ability and combined it with his high burst damage. He completely outplayed the Huxia team in the first global professional league. But Chen Hui resisted the urge to swat it away right now and instead stuffed it into the bottom of his backpack. It can't be rushed. If you're in a regular profession, learning a skill that requires a different skill can definitely make you very powerful these days. But he still has hidden career paths at his disposal. If the job characteristics after the class change conflict with this skill, or if there is a better combination, using it now would be a waste. Good food is worth waiting for. Chen Hui calmed himself down and turned his gaze to the enormous treasure chest that could easily hold 2 adults. This is the real main event now. At this moment, Duo-yen had already crawled entirely into the treasure chest. Because of her petite stature, she had to stand on tiptoe, her upper body almost suspended in the air beneath the bottom of the box, leaving only her small feet, clad in delicate leather boots, kicking wildly outside. Ugh, it's so deep. A muffled sound came from inside the box, with a slight echo. Madman, Sunset, and Softive formed a circle, watching helplessly as the little legs kicked wildly, not daring to breathe. This is a first-kill treasure chest. Even a blank card is a top-tier item, let alone if you happen to get A. Just then, the 2 dangling legs suddenly trembled violently, followed by a panicked cry for help. Help! Help me! God! I'm stuck! I can't get out, wah! Everyone! The madman's lips twitched. Is this guy here to be funny? Chen Hui sighed helplessly and stepped forward. This girl used all her luck on opening boxes. She didn't use any of her intelligence. He reached out and grabbed Dian's exposed ankle. Upon touching the boot, the leather felt somewhat cold, but Chen Hui keenly sensed that the ankle beneath his palm was excessively slender, as if it could be crushed with the slightest force. And the moment he touched Duo-yen, her legs, which had been kicking wildly, suddenly stiffened, as if she had been electrocuted. Don't move. Chen Hui gave a low shout, and with both hands exerting force, he dragged Duo-yen out like pulling up a radish. The master is so gentle. The pastor beside her held her hands to her heart, her eyes sparkling with pink bubbles, and wore a doting smile. Their physiques are so bad, but their movements are so. It's so cute, I love shipping them. The rebellious god may seem fierce at first glance, but he's actually very doting on Duo-yen. However, the next second, with a pop, Duo-yen was pulled out like a plug. Chen Hui put her down on the ground, and before Duo-yen could even stand up properly, he eagerly leaned his head in, his eyes more eager than when he looked at his wife. How's it going? Did you ship anything? Did you get any good stuff? The gentle, doting smile on her face froze instantly, shattering into countless fragments. So, you're being gentle just for the sake of getting gear. Duo-yen's face turned bright red, whether from the congestion caused by the handstand or from Chen Hui grabbing her ankle, it was hard to tell. She hurriedly tidied her messy bangs, then raised her left hand high as if presenting a treasure. Whoosh! 3 beams of emerald green light instantly illuminated the dimly lit hall. Holy crap! The madman let out a strange cry, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. 3 pieces of green gear? It's important to understand that most players are still wearing basic gear at this stage. Having even 1 piece of green gear is a privilege reserved for guild elites. This box contained 3 items? Is this the world of the lucky ones? Chen Hui raised an eyebrow, took the equipment, and immediately posted its stats in the team chat. Forest Whisper Robe, Green Artisan Grade, Priest only. Swiftwind Warbow, Green Artisan Grade, for Archers only. Shadow Leather Armor, Green Artisan Grade, for Assassins only. None of them were for the Shield Guard. Chen Hui pursed his lips in slight regret, but this was within his expectations. The system has determined that he has already obtained the best skill book reward, so the equipment in the treasure chest will naturally favor other classes. Same as always, auction. Chen Hui looked at everyone. I'll buy it. Wan was the first to raise her hand, her eyes shining as she looked at the long robe. I'll offer 300,000. I want that bow. Sunset shouted excitedly. I'll offer 500,000. Both of them are elites from professional guilds, so they can afford this amount of money. The transaction was completed quickly. After deducting platform fees from the 800,000 dragon coins and giving half to Duo-Yen, I received 400,000. Seeing the string of zeros that suddenly appeared in his account, Chen Hui was in a great mood. The last one. Chen Hui picked up the shadow leather armor. Take it. He casually tossed the leather armor into Duo-Yen's arms. Duo-Yen caught it in a fluster, looking completely bewildered. I haven't paid yet. Employee benefits. Chen Hui waved his hand dismissively, displaying the arrogance of a nouveau riche. Following me, you think I'd let you run around naked? Besides, the faster you run, the faster you'll be able to loot corpses next time. Duo-Yen hugged the leather armor, which was still warm, blinked her big eyes, and couldn't help but smile with two dimples. Oh, thank you, boss. It's indeed rare to see an employee who has spent over 1,000,000 yuan on their boss. As for the remaining pile of scrap metal and over 100 silver coins from the boss, Chen Hui didn't even look at it and simply packed the materials and threw them to Ling. These junk items are for your guild to use for practicing life skills. The silver coins are for everyone to share. I'm too lazy to pretend. Madman and others. Is this the mindset of a true master? You just throw away over 100 silver coins like that? All right, the spoils are divided. Meeting adjourned. Chen Hui clapped his hands. The madman and his companions, unable to contain their excitement, all logged off. They wanted to immediately go to the forum to post and show off, and also throw a celebration party to brag about their experience today. The main hall quickly became empty. Only Chen Hui, Ling, and Duo-Yen, who was still happily hugging the leather armor, remained. Ling walked up to Chen Hui and gave him a deep look with his eyes hidden under the hood. Your ID has been discovered. Zero's voice remained cool and clear, but it carried a subtle hint of gravity. Olympus, Ragnarok, these top-tier guilds from abroad won't allow an unruly player from the Dragon Kingdom to ride roughshod over them. Especially Zeus, he's a madman. Be careful about your real-life identity. Upon hearing this, Chen Hui's eyes turned slightly cold. Of course he knew. In my previous life, countless tragedies in real life stemmed from grudges in the game. That's why he works so hard to make money. Only by completely severing the connection between the divine realm and one's real-world identity can one do whatever one wants in the divine realm. Rest assured. He nodded and said no more. With a flash of white light, her figure disappeared from the spot. The vast palace fell into an instant, deathly silence. Chen Hui turned around and found Duo-Yen sitting on the steps where she had just opened the treasure chest, her head down. One of her boots, which she had lost during the struggle, now lay forlornly a few meters away. The little foot, clad in a white cotton sock, was curled up somewhat unnaturally. She seemed to be lost in thought, or perhaps pondering something. Her whole being exuded a quietness completely different from her earlier exuberance. Chen Hui walked over, bent down, and picked up the leather boot. He walked up to Duo-Yen and squatted down. What are you thinking about? Why aren't you logging off? Duo-Yen's body trembled violently, and she withdrew her feet like a startled rabbit. She looked up, and there was a hint of panic in her large eyes. Self-abasement? And nothing. Dian's voice was very soft. I'm just a little tired. Chen Hui remained silent. He simply placed the boot quietly beside her feet without asking a single question. Although this girl usually seems carefree and a happy little rich girl. But Chen Hui, having lived 2 lives, possessed an exceptionally sharp eye for people. Behind that deliberately displayed optimism often lies a scar that one doesn't want others to touch. He stood up, reached out, and gently patted Dian's soft head. Go to sleep if you're tired. Chen Hui's voice was unusually gentle. I'll take you to a great place when I log on tomorrow. Duo-Yen stared at him blankly. The warmth emanating from above my head traveled down my hair and warmed me right to the core. She nodded obediently. He's gone. Chen Hui waved his hand, and his figure transformed into countless points of light, dissipating into the air. As Chen Hui left, the last bit of warmth in the hall dissipated. Duo Yen remained seated on the cold steps. She looked down at her legs, which were incredibly agile in the game, capable of running and jumping. His eyes gradually dimmed, eventually turning into a deathly gray. The next second, Duo Yan's figure also disappeared. The real world. Chang Family Manor, Jinghai City. This is an extremely luxurious bedroom. The pink decor reveals the owner's girlish heart, but there is a faint smell of disinfectant in the room. A custom-built deep-sea diving game pod, costing tens of millions of dollars, lay quietly in the center of the room. Scream. The sound of the pressure valve loosening was heard. The hatch slid open slowly. She revealed a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. Chang Duo Yan opened her eyes. What comes into view is no longer that bizarre, adventurous, and eternal world. Instead, there was a cold ceiling and a room whose pallor, no matter how expensive, could not be concealed. The sound of the wind rushing across the grassland has disappeared. That grounded, tangible feeling is gone. Instead, there was a deathly heaviness and emptiness. She struggled to prop herself up, gripping the edge of the game pod with both hands, trying to roll out as usual. But this simplest of actions for an ordinary person caused fine beads of sweat to appear on her forehead. Click. The door was gently pushed open. A middle-aged maid in professional nursing attire hurried in, her face showing concern and anxiety. Second miss. Don't move. I'll do it. The maid skillfully stepped forward, stretched out her hands, and lifted Chang Duo Yen from the game pod as if she were a light, fluffy doll. With her movements, the hem of that pristine white nightgown cascaded down. It's empty. Beneath the hem of that skirt, where legs should have been, were only two severed limbs wrapped in thick cotton cloth. There are no calves, no ankles, and not even knees. The maid carefully placed her in the high-tech electric wheelchair next to her and gently covered her with a wool blanket to conceal her heartbreaking disability. Second miss, how are you feeling today? The maid asked softly, trying to break the oppressive silence. Would you like to take a stroll in the garden? Mr. Chang has bought quite a few new flowers again. Chang Duo Yen sat in her wheelchair, her gaze passing through the huge floor-to-ceiling window as she looked at the bright moon outside. She unconsciously touched the top of her head. There seemed to still be a trace of warmth left from the large wooden hand in the game. A long time. She shook her head, her voice as soft as a bubble that would burst at the slightest touch. No. Flowers will always wither. Hui disconnected the neural connection, and with a soft hiss, the game pod door slowly slid open. Instead of stretching as usual, he immediately sat up straight, his fingers flying across the touchscreen inside the cabin. Browser opens, incognito mode is activated. Chen Hui remained expressionless as he typed a complex IP address into the address bar that he already knew by heart. Press enter. The next second, the screen style suddenly changed from its original dark blue color. A pure black background fills the entire field of vision, with countless pixelated snowflake effects falling gently. Immediately afterwards, a powerful rhythm, loud enough to shatter eardrums, exploded out. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. That's the divine song etched into Chen Hui's DNA, the DJ version of Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. In the center of the screen, a huge skull, flashing with colorful neon lights, is shaking wildly to the rhythm of the music. Below the skull, a line of red and green Martian text scrolls in a wave-like pattern. We are sugar, sweet to the point of sorrow. Even after being reborn, Chen Hui was still stunned by the overwhelming aura of nobility, causing his lips to twitch. Who would have thought that this seemingly abandoned QQ Space homepage from 10 years ago would actually be the private commission portal for Skynet, the future world's #1 hacker on the dark web? Chen Hui skillfully turned off the headache-inducing background music, stretched out his finger, and quickly tapped 3 times on the left eye socket of the 7-colored skull, then tapped twice on the right eye socket. The previously colorful and elaborate page froze instantly. A very retro-style dialogue box, like an old-fashioned chat room, popped up. The other party's ID was extremely eye-catching. Every character exuded a strong sense of melancholy. Burying love-cold young master. Chen Hui took a deep breath and typed lines of text in the dialogue box. Cleanup, full service, no residue, 1 million. This is a common phrase used in the hacker community. Clean means to remove data, and full set refers to a complete shredding of data from the server to the underlying logs. The reply from the other side of the screen took only 2 seconds. A line of red text on a green background, in bold and large font, popped up arrogantly. ID Master. Master handles things, you can trust me. In the online world, Master is God. Looking at this line of text, Chen Hui could even picture the boy across from him with an afro, wearing tight pants and loafers, tapping his leg as he typed. Without wasting words, he lightly tapped 2 words on the keyboard. Rebellious. Send. The chat window, which used to be filled with instant replies, suddenly fell into a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 full minutes passed. The pixelated snowflakes in the background continued to fall tirelessly, but the avatar of cold young master remained gray, as if his earlier arrogance was just an illusion. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. Did I get disconnected? Just as he was about to refresh the page, the screen suddenly started flashing wildly, and dozens of pop-up windows flooded the screen like bullets from a Gatling gun. Holy crap. You're a traitor. That Huxia hero who got the first kill. My idol. You're a god, I bow down to you. Is that server-wide announcement real? You really soloed a level 10 boss? Those foreign devils in Olympus must be utterly humiliated by you. You've really brought honor to our dragon kingdom. Does the pro need any accessories? I can shout 666 and even write Martian language. Looking at the screen full of exclamation marks and admiration, Chen Hui rubbed his temples helplessly. Really? This guy's skills are godlike, but his personality is still the same old formula. In his previous life, this cold young master was a well-known patriotic hothead who once single-handedly hacked the official website of the Olympus Guild, achieving legendary status in one battle. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Chen Hui interrupted the other person's fangirling session by typing. Is it possible to completely erase all IP traces related to Rebellious and encrypt the physical address? The chat window froze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the reply with red background and green text reappeared, but this time, it lacked the previous fervor and instead displayed a more shrewd, businessman-like quality. You'll have to pay more. Chen Hui typed out a question mark. Question mark. Master, it's not that I'm being disloyal. Lang Xiao replied, even adding a, lighting a cigarette.jpg, emoji. You're now the enemy of the entire server. Just now, my backend monitoring detected at least 300 different data streams tracking your IP address. Olympus has posted a bounty on the dark web, $5 million for your real-world address. Ragnarok, the Sakura Group, and even several major conglomerates in Dacia are all looking for you. This isn't cleaning, this is defying fate. The workload is more than 10 times that of yesterday, and I also have to risk being tracked down by that cunning Zeus. One price, plus another 1.5 million. Not a penny less, I won't do it. Even though I admire you, I still need to eat and buy hairspray. Chen Hui stared at the numbers on the screen and hissed in pain. 2.5 million. The 4 million I just made selling the first kill guide is almost gone, and before I could even enjoy it, most of it is about to disappear. But he didn't hesitate at all. Money can be earned back, but once you lose your life, the story truly ends. That madman Zeus caused quite a few accidents in reality in his previous life in order to eliminate his enemies. I am still in the early stages of my career and absolutely cannot reveal myself. Card number. Chen Hui's words were concise and to the point. A minute later, as the notification sound of the bank card balance rapidly decreasing rang, Lang Xiao on the other side of the screen sent an extremely flamboyant, okay, hand gesture emoji. Received. Boss is generous. Boss is in good health. From now on, the ID Rebellious is a ghost on the internet. Unless you come forward yourself, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't be able to find out who you are. Z. The web page went black instantly, and all browsing history and cached data were automatically destroyed at that moment, as if they had never existed. Chen Hui let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. It's safe now. At least until I truly mature, I don't have to worry about being forced to commit suicide in the middle of the night. He braced himself against the edge of the game pod with both hands and climbed out with some difficulty. My feet touched the cold floor, and a long-lost sense of solidity spread throughout my body from the soles of my feet. Chen Hui had barely taken a step when he keenly sensed something was wrong with his body. Despite having just gone through an intense boss battle, he should have been mentally exhausted, yet his body felt incredibly light. The feeling was like every cell was filled with electricity, containing explosive power. Chen Hui walked to the full-length mirror with a cracked corner and took off his sweaty t-shirt. The body in the mirror wasn't particularly robust. In fact, it appeared somewhat thin. But at this moment, the previously loose muscle lines became clear and firm, and the skin surface faintly shimmered with an imperceptible cold light. In the previous life, eternity completely invaded reality a year later. It seems that my health is so incredibly high that even a 0.01% reduction can make a difference. Give it a try. Chen Hui took a deep breath and his gaze fell on his thighs. Snap. Chen Hui swung his arm and slapped his thigh hard. A muffled thud echoed in the cramped rented room, sounding like a slap on a thick piece of cowhide. His stash. Chen Hui gasped and shook his bright red palms. My palms were burning with pain, and my finger bones felt like they had hit steel plates. On the other hand, look at the thighs. Completely unaware. Not even a trace of red ink was left. Goodness. Chen Hui looked at his thighs, his eyes gradually becoming heated. If this becomes a 100% reliable method of invasion in the future, wouldn't it mean we can actually withstand demons with our bare hands? He clenched his fist and threw a punch at the air. Cool. The punch was short and powerful, creating a slight whooshing sound. My current physical condition is roughly equivalent to that of a professional athlete. Chen Hui nodded in satisfaction. It seems I'll have the ability to fight back when I encounter trouble in real life. Just as Chen Hui was immersed in the joy of his physical enhancement and was considering whether to go downstairs to buy a watermelon to practice his skills, a slightly drunken voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. You say? A few seconds later, a burst of cursing erupted outside the door. What? A nightclub? Which nightclub is he at? I'll skin him alive right now. Ocean sensor lights in the hallway were old and malfunctioning, making a crackling sound. The dim, yellowish light was fragmented and projected onto the mottled wall. The strong, spicy aroma of whiskey aggressively fills the nostrils, yet it cannot mask the subtle, cool woody scent. That was Shen Qingning's unique scent. At this moment, this usually arrogant rent-collecting queen was leaning limply against Chen Hui's door frame. 2 buttons on the haute couture trench coat had popped open, revealing the disheveled hem of the silk shirt underneath. A few strands of damp hair clung to the corners of her mouth, rising and falling with her rapid breathing, making her look both disheveled and tragically beautiful. She gripped the latest iPhone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. The cold light from the screen illuminated her deathly pale face. Damn it, damn it. Shen Qingning gritted her teeth, her vision blurring due to the intoxication. Her once slender and nimble fingers were now as clumsy as a thawed carrot, unable to tap the green location icon no matter what she tried. Just as my fingertip was about to touch the screen, a pop-up ad appeared out of nowhere. Just one more slash on Pinduoduo. Only 0.01 gold coins short of withdrawing 100 yuan. Roll. Shen Qingning was devastated and slammed her finger into the close button. A swipe of the fingertip. The screen changes. The brightly colored lucky draw wheel began to spin wildly, its cheerful sound effects jarringly loud in the deathly quiet stairwell. Shen Qingning trembled with anger, a sense of powerlessness washing over her like a tidal wave. She raised her phone as if to smash it, but froze halfway through her movement. That was the only evidence. The only clue. She leaned against the wall, trying to straighten up to knock on Chen Hui's door. That was her last straw in her subconscious. The red soles of the high heels scraped across the dusty cement floor. The 10-centimeter-long thin heel got stuck in the crack of the broken floor tiles. Click. Severe ankle pain. Shen Qingning lost her balance and fell straight backward like a kite with a broken string. The hard concrete ground rapidly magnified in my field of vision. Completion. She closed her eyes in despair. The expected excruciating pain did not come. One hand. A dry, warm hand appeared out of thin air. It gripped Shen Qingning's arm precisely, its 5 fingers closing in. There was no cushioning and not the slightest shaking. The inertia of the fall instantly returns to zero. It felt like being gripped tightly by hydraulic clamps. It's so stable it's unreasonable. Shen Qingning opened her eyes, still shaken. Chen Hui's calm face was inches away. Having just completed his physical enhancement, he didn't have exaggerated muscle mass, but his arms had smooth lines like a cheetah's, containing astonishing explosive power. He lifted a person weighing over 100 pounds with one hand without even flinching. "Sister Shen, have you had too much to drink?" His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. Looking at that face, Shen Qingning felt as if her collapsing world had suddenly found a foothold. The hard outer shell shattered instantly. Her eyes were red-rimmed. "Chen Hui." His voice was thick with nasal tone, sounding as aggrieved as a cat soaked in the rain. "That be asterisk 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 D, my fiancé. Just sent by a friend." She raised her phone with trembling hands and finally switched back to the chat interface. The photo is blurry and the lighting is ambiguous. The background is a noisy nightclub booth. A man in a suit and tie was standing with one woman on each side, his smile lewd and unrestrained. "He's at Emperor's Palace, that beast." Chen Hui glanced at the screen. "I understand." In her previous life, this proud sister Shen died in despair, suffering from chronic alcoholism. The root of the problem lies here. Although this woman has a sharp tongue, an arrogant personality, and wants to raise the rent. But when it mattered most, she drove him to buy equipment in her Porsche, and she never actually kicked him out, even when he was at his poorest. This score needs to be settled. Without saying a word, Chen Hui reached out and took the car keys from her palm. Her body heat and cold sweat still lingered on the metal key. "Sister Shen, let's go." Chen Hui grabbed her shoulder and half-dragged, half-carried her towards the stairs. Where to?" Shen Qingning's mind was still a mess, and she asked subconsciously. Chen Hui's lips curled into a smile, his eyes revealing a ruthless glint. "Catching someone in the act. By the way, I'll clean house for you." Shen Qingning was stunned. She stared blankly at Chen Hui's profile. This tenant, who usually wore shorts and looked poor, was now emanating a sense of oppression that made her heart pound. That confidence wasn't feigned. That was the composure of having everything under control. The two went downstairs. The red Porsche 911 lay silently in the night, like a sleeping beast. Chen Hui opened the car door and shoved Shen Qingning into the passenger seat with swift and decisive movements. He walked around the front of the car, climbed into the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, and fastened his seatbelt. He moved with effortless grace, as if this million-dollar luxury car were merely a toy to him. Shen Qingning leaned back in the leather seat, and the cold wind made her more awake. She handed him the phone and pointed to the location. "You, look at the navigation. That place is in the west of the city. The road is very winding." "Need not." Chen Hui didn't even look at it, and simply pushed the phone back. "I know where it is. I know that place well." Shen Qingning stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Cooked." Noticing Shen Qingning's strange gaze, Chen Hui remained unfazed and casually made up a story. "Well, I used to work part-time as a security guard there. You know, being a security guard means being aware of everything around you." Shen Qingning suddenly realized. "So that's how it is." Chen Hui chuckled inwardly. Security guard? In his previous life, he was the supreme VIP there. It was in that very place that he once spent $1 million in a single night. All the waiters at the Geely Hotel bowed lower than shrimp when they saw him. Of course, these glorious years cannot be revealed at this time. Boom. Turn the key. The horizontally opposed six-cylinder engine instantly came to life, its deep roar echoing through the old neighborhood. The roar was deafening, causing the alarms on several nearby electric scooters to blare incessantly. Shen Qingning gripped the seatbelt tightly and turned her head to look at Chen Hui. At this moment, Chen Hui rested one hand on the steering wheel, his eyes focused. That kind of focus actually made her feel a little. "Damn, so charming?" "That?" Shen Qingning swallowed, feeling a little uneasy. "Are you a good driver?" "This car has a lot of horsepower and is rear-wheel drive, so it's easy to lose control and—" Chen Hui glanced at her, revealing a bright smile with a set of white teeth. "Rest assured. I used to deliver tofu to people all the time on Mount Akina." Shen Qingning, huh? Sending tofu? What kind of weird part-time job is this? Before she could even realize the significance of those words, Chen Hui slammed his right foot on the accelerator. Launch control. Buzz. The violent shove instantly pressed Shin Qingning firmly against the back of the chair, her heart feeling like it was about to jump out of her throat. The red Porsche, like a streak of blood-red lightning, tore through the night. A blurry shadow stretched across the narrow community road. The night was as dark as ink. A heavily modified Nissan GTR roared at the top of its lungs, the blue flames spewing from its exhaust pipes looking like they were about to burn through the asphalt. Inside the car, the heavy metal rock music was so loud that the interior panels were vibrating. The blonde-haired guy in the passenger seat shook his head wildly, his face flushed, and shouted at the top of his lungs toward the driver's seat. Brother Feng. That acceleration was incredible. That M3 couldn't even see our taillights. The white-haired man, known as Brother Feng, held the steering wheel with one hand. With a cigarette between his other hands, his elbow resting on the car windowsill, the ash flying everywhere in the wind. He wasn't even looking where he was going. His eyes were fixed on the void, and he had a look of utter loneliness on his face. Basic operations. The white hair flicked away the cigarette and the sparks traced an arc in the night. Back in the Los Angeles underground scene, I'd make this kind of guy run a kilometer first. That's right. The blonde-haired man immediately chimed in, spitting as he spoke. Brother Feng is known as the White Reaper. If he goes to the Emperor Hotel tonight, won't all those young girls be lining up to take him along? The white-haired man's lips curled up, clearly pleased. He glanced at the dashboard. 200. Hold on tight. White hair slammed his right foot down on the accelerator. Ahead lies a long, straight stretch. I'll show you what it means to fly close to the ground. Buzz. The GTR let out a heart-wrenching roar, and the front of the car jerked upwards. However, right in this very second, a red light appeared in the rearview mirror without warning. It's ridiculously fast. Before the white-haired man could even tell whether it was a police light or a will-o'-the-wisp. Whoosh! The sound didn't resemble the roar of an engine. It sounded more like the sharp whistling of a blade cutting through fabric. A red afterimage instantly filled the windshield, then shrank rapidly. A violent gust of air swept past, and the 2-ton GTR swayed from side to side as if it were made of paper. The car was deathly silent. The heavy metal was still playing, but both of their heads were buzzing. Holy crap! The blonde-haired man was so startled that he dropped his phone, which hit his crotch without him noticing. He just stared blankly at the two highly recognizable round taillights ahead. What the heck? It just flew by in a flash. The white-haired man's hands gripped the steering wheel stiffly, his previous aura of unrivaled master shattering instantly. That red Porsche 911 Turbo S slid like an eel through the dense traffic. Change lanes, overtake, straighten out. No brake lights illuminated. It was all floored. Inside the Porsche, the howling winds from the outside world were kept out by the double-layered laminated glass, leaving only the languid jazz flowing from the Burmester sound system. Chen Hui held the steering wheel with one hand and even tapped his fingers to the beat. It felt as pleasant as strolling through my own backyard. Shin Qingning tilted her head, her cheeks flushed, her eyes unfocused, but her intuition remained. This man, driving a multi-million-dollar sports car, repeatedly teetering on the edge of the speed limit, his heart rate seemed more stable than when he was paying rent. Hello. Shin Qingning stretched out a finger and softly poked Chen Hui's arm. With your skills, you could win trophies in professional racing. Why are you holed up in my rundown building as a security guard? Chen Hui glanced at the rearview mirror, casually flicked the paddle shifters, downshifted, revved the engine, and overtook the car. Sister Shin, these days, having skills isn't enough. You also need connections. He sighed, his tone as weary as a retired cadre. All the good positions are taken by nepotism. I also want to advance, but reality is too harsh. Being a security guard is so much better. I can avoid 40 years of detours and retire directly. Shin Qingning was stunned. She looked at the t-shirt Chen Hui was wearing, its collar wrinkled from washing. I felt a sudden, inexplicable pang in my heart. This kid, he seems carefree and has a sharp tongue, but he's probably having a tough time, right? There's also a sick mother. As the alcohol took effect, Shin Qingning became exceptionally sentimental. She struggled to open the glove box. Splash! She pulled out a heavy brown paper bag and slapped it directly onto Chen Hui's thigh. Take it. Chen Hui lowered his head. A bundle of bright red 100 yuan bills. Estimated at 100,000. That was agreed upon before. Shen Qingning leaned back in her chair, trying her best to maintain the dignity of a landlady, even though her tongue was a little tied. Skill book, 100,000 yuan. I, Shen Qingning, never renege on my debts. Chen Hui tightened his grip on the steering wheel. This woman, even when she's completely drunk, still remembers this. Thanks, Sister Shen. Chen Hui didn't refuse and simply pocketed the money. Just then, Shen Qingning's expression changed drastically. A strange flush rose to her originally pale cheeks, and a muffled sound escaped her throat. Ugh. Chen Hui's pupils dilated. This reaction speed is 10 times faster than when I overtook that car earlier. Don't vomit in the car. With a loud shout, Chen Hui steadied the steering wheel with his left hand and, with his right hand moving in a blur, instantly pressed the power button for the passenger side window. A cold wind blew in. These genuine leather seats cost several thousand yuan to wash once. A gust of cold wind blew through Shen Qingning, who suppressed the churning in her stomach and glared resentfully at Chen Hui. Are you worried about the car now? Chen Hui coughed lightly. I'm afraid you'll throw your money away. It hasn't even been warmed up yet. Shen Qingning rolled her eyes dramatically. Money grubber, B******************. She cursed, unable to hold back any longer, and suddenly leaned out the window. And at that very moment, rear. The GTR that had been left behind chased after them like a mad dog. The white-haired man's eyes were bloodshot, and he almost pressed the accelerator into the gas tank. Damn it. They ambushed me when I wasn't looking. When I was playing with cars, you were still wearing open-crotch pants. Get past them. Thanks to its superior horsepower and straight-line acceleration, the GTR finally caught up with Porsche. The blonde-haired man in the passenger seat was even more indignant. The fans in the live stream were spamming the chat with mockery. We have to get our face back. Phone, hold on. I'll handle the damage. The blonde-haired man unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned half his body out of the car window, and gave the middle finger to the red Porsche in front of him. The distance between the two vehicles quickly closed. The blonde-haired man focused his energy, and the first thing he uttered was a vulgar curse. Waste dash. The word thing hadn't even been uttered yet. Suddenly, a head popped out of the passenger window of the Porsche in front. Immediately afterwards, a parabolic, semi-fluid mixture of expensive whiskey and undigested food, caught in a gale force wind of 180 kilometers per hour. Like a precision-guided biological and chemical shell. Splat. Hit the bullseye. Yellow hair felt a sudden darkness engulf his vision. A warm, sticky substance with a strong, sour smell covered his entire face. Because he opened his mouth to curse, some of the spittle slid very smoothly into his mouth. The world fell silent. That taste. That's a top-tier biological weapon, fermented by stomach acid. Ugh. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened instantly. Even his eyelashes were covered in unidentified objects. Inside the Porsche. After vomiting, Shen Qingning felt refreshed. She pulled her head back, grabbed a tissue, and elegantly wiped her mouth. Using the rearview mirror, she saw the creature in the passenger seat of the car behind her, a creature that looked as if it had just crawled out of a swamp. Shen Qingning covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. Oh no! Chen Hui. I think I threw up on someone's face. Chen Hui glanced at the rearview mirror, his lips twitching. That's a good shot. It would be a loss for the country if they didn't become bombardiers. It's all right, Sister Shen. Chen Hui spoke calmly, even with a hint of schadenfreude. That's because they were too close. It's entirely their fault. But what if they demand compensation for emotional distress? After all, I was in the wrong first. Shen Qingning felt a little guilty. After all, spitting into someone's mouth was such a despicable thing to do. Don't worry, I know the rules of the game. Chen Hui freed one hand and pressed two buttons on the control panel. Ta-da! The Porsche's hazard lights flashed twice. It was particularly glaring in the darkness. Turning on the hazard lights twice is an internationally recognized apology gesture, Chen Hui said, spouting nonsense with a straight face. Shen Qingning blinked. Really? Of course, there's another layer of meaning. Chen Hui grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. That is, sorry, Dad's running away. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Hui immediately switched to Sport Plus mode. The Porsche's exhaust pipes emitted a loud bang, like a red rocket being ignited, instantly cutting off the last bit of air resistance. They disappeared into the vast night. Only 2 mocking taillights remained. Rear. Inside the GTR. Mouse stared dumbfounded at the car ahead that flashed its hazard lights twice and then vanished in an instant. Holy crap. That's G arrogant. Flashing lights to taunt them. Can you tolerate this? Bro, give him a piece of your mind. Holy shit. Whitehair turned his head and saw the miserable state of Yellowhair in the passenger seat. He was so frightened that his hand trembled and the car almost crashed into the guardrail. At this moment, the blonde-haired man's head and face were covered in indescribable things, and he was trembling as he tried to dig the things out of his mouth. The pungent, sour smell instantly filled the enclosed carriage. It's even more effective than poison gas. Yellowhair was on the verge of tears, and just as he was about to speak, a wave of nausea and vomiting hit him. Ugh. An even more powerful wave sprayed directly onto the white-haired man's proud carbon fiber center console. My car. Ugh. Don't throw up on me. Ugh. On a highway late at night, a GTR wobbled as it slowed down and pulled over. From inside the car came the desperate screams of 2 men. Squeak. The screech of brakes tore through the night sky. The tire screeched hard on the ground, leaving a charred mark, and the stench of burning rubber instantly drowned out the exhaust fumes from the roadside. A red Porsche 911, like an uncontrollable bull, stood blocking the gilded gates of the Emperor's clubhouse. The car door popped open. A red-soled high heel stepped on the ground, its extremely thin heel making a sound as it landed. Shin Qingning climbed out of the carriage. A night breeze blew, and the nausea churning in her stomach subsided considerably. She raised her hand to gather her long hair, and then buttoned her trench coat all the way up. The drunkard who was vomiting so ungracefully is gone. Instead, there was Miss Shin, who usually collected rent in that dilapidated apartment building and had an arrogant attitude. Chen Hui. Shin Qingning stared at the revolving door, her voice icy cold. Slapping him twice would be too lenient. She turned her head and looked at the man who was getting out of the driver's seat. You've got connections. Do you have a way to completely ruin his reputation? Ideally, so he can never hold his head up in the industry again. Chen Hui slammed the car door shut and tugged at the wrinkled t-shirt he was wearing. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow, his face showing deep distress. Sister Shin, that's where you're wrong. Chen Hui said seriously, I'm a decent person. Obeying the law is my bottom line. This kind of immoral, despicable, and potentially illegal act. Shin Qingning remained expressionless, her slender fingers forming the number 1. After it's done, add 100,000. Chen Hui abruptly changed the subject, his face instantly beaming with a genuine smile, his bright white teeth gleaming under the neon lights. No one but me could pull off this kind of stunt more skillfully. Physical castration or psychological destruction. I have a package deal, fair and square. Shin Qingning rolled her eyes. That be *******D. He has a dog's face. Too lazy to waste words, she strode straight to the door in her high heels. Just up the steps. 2 thick arms stretched out horizontally, like 2 railings, completely blocking the road. Feel sorry. 2 bodyguards in black suits, wearing sunglasses, were as tall as iron towers, standing at 1.9 meters. Young Master Wang has booked the entire venue tonight. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. The bodyguard's gaze lingered on Shin Qingning's haute couture trench coat for a second, then swept over Chen Hui's cheap clothes, and he curled his lip in a smirk. This combination is not uncommon in the Gilliam Grand. A rich woman with a young gigolo. But this is a top-tier venue. Ordinary wealthy women wouldn't have enough influence here. Shin Qingning's brows furrowed instantly. As the daughter of the Shin family, when has she ever been turned away from the door? Get out of the way. The bodyguard remained completely still, his expression unchanged. Shin Qingning's temper flared, and she reached out to touch the Hermes Birkin bag in her hand. Since facial recognition doesn't work, let's try paying with money. This has been the only way she has solved problems for over 20 years. The moment my hand reached into the bag, my wrist was suddenly grabbed. Dry, powerful. Don't move. Chen Hui's voice rang in my ears, his previous playful smile gone. Chen Qingning was taken aback and turned to look at him. Chen Hui gestured with his chin toward the camera's flashing red dots above his head. It's all 4K high definition. They can capture even your pores clearly. Taking out money now would be bribery, especially in a public place. He released his grip, a half-smile playing on his lips. Believe it or not, we'll be kicked out before we even hand over the money. Forget catching them cheating. Tomorrow's headlines will be all about you, mission, causing a scene at a nightclub. Chen Qingning froze. She truly didn't understand these unwritten rules of the underworld. What do we do then? She gritted her teeth. Force our way in? To force one's way in is the act of a reckless fool. Chen Hui straightened his color, a playful smile appearing on his face. Learn from this, it's called social skills. After saying that, Chen Hui put his hand into his pocket and rummaged around for a bit. When I took them out again, I had 2 gleaming golden square boxes in my hand. The Supreme Ruler. It hasn't been opened yet. Chen Hui took a step forward and swayed his body seemingly casually. Clatter. 2 packs of cigarettes slipped from his fingers and landed squarely next to the shoes of the 2 bodyguards. The sound was very soft, but amidst the loud music, it precisely reached the bodyguard's ears. Oops. Chen Hui slapped his thigh, raised his voice 8 octaves, and looked annoyed. Since young Master Wang has booked the entire place, then we won't join in the fun. Let's go, let's go. As he spoke, he winked at the 2 bodyguards. That look in his eyes held 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts, you know what I mean. After saying that, Chen Hui pulled up the bewildered Chen Qingning without another word and turned to disappear into the shadows beside them. Chen Qingning stumbled a couple of steps as she was pulled. Hey, are you crazy? We're just going to leave like this. Lie. Chen Hui made a shushing gesture and then strode away. At the entrance, the 2 bodyguards exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming behind their sunglasses. This kid's a seasoned veteran. The bodyguard on the left subtly shifted half a step, his large size 45 leather shoes just covering the box of Supreme. The soles of my feet felt a bit hard. It doesn't resemble tobacco. I glanced down. What's stuffed inside that transparent packaging film? It's not cigarettes. Those were bright red 100 yuan bills. The space in a pack of cigarettes is at least 300. 2 boxes, 600. They've been standing guard for half a month already. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance. With a gentle flick of his toe, the cigarette case slid smoothly into the shadow of the guard post behind him. Then, the bodyguard on the right casually shifted his body to the side, just enough to clear a blind spot for the staff entrance on the side. 2 minutes later, Chen Hui, accompanied by Chen Qingning, swaggered into the employee passageway on the side of the emperor. 2 security guards were sitting at the entrance, scrolling through short videos. Upon seeing the 2 enter, the security guard merely raised his eyelids, glanced at Chen Hui's calm face, which seemed to be returning home, and then looked at Chen Qingning, who exuded an aura of immense power. Then I continued scrolling through videos with my head down. It was as if these 2 living people were invisible. Chen Qingning didn't come to her senses until she walked into the corridor filled with heavy metal music. She glanced back at the doorway, her face filled with disbelief. So, you're in. How do you know that putting money in the cigarettes will work? What if they don't take it? Chen Hui casually grabbed a glass of soda from a passing waiter's tray and handed it to Chen Qingning. It's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings. These bouncers don't earn much. They rely entirely on this extra income to support their families. Giving them money directly would be a slap in the face and cause them trouble. Since it's found by chance, the nature of the work is different. Chen Hui took a sip of water, his tone as calm as if he were simply saying that the weather was nice today. This is called following the rules. Chen Qingning took the cup but didn't drink it. She stared at Chen Hui's profile, her gaze suddenly turning strange. Etc. Chen Qingning raised her glass and pointed to Chen Hui's empty pockets. I understand the instructions. But... Her tone was low and menacing. Those 2 boxes of Supreme 95 cigarettes look so familiar. I remember I have 2 spare packs in my car's glove compartment. Chen Hui froze. He coughed lightly and pointed to the blinding spotlights overhead. Largest booth in the Emperor Hotel, the Emperor's Hall, is located on a suspended terrace directly above the dance floor. The one-way glass isolates the noise below, but allows one to look down upon the ant-like revelry of the entire crowd. On the leather sofa, Wang Jibin sat with his legs crossed, swirling a half-empty glass of Louis XIII in his hand. His shirt collar was wide open, one hand was groping the waist and hips of his female companion, while the other hand held a cigar and gesticulated wildly. The female companion was a social media influencer known as Sweet Sauce, with millions of followers. At that moment, she was giggling and snuggling into Wang Jibin's arms, her voice so sweet it could melt your heart. "Young Master Wang, I heard that the eldest daughter of the Shen family has been investigating your accounts lately. Aren't you afraid she'll cause a scene?" "Making a scene?" Wang Jibin chuckled, took a deep drag on his cigar, and sprayed the smoke all over the face of the beauty in his arms. "Who does Shen Qingning think she is? She acts like a saint, Joan of Arc, never letting anyone touch her, like she's frigid. If it weren't for the 15% stake she holds, I would have dumped her long ago." Several of his cronies immediately chimed in, letting out a lewd jeer. That's right, Brother Wang is really enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. The Shen family's cash flow is almost dried up. With that old B******************* D in the ICU, Shen Qingning is just a toothless tiger. Once Brother Wang gets married and transfers his assets, the Shen Group, that'll be the Wang Group's backyard. Wang Jibin felt completely satisfied upon hearing this and reached his hand into the internet celebrity's collar, his eyes filled with a sinister and smug look. "After this month, I'll not only take over the Shen family's building, but I'll also make that B********** Shen Qingning kneel on the ground begging for my life. Then I can do whatever I want with her." These words are blatant and extremely malicious. Shen Qingning, hiding behind the screen, trembled all over, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She bit her lip hard, tears welling in her eyes, but they were burned away by an intense anger. This is the man I've loved for 3 years. This is the fiancé I'm ready to spend my life with. Just as Wang Jibin was preparing to continue publishing his grand ambitions and hegemony, a sudden sound, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploded at the entrance of the private room. Well said. That shout was full of energy, carrying a professional quality that only a straight man in a comedy duo possesses, instantly drowning out the background music. Wang Jibin was so startled that his hand trembled, and the scalding hot ash fell onto his thigh, burning him and making him wince. "Who?" The entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A man wearing a cheap t-shirt was holding up his phone with the flash constantly on, recording in 4K high definition towards the center of the booth. His face was covered with a black cloth that had been torn off from somewhere, revealing only a pair of smiling eyes. Chen Hui was as steady as a human gimbal, and even thoughtfully zoomed in to give Wang Jibin's panicked face a close-up. "Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic." Chen Hui sighed as he recorded. "With this delivery of lines, this villainous demeanor, I won't watch the Oscars without you." Could you repeat that boastful line about annexing the Shen family again? I didn't record the whole thing. It's evidence in court. It's such a shame to miss a single word. Wang Jibin's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He smashed the wine glass, shards flying everywhere. He pointed at Chen Hui, veins bulging on his neck. "Who the hell told you to record this? Smash his phone. Cripple him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." The words had barely left his mouth. A skinny man wearing a tight vest and covered in tattoos suddenly stood up next to Wang Jibin. This skinny guy was a retired member of the sports school's Sonda team. He was extremely ruthless and usually handled these kinds of dirty jobs for Wang Jibin. "Kid, Brother Wang is talking to you. Are you G deaf?" The skinny man, looking disdainful, strode over to Chen Hui while cursing. He completely disregarded the frail security guard, raising his hand to deliver a vicious shove straight at Chen Hui's shoulder, intending to knock him down before snatching his phone. Chen Hui did not dodge. He didn't even change his posture, still holding the phone steadily. The moment the skinny man's hand touched Chen Hui's shoulder, a sudden change occurred. There was no dull thud from any muscle collision. Instead, a sickening cracking sound of bone breaking filled the air. Snap. The skinny man felt as if his hands were not pushing against flesh, but against a high-speed rotating meat grinder. A terrifying and savage force surged upwards along his metacarpal, carpal, and ulna bones. Boom! The skinny man was thrown backward as if he had been hit head-on by an invisible truck. His feet left the ground. Before a scream could even fully escape his lips. Smack. The skinny man fell heavily to the ground, his knees slamming hard against the marble floor due to inertia. That sound hurt just to hear it. 2 more crisp cracking sounds rang out. The skinny man knelt on the ground. Quiet. A deathly silence. Wang Jibin's mouth dropped open, and he even forgot to pick up his cigar that had fallen to the ground. Sweet sauce covered her mouth, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Even Chen Qingning behind her forgot her sadness and stared blankly at the scene. Chen Hui just now. Did it move? It doesn't seem to have moved. Chen Hui looked down at the skinny man kneeling before him, writhing in pain, coughed, put away his phone, and looked utterly flattered. Oh, brother, it's our first meeting, no need for such a grand gesture. Chen Hui took a half step back, his tone sincere. Although I am a highly respected person, you're being too polite. Please rise, this is not customary nowadays. The skinny man was in excruciating pain, sweating profusely, his kneecap felt like it was shattered. Hearing Chen Hui's sarcastic remark, his eyes bloodshot with rage, and his reason crumbled instantly. I'll F*** your grandpa. The skinny man roared, and taking advantage of his kneeling position, he swung his intact left fist and viciously smashed it towards Chen Hui's shinbone. If that punch landed, an ordinary person would be bedridden for at least 3 months. However, Chen Hui remained motionless and even had the leisure to flash a peace sign at the camera. Smack. The moment the fist struck Chen Hui's shin. Physics has failed again. This time, the recoil was even stronger and more violent than before. The skinny guy felt like he'd punched a C4 explosive that had been triggered passively. Phew. He was thrown into the air again, spinning 360 degrees in a completely illogical way, and then, like a rag doll, he slammed face-first onto the ground with a thud. This time, it was a broken rib. Puff. The skinny man nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his bones felt like they were falling apart, and the excruciating pain made his vision go black. Chen Hui sighed, his face full of disappointment. Why are you prostrating yourself like that? I already told you not to be so polite. As he spoke, Chen Hui bent down to help the thin man up. Come, the ground is cold, don't let the child get cold. As the skinny man saw the outstretched hand, his pupils contracted sharply, as if he were seeing the claws of a devil. The eerie feeling he had just experienced, a feeling that could injure him at the slightest touch, or maim him at the slightest contact, had completely shattered his worldview. Is this even human? Is this a human-shaped hedgehog? No! Don't touch me! The skinny man let out a piercing scream. His will to survive reached its peak at that moment. I'll climb it myself. After saying that, the arrogant thug, who had been so cocky just moments before, now writhed backward like a white maggot, enduring excruciating pain, using his elbows to brace himself against the ground. Once, twice. After crawling 3 meters away, the skinny man rolled his eyes and finally passed out from the blissful pain. Chen Hui scratched his head, somewhat surprised. The Thorn Lord from the game has unexpectedly had such a stunning effect in real life. He turned around, looked at Wang Jibin and the others who were already terrified, pointed to the corpse on the ground, and earnestly explained the facts. Look at the damage your brother's done, staying up all night. His osteoporosis is terrible. He'll break a bone with the slightest touch. Chen Hui shook his head, his tone like that of a worried old father. You're punished to get some sleep. Good night. The unconscious thin man? Wang Jibin? Chen Qingning? The air inside the private room seemed to freeze. The skinny man, still convulsing on the ground, was like a silent warning, freezing everyone in place. Wang Jibin looked at Chen Hui, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Although he was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. The skinny guy usually can take on 3 people without a problem, but now he's done for without even touching the hem of their clothes. What does that tell us? This indicates that the man in the security guard uniform in front of them is a tough nut to crack. You mustn't do anything reckless. Wang Jibin roared fiercely, but his body betrayed his true intentions, shrinking deeper into the sofa. I am the heir to the Wang family. If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you can't stay in Jinghai City. Chen Hui picked at his ear, looking impatient. I'm sick of hearing those standard villain lines. Can't you come up with something new? Like, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, or something. Wang Jibin was speechless, his face turning red. He turned to look at Shen Qingning, trying to get back at her. Shen Qingning, you've brought this barbarian here to cause trouble. Are you trying to completely sever ties? Wang Jibin gritted his teeth. Don't forget, the Shen family is in dire straits right now. Do you still dare to offend me? Shen Qingning remained silent. She simply stared at Wang Jibin, at the man who had once sworn eternal love to her, but whose face was now contorted with rage. The numbing effect of the alcohol is fading, replaced by a clarity and coldness that seeps into one's very bones. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor rang out. Shen Qingning moved. She walked past Chen Hui and stepped towards Wang Jibin. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger. The trench coat, which had been somewhat disheveled, now seemed to have transformed into a battle robe. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes looking down with disdain, reverting to the ruthless and decisive mission she was in the business world. Tear off the mask? Shen Qingning walked to the coffee table, looking down at Wang Jibin with a mocking smile. Wang Jibin, have you made a mistake? I, Shen Qingning, have never needed to please anyone. I gave you face before because I treated you like a human being. Now, smack. A resounding slap landed hard on Wang Jibin's face. Shen Qingning used all her strength in that slap, even using the power of her waist. Wang Jibin's head snapped to the side after being hit, and 5 bright red finger marks instantly swelled up on half of his face, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The entire hall fell silent. Those friends who had been watching the show were all dumbfounded. Was this still the legendary, aloof, and reserved eldest daughter of the Shen family who wouldn't even let anyone hold her hand? You dare hit me? Wang Jibin covered his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. This slap is for my eyes that have been blind for 3 years. Shen Qingning's voice was cold, and she slapped him again with her backhand. Smack. This time it was even more forceful, knocking the cigar out of Wang Jibin's mouth. This slap is for all the resources the Shen family gave you. Give back everything you took from me. Wang Jibin was stunned, his mind went blank. Who had ever dared to treat him like this since he was a child? The internet celebrity Sweet Sauce next to her finally realized what was going on. Although she was afraid of Chen Hui, she felt that Shen Qingning was, after all, a woman, and this was a good opportunity to show off. Hey, what are you doing? Sweet Sauce let out a shriek and lunged at Shen Qingning, baring her teeth and claws, trying to shove her. How could you hit young Master Wang? You crazy woman. Shen Qingning didn't even turn her head. The instant Sweet Sauce rushed to her side, she swiftly sidestepped, her left hand flashing out like lightning, and grabbed Sweet Sauce's meticulously styled wavy hair. Sweet Sauce let out a scream, feeling as if her scalp was being ripped off, and her body was forced backward. I almost forgot about you, mistress. Shen Qingning turned her head, her eyes as cold as if she were looking at a bug. Was it this mouth that was making sarcastic remarks just now? Before Sweetie could beg for mercy, Shen Qingning suddenly raised her knee and slammed it hard into Sweetie's flat stomach, which had no abdominal muscles to protect it. Bang! Ugh! This strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. Sweet Sauce's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The expensive champagne she had just drunk and the fruit platter she had eaten, mixed with stomach acid, instantly gushed out of her mouth. Shen Qingning released her hand in disgust, letting Sweet Sauce slump to the ground like a lump of mud, clutching her stomach and dry heaving in pain. All right. Shen Qingning took out a wet wipe from her bag and slowly wiped her fingers, as if she had just touched something dirty. Wang Jibin, the engagement is off. I will have my lawyer deliver the termination letter to your company tomorrow. As for the shares you swallowed. She crumpled the soiled wet wipe into a ball and threw it precisely at Wang Jibin's face. I'll make you beg me to pay it back with interest until you kneel down. After saying that, Shen Qingning turned and left, her back view exuding an incredibly dashing air. Trying to leave? Wang Jibin finally recovered from the shock and pain. Being humiliated by a woman in front of so many people, if he just lets Shen Qingning go like this, how will Wang Jibin ever face anyone in the industry again? Shame and anger instantly overwhelmed reason. What the hell are you all standing there for? Get him. Wang Jibin roared hysterically, pointing at the backs of Shen Qingning and Chen Hui. Block the door. Cripple the man, tie up the woman. I'll take responsibility if anyone dies. Splash. At Wang Jibin's command, the 7 or 8 people who had been observing from the corner of the private room, along with Wang Jibin's henchmen, a total of about 10 people, instantly surrounded them. They were carrying bottles of liquor, ashtrays, and even folding sticks, and their faces were menacing. The skinny guy was ambushed, and that's why he fell. They outnumbered them. Did they really think they were afraid of just one man and one woman? Shen Qingning. UB****ch. If you can walk out of this door upright today, I'll change my surname to yours. Wang Jibin covered his swollen face, his eyes filled with venom. Shen Qingning paused in her steps. She looked at the group of burly men who had surrounded her, her face turning slightly pale. She had acted on impulse just now, but now that she had calmed down, she knew the situation was not good. Chen Hui. Shen Qingning subconsciously moved closer to Chen Hui. Could you use that cigarette box trick one more time? Chen Hui looked at the group of menacing-looking men and chuckled. Sister Shen, I'm afraid it won't work this time. He put his phone back in his pocket, stretched his neck, and it made a series of cracking sounds. Besides, since young Master Wang is being so hospitable, it wouldn't be right for us not to reciprocate. Chen Hui took a step forward and stood in front of Shen Qingning. Facing more than a dozen burly men wielding weapons, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he revealed excitement and anticipation. Young Master Wang, to be fair, I hate violence the most. Chen Hui sighed. But since you insist on forcing me to take action, I have no choice but to reluctantly test it out. Stop talking nonsense. Kill him. A bald, burly man roared, brandishing an empty Louis XIII bottle, and charged forward. His target was Shen Qingning. After all, you have to pick on the weak. Once you get Shen Qingning, what man wouldn't obediently submit? The others understood immediately, and most of them rushed towards Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning's pupils contracted, and she instinctively wanted to back away. Just then, standing in front of her, Chen Hui suddenly made an extremely simple yet extremely insulting gesture. He slowly raised his right hand. Make a fist. Then, amidst the fierce gazes of the crowd, that long, slender middle finger stood straight up. In that instant, an invisible ripple seemed to spread through the air. Holy taunt! The bald, burly man who was charging towards Shen Qingning suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes, which had been fixed on Shen Qingning, suddenly seemed to be drawn to Chen Hui's raised middle finger, as if by a magnet. I don't know why. That middle finger looked so glaring, so hateful, so. You deserve a beating. It's like having your father's killer standing in front of you, doing a square dance. It's like someone scratching your brand new car and then peeing on it. An uncontrollable rage surged from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head, completely irrational. Grass mud horse. The bald, burly man's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, veins bulged on his neck, and he let out a beast-like roar. He twisted his body abruptly in midair, completely ignoring Shen Qingning, who was right in front of him, and charged madly towards Chen Hui like a runaway bull. It wasn't just him. The dozen or so burly men who had been scattered around to encircle them all seemed to be possessed by a demon. They no longer saw Shen Qingning or Wang Jibin. Their whole world consisted only of that raised middle finger. Kill him. Ugh. I don't like those fingers. I'm going to break it in half. Rumble. A dozen or so people, like zombies besieging a city, roared and howled, and overwhelmed Chen Hui from all directions. Shen Qingning stood there, completely stunned by what she saw. What kind of tactic is this? Well done. Facing the surging crowd, Chen Hui not only did not dodge, but instead assumed a horse stance, focusing his energy in his dantian, remaining as steady as Mount Tai. Bang! The bald, burly man smashed his bottle across Chen Hui's forehead first. The bottle shattered. However, no blood flowed out. Instead, the bald, burly man let out a shrill scream, his whole body trembling violently as if he had been electrocuted. He felt as if the bottle hadn't hit a person's head, but rather a red-hot iron plate, and the recoil had shattered the space between his thumb and forefinger. Phew! The bald, burly man was sent flying backward at an even greater speed than when he charged, crashing heavily into the LCD TV on the wall and shattering the screen to pieces. Immediately afterwards, crackling and popping. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds erupted in the private room. Those fists and sticks rained down on Chen Hui. It's completely useless except for making a sound. On the contrary, it was the attackers. Some clutched their wrists and rolled on the ground, some hugged their legs and wept bitterly, and some drew a beautiful parabola in the air and flew 5 or 6 meters away. Chen Hui stood in the center of the crowd, looking completely calm and collected. They even have the leisure to offer comments. That punch wasn't very powerful. Didn't you eat? Ouch, that was a high kick. Don't ever do that again in your next life. Don't push, don't push. There's enough for everyone. Less than half a minute. The dozen or so men who had been so aggressive just moments before were now all lying on the ground, their cries of agony filling the air. Only 2 people remained standing in the private room. Wang Jibin and Sweet Sauce, who had just gotten up. The 2 were terrified by the scene of carnage, their legs trembling with fear. Is this guy even human? This is practically a humanoid Gundam. Monster, monster. Wang Jibin's teeth chattered, and he turned to run away. However, Chen Hui's middle finger, which he hadn't lowered yet, seemed to possess some kind of magic. Wang Jibin, who had originally intended to run away, suddenly froze. His sanity was screaming wildly. Run! But her legs turned around uncontrollably, and she walked step by step toward Chen Hui. He clenched his fists, adopting a perfectly standard boxing stance. No! Don't! Wang Jibin's face was filled with terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. My legs, why won't they obey me? I don't want to hit you. Big brother. Grandpa. Help. Mom. While crying and begging for mercy, Wang Jibin strode resolutely toward Chen Hui. The fear of the body betraying the will is worse than death. The same goes for the sweet sauce next to it. She screamed "Yeah, meat," while waving her freshly done manicure, lunging at Chen Hui like a madwoman. This skill is a bit unethical. Chen Hui looked at the 2 people who were crying their eyes out, but still wanted to come up and get themselves killed, and silently gave a thumbs up to the sacred mockery in his heart. Since you're so enthusiastic, then we'll grant your request. Chen Hui stood still. Sweet Sauce's nails scratched Chen Hui's arm. Click. The nail broke off at the base. My fingernails. Sweet Sauce let out a scream, pushed off her buttocks by the recoil, and her tailbone cracked. Next up was Wang Jibin. He cried out, truly heartbroken, and delivered a wild, haphazard punch to Chen Hui's chest. Wah, it hurts so much. Bang. Wang Jibin felt as if his wrist had been snapped off by hydraulic shears. The enormous reaction force traveled up the arm and through the entire body. He was thrown off the ground as if he had been hit head-on by an invisible truck, his feet leaving the ground and tracing an ungraceful arc in the air. Splat. Wang Jibin fell face down onto the shards of broken glass scattered on the ground. This time, he really couldn't get up. The private room finally fell silent. All that remained were the groans echoing across the floor and the same energetic dance music that was still playing on repeat. Just then, the security guard's voice rang out from outside the door. Who's causing trouble? Chen Hui and Xin Qingming exchanged a glance, reacting extremely quickly, and spoke in unison. Run. ×2. Comments.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.